bạn đừng đi đâu cả, bởi vì trận chung kết nhánh thua của đối đầu giữa PSG và TSW sẽ bắt đầu ngay bây giờ.
Okay, everything should be all good to go.
粉丝对我来说是什么？这是一个很棒的问题。当我穿上这件队服时，它不只是我的，它属
Except for
于所
some
有
reason,
穿着同
my
样颜色的人。
在某个地方，有一位粉丝也以同样的方式开始新的一天。
Mỗi ngày đều bắt đầu bằng những nghi thức nhỏ bé. Chúng tôi đều đang chờ đợi cùng một điều.
就好像我们都是同一团火焰中的火花，肩并肩，即使我们從未見過面。
Alright, now it is.
我覺得粉絲也經歷着和我們一樣的情緒。
Hello, Keg Keg.
Khi tôi cảm thấy không thể tiếp tục, tôi nhớ rằng người hâm mộ đang đặt niềm tin vào tôi.
Tôi thực sự cảm động khi biết người hâm mộ ủng hộ chúng tôi nhiều đến thế nào.
走进赛场，知道粉丝们会为我们加油，这让我心中涌起最强烈的激动。
他们的热情让我明白，这不只是我们的故事，这也是他们。
Alright, let's get into it. LCP
Chúng ta cùng nhau chia sẻ sân khấu này.
lower bracket finals.
一开始，这只是
Team Secret Whales versus PSG.
后来，他成为了我的生活方式。
Not only am I cheering for Team Secret Whales, but I also think that
付出的努力、
they should
做出的
win.
牺牲以及最终的目标。
那就是
I would predict like a 3-1. I didn't receive an official prediction for him this week, so I wasn't able to fill one of those out, but my unofficial prediction is Secret Whales 3-1.
Mình đã hy sinh sức khỏe, thời gian bên gia đình, người bạn của mình để.
What team am I doing next for the Worlds videos? CFO. I'm
就
doing
是我们
CFO
现在
next.
调整好自己心态，把自己当成挑战者，一步步往上爬。
我知道你们很怕遇到我们，因为我们真的很强嘛，这个也不怪你们。
I'm just finishing out the entire LCP, and then I'll move on to other regions, because the idea is like, if I do CFO either today or tomorrow, then all of the different regions do like a lot of their playoffs this weekend, and some of the teams will start actually getting eliminated, and then I could do their videos. So like, for example, I'm pretty sure tomorrow is 100 Thieves versus Red Canids, right? Oh, wait, no, tomorrow is, wait, okay, today is Fly versus VKS, and then, yeah, tomorrow is 100 versus Red. So the idea is, like, for example, tomorrow, I'll be able to make the video for the winner of that, maybe? Actually, wait, no, that's not how that works. Oh, like tomorrow I'll be able to do maybe I'll be able to start working on either the T1 or the Gen G video, because one of those teams will be in 4th. Like, one of those teams are getting knocked out of LCK playoffs. Yo, what the heck? They got the chat scrolling. Alright, let's see it. Finals ceremony. Do we have anything special, or are we saving it for tomorrow, or what's the deal gonna be?
LCP Final Weekend 2025. Đội tuyển đầu tiên tiến vào khán đài PSG ta lên. đường trên.
The stadium looks nice.
Tại vị trí đi rừng, vệ thần ở đường
This song is not the greatest song I've ever heard in my life. I'm surprised that the stadium seems so bright. I don't know. Usually it's like darker in the audience.
siêu xạ thủ mảnh ghép cuối cùng
Okay, Woody with the pose.
Và thưa quý vị và các bạn, đó chính là PSG và ở phía bên kia chiến tuyến, chủ nhà của Tiên Sơn, niềm hy vọng cuối cùng của VCS. Hãy chào đón Team Secret Well. Đường trên
Oh, interesting. They're introducing Pun first. I wonder if he's the starter today. I expected them to introduce Hero first while they're playing in Vietnam. Yeah. Today and tomorrow are in Vietnam. The fuck is this song that made this shit? You're talking about the last song? I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of it either, I'll be honest. Wait, they didn't introduce Hero at all. Are they introducing Hero last? I'm kind of surprised. They played Hero in all 3 games against Gam. I thought they were gonna start Hero today for sure. Whoa. Dire, the haircut. Yo.
đường dưới Eddie.
Why did Eddie have like scuba goggles or like a ski mask or something on his head when he's playing the first game? At least they announced it on social media. What was the response to it? How did people feel about that? Because like I kind of had the impression that after the Hero did well in all 3 games against Gam, that they were gonna start trusting him more. Alright, come on, Taki. Twerk on stage, do it. You know you want to. Come on, that's like your entire brand at this point. Aw, man.
Và một lần nữa, hãy chào đón Team Secret Well. Chỉ một trận đấu BO5, một đội tuyển sẽ bước tới ngày thi đấu chung kết tổng. sẽ là PSG Tà Lùng hay Secret Whale. Hãy cùng nhau tiến ngay vào trận đấu ngày hôm nay.
Maybe it was like a stylistic thing. Maybe they thought that Hero would, or not Hero, that Pun would lose to Kiaya because his champion pool would be abused by Kiaya's carries. And then they're not worried about that as much.
Thuở khai thiên lập địa. Trời tự làm gió, mưa, giông, sét. Sau này, rồng được kế nghiệp làm mưa. Rồng thời lại ít, trời bèn mở cuộc thi rồng. Chiếu trời ban xuống, muôn loài dưới nước hân hoan. 3 kỳ thi ứng với 3 đợt sóng dữ.
Alright, place your bets. Are they going to play the exact same cutscene tomorrow? Are they going to play this exact same clip tomorrow?
我们一起来到了夏季决赛。
The reign of CFO's dominance still lives on.
Because that's what they be doing in Taiwan.
Giờ đây, ngay tại cung thể thao Tiên Sơn này, Sài Gòn Joker vượt qua Singapore Sentinel để có tấm vé đến với chung kết thế giới 2012.
仙山啊，2012年，我也是来过这里打比赛。年轻时就是很多回忆，对吧，小鸡
？2012年嘛，那时候我才5岁吧。
Let me see if I can increase the quality and get away with it. See, people were saying maybe they were saving Hero since he was in good form, which makes no sense. Yeah, what the fuck? What does that mean? Which team do I think is favored to win this matchup? My prediction is Secret Whales 3-1.
感觉已经快10年了。
我那时候才17岁。
Like imagine if FlyQuest was like, yeah, Bwippo's in good form right now, so let's put in Gakgos.
Và phần thưởng là xứng đáng dành cho họ những giọt nước mắt đã rơi trên người của Kasa. Một người có thể nói là một người đội trưởng mẫu mực đến từ bên phía.
I mean, they're going to be forced to play Gakgos later today because of Bwippo moment. But yeah.
Thế ta, cảm giác đánh sân khấu lớn ra sao? Cảm giác nó khó tạo lắm. Đấy chính xác là đỉnh cao lớn nhất của sự nghiệp một game thủ. Nhưng mà được thi đấu trên chính quê hương của mình, nghe tiếng bố mẹ, bạn bè ở dưới cổ vũ. Lúc này mình không chỉ chiến đấu cho mỗi bản thân và mình sẽ làm hết sức vì niềm tự hào trên ngực áo.
Chưa hồi lại quấy ta còn một chút nữa mới hồi cái bản sát thủ 7 giây thôi. Eddie bắn cung vị trí Eddie rồi. Anh ta đang chọn vị trí Artemis bước lên và ném vị trí Eddie. Eddie đang chạy về. Có một cái bóng Eddie về lướt lại với tập hội chừng điểm.
Eddie và pha xử lý phải nói là kinh dị. So overextended mechanicism on 2-3.
一旦踏上竞技场，目标就永远是冠军。
所有人都说 CFO 会赢，说 TSW 是。
Does IG still have a chance to go to Worlds? Yes.
我们才是主角。
They can still qualify through the regional gauntlet, so let me pull that up real quick.
Mình luôn tin rằng mọi sự cố gắng sẽ được đền đáp, cho dù là một cái bóng.
Oh, well, it's called the regional finals,
光
but
辉不会选择软弱的
same
人，
thing.
只有足够强大和坚韧的人才配得上他。
Yeah, so they are qualified. They did well enough in spring and summer that they qualify for this regional finals bracket, in which if they win this series against either Top Esports or AL, I guess, then they go to Worlds, and then if they lose the series, they go down here, and then they play the winner of JDG Weibo to decide who gets the 4th slot for LPL. So LPL kind of has a very long format. HLE 3 KT. I heard, yeah, heard people say that it was really boring.
Sau màn chào sân vừa rồi đến từ hai đội thì các bạn đã cảm thấy đã chưa ạ?
I didn't get a chance to watch it because I woke up like an hour ago. But when I go back and watch it, I'm kind of hoping that
sẽ là một bữa tiệc về âm
It was
thanh
because
ánh
HLE
sáng
looked really good.
và tất cả mọi thứ chắc chắn các bạn sẽ
I would like to see
không hề thất
HLE in
vọng
form,
trận
that would
đấu
make me
này.
happy.
Đầu tiên chúng ta phải vượt qua được màn 3 pick đã để xem là hai
I think if HLE is in top form, it will make Worlds much more interesting.
PSG vẫn là một đội hình 5 người quen thuộc mà thôi. Phong độ của họ đang cực kỳ cao. Tuy nhiên, Team Secret nếu mà nói về những trận đấu gần nhất
HLE looked okay, they're having a massive streak of luck. Okay, I mean, like, they were definitely way better than T1, though. Like, the difference against T1 is that Peanuts finally started playing well again. Like, Peanut looked really good against T1, so the team functioned way better.
Đó là điều mà tất cả chúng ta đang kỳ vọng rằng
Because he's been really inconsistent all split, or all year even.
thậm chí là vượt qua cả sự kỳ vọng, vượt qua cả phong độ bình thường của họ để có thể có được chiến thắng. Thật ra mà nói thì chúng tôi kỳ vọng rằng 5 ván căng thẳng
Alright, Null, we're gonna draft reasonable team comps today, right? You drafted pretty good against Gam, so we'll take it. But you're gonna give us like something that's like actually playable today, right?
Và cả Team Secret nếu như thắng ngày hôm nay sẽ phải đụng độ CFO.
It's like, I should have mentioned this in my Worlds breakdown, but I didn't for some reason. The fact that Secret Whales are like really bad at drafting. We just cross our fingers and hope that it works out. KT beat Gen G by luck? Why do you say KT beat Gen G by luck?
Bắt đầu lộ ra và CFO họ đang là đội giành những chiến thắng liên tục, họ đang là đội cửa trên và họ sẵn sàng để xem thử là hai đối thủ của mình sẽ đem ra
KT beat Gen G because was playing like the greatest series of his life, and Chovy and Canyon shit the bed. That's not luck. Luck would have been if like Duro got struck by lightning on the way to the arena and was playing injured. That would have been luck, you know. But they just played better on the day. It's skill. Alright, let's see the draft. We got Pantheon first. We are on patch 25.17. Very notable, 25.17. So that means that Yunara is still strong. This is not the patch where Yunara has, like, her generational nerfs yet. Nico Aurora. Interesting. I was kind of expecting them to go Nico Kaiza or Nico Aurora or not Aurora, Nico Yunara or something like that. Nico Aurora is interesting. Wonder what his still wants to go with that. Maybe he's thinking like Jarvan? Because usually you don't want to play Aurora unless your jungler has some kind of CC.
Đây là một khoảng thời điểm mà Aurora đang được quay trở lại.
PSG are taking away the Orianna, that kind of sucks.
Ở hai đường. Nhưng nếu mà theo cá nhân
That's Dyer's best champion.
Orianna hơn bởi Orianna khá là an toàn.
That Aurora pick is so weird. I mean, like it has to be something that they prepped, like but I don't really get it. We'll see.
Bên phía PSG khóa ngay vào Orianna. Bây giờ họ hoàn toàn có thể chọn một hỗ trợ. Đúng là như vậy, họ chọn con Bard dành
Bard.
cho một
We're
phần
picking
nào đó
Bard
để counter lại con Nico bên phía bên
into
kia.
a losing
Một phần
lane.
nào đó là để giấu thông tin về xạ thủ cũng như là đường trên.
Maybe they think that Secret Whales was going to go Vi or something, and they're trying to like deflect the Vi. I mean, like, that still wouldn't make sense. Yeah, there's the Jarvan. That's kind of what I expected. I don't really get the Bard. Like, you're playing, like, so far you're showing Bard into a losing bot lane matchup and 2 champions with mobility. Seems kind of weird.
Và ngay lập tức là con Javan được khóa dành cho Hito. Tôi vui khi mà Javan được chọn vào ván 1, tại vì càng về sau thì các đối thủ
I don't really get what PSG are going for. Like, my best guess would be that they're trying to go like a Jhin or something, like a Jhin or a Varus. Just try to get something with utility that can like follow up on the Pantheon from long range, pairs well with the Bard in lane. Yes, the Secret Whales banning Jhin. I wouldn't be surprised if they banned Varus here. Let's see, you hate Vietnamese chat so much, it's either full of people hating on Secret Whales or people who don't even know Gam's eliminated. Really? Because I thought that in the Secret Whales versus Gam series, the entirety of the Vietnamese chat was cheering for Secret Whales. They were like, the Gam fans were cheering for Gam and then everybody else was cheering for Secret Whales. That was the impression that I got.
Nghĩa là bây giờ Secret Whales họ sẽ phải đánh một xạ thủ khác.
Maybe it was wrong though, I don't know.
Con Varus mặc dù nó còn Nhưng mà Varus ở thời điểm hiện tại không phải là vị tướng.
Anyways, there's Kai'Sa banned. Yeah, it's so weird. I really thought that with Kai'Sa open and Nico locked in that they were gonna prio the Kai'Sa on 1, 2, 3. I'm still not sold on this Aurora pick. I don't know what they're cooking.
Con bài Amesa, một vị tướng có thể đột kích vào cùng với con Javan.
What else? You banned PSG? Honestly, I think you banned Yunara.
Và bên phía TSW
Just get out of here.
cấm đi rồi, như vậy định đánh Miss Fortune thật à? Nếu mà đánh Miss Fortune thật thì tôi cảm giác nó hơi liều lĩnh một chút, bởi vì bên kia Bat cộng với Pantheon có thể bắt được Miss Fortune ở khoảng cách rất xa luôn. Họ đang tự tin vào khả năng giao tranh tổng.
Renekton ban.
Corki cũng được này. Corki là một
Okay, I don't really. Why are they banning Renekton? Usually, if you ban Renekton, you're trying to pick Ambessa, but Secret Whale's already banned Ambessa, so I'm not really sure what the Renekton ban is for. What top laner could they be thinking about going that Renekton is good into? I don't even know what's left that Renekton can beat. Maybe they want to go like Jax. There's no way that they're prepping for a Jax pick. That would be so weird.
Để có thể chọn Sion vào trong đội hình của họ, nhưng bên phía TSW muốn giấu xạ thủ của mình đến phút cuối cùng, họ sẽ lấy Sion trước dành cho full. Một hình đánh từ trước ra sau rất mạnh, wombo combo với những chiêu cuối có thể kết hợp cực kỳ tốt với nhau. Ví dụ như là
And they're giving last pick to bot lane. Alright, what can we cook? We're into Pantheon, so we need mobility. Pantheon Bard, we need mobility. So that's like Yunara, Ezreal, Corki. God, I hope we don't get Corki. I feel like Corki would be such a weak pick to round this draft out with. Low key, I want to see Yunara. I think would be pretty solid here. Or maybe he could go like Zeri, honestly. Wouldn't be terrible either. Depends on how they feel. Okay, so PSG are going to take the Corki. Let's see what the answer is into Corki Bard. You have a Nico support. I think you can pick just about anything and be fine in the lane, so it's about trying to counter what the enemy team comp has. Let's see, I think Sivir might be playable here with the Spell Shield. Honestly, I mean, I feel like Sivir would be kind of hard. I would not go Sivir here. Oh, alright, there's the Sivir. I mean, like, Sivir has the Spell Shield, so technically she should be fine. But it's still just like, I don't think that Sivir's Spell Shield is that good at dealing with Pantheon ult. I'm not convinced. I don't know how I feel about this. The early Aurora pick with the Sivir last pick. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that Sivir has to be careful about. They have losing mid lane. Technically, so yeah, Secret Whales, they won't have push top, they won't have push mid. They will have push bot, so that's kind of the big deal. Usually, PSG like to play champions like Jarvan and Pantheon, and then they like to invade a bunch. So I would not be surprised if with the pushing top and pushing mid, if Karsa goes for a bunch of topside invades this game. I think that's something that Secret Whales should really be careful about. Alright, let's see it. So I think that's the name of the game. Secret Whales should weak side their top side camps and then play bot side. So make sure that the top side camps are always down so that way Karsa can't invade them, and then try to hover bot side for most of the game because that's their one pushing lane. Or at the very least, lean wherever the bot lane is, and then always clear the weak side camps. But then, like, don't overly contest them or anything. I am kind of worried. I mean, like, it's Pantheon into Jarvan. That's definitely something where Pantheon can just invade in Jarvan's face if his lanes are pushing. And I don't know. I mean, I just think PSG have stronger champions.
Đó là sự khó khăn của các bài Javan khi bạn nâng kỹ năng E của mình ở cấp độ 1. Nó chỉ hỗ trợ cho Javan trong việc clear rừng và kiểm soát tầm nhìn thôi. Không có nhiều lắm những công cụ để giúp cho Javan có thể thoát khỏi những tướng bị đối phương truy bắt.
Let's see.
Bị lãnh chịu những tình huống cấp rừng. Nhưng tạm thời đó không phải là kế hoạch của PSG đang đề ra. Họ cũng đang chỉ muốn tiếp cận ván thứ đầu tiên này với một tâm thế an toàn mà thôi, nhưng đường dưới có vẻ đã có va chạm nhẹ nhàng rồi. Hai bên đang cố gắng chiếm quyền kiểm soát ở những cái bụi dọc đường. Khung đường giữa đai của Maple cũng đang có một tình huống chuyên kỹ năng thôi, chứ ngoài ra cũng không có gì hơn cả.
Và ở khu vực cánh trên chúng ta đang nhìn thấy có một tình huống cướp giúp rừng.
I still just don't really understand the point of going Q level 1 on Aurora.
Vòng rừng đầu tiên dành cho Hito.
Like, I feel like
nhanh nhất có thể để giúp cho Javan. Một là anh ta có thể hỗ trợ cho
like the range is really short, so it's hard to trade with it. Like the fact that Maple got hit by it is kind of crazy that you almost never see that. So it doesn't really work as a trading tool because it's hard to hit. And then if you take it to like try to push the wave because it pushes wave better than E, it's like you're still not out pushing any other champion level 1 basically. Like I think it's kind of crazy that Maple lost level 2 advantage in this matchup. That should never happen. Is Maple good again yet? In my opinion, no. Is this going to be Null's disaster class? I'm hoping not. We already got a Null disaster class against CFO. So we'll just hope that the disaster is behind us now. Early lane is incredibly Aurora favored? Hell no. I feel like every time I see this matchup, the Orianna always has push. Like Orianna's QW outranges Aurora's Q, so that's really problematic for the Aurora. Orianna's cooldowns are shorter, so she can trade more frequently, and her wave clear is just better early. I don't really understand how Aurora is ever supposed to win the matchup. Like maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just not seeing it.
Khu vực đường dưới vẫn đang là thế đẩy đẹp dành cho SD cùng với Taki, nhưng với lượng máu cũng vẫn còn đang khá dồi dào đến từ bộ đường dưới của PSG Talon, thì để xem là Secret Whale có thực sự muốn băng trụ trong pha thiếu này không đây. Phép bổ trợ của bên phía PSG cũng còn nguyên luôn. Nếu như đây là một pha băng trụ, nó cũng sẽ là một quyết định khá mạo hiểm, cho nên PSG chính xác hơn là Secret Whale quyết định sẽ rút lui.
Còn ở khu vực đường trên đang có một tình huống muốn tấn công vào vị trí của Poon, máu của Poon đang cực kỳ thấp.
Okay, Poon is kind of getting gapped right now.
Một tình huống Q2 khiến cho Poon cực kỳ thấp máu, pha lao vào đến từ Casa, có đổi bại.
Okay, he actually traded 1 for 1. Not bad. We'll take that. We'll take that. Actually, it wasn't 1 for 1. It was the Pantheon executed. Never mind. I mean, like it's still fine, I guess. Honestly, it's not fine. It's actually terrible. How long have I been following League? I mean, I've been loosely following it since 2017. I would say was the first year that I started paying attention. But I really started like following it in 2020. That was when I started watching as much of it as I could.
Vậy ta đang muốn ghé xuống cánh rừng dưới và chờ đợi cho một cơ hội, nếu như đối phương sơ hở thì có thể là cướp bãi chim của đối phương, còn không có thể cân nhắc tới việc lấy rồng sớm dựa vào lợi thế của đường dưới.
What do I think about the draft? I think that PSG actually have a better draft. I feel like Orianna is just a stronger champion than Aurora right now. So I don't think it's great that Secret Whales early picked Aurora the way that they did. And then I think it's a hard game to play Sivir. It's like the reason why you would go Sivir is because like in theory it's good into Bard and it would be good into Pantheon ult, but I just feel like there's like too much going at Sivir. I would have rather there have been a marksman that had like some mobility. Like the pick that I really wanted was Yunara, is what I was thinking. But I also think I would have. I mean, I did mention Zeri, but it's honestly a pretty hard Zeri game also. I don't know. I think it's a little bit weird that Secret Whales didn't pick Kai'Sa on 3 or on like I feel like they should have picked it on 2 instead of the Aurora, or on 3 instead of the Jarvan. Like I was thinking they were gonna go
tương đối lớn. Bởi vì rừng đang
Nico
chưa tác động,
Kaiser,
chưa
and then
ai
jungle
vội.
1-3.
Chỉ đơn giản là cuộc chiến giữa xạ thủ và hỗ trợ. Nhưng 56
How do I have that much time to watch League? Because in 2020 I was a university freshman, so I had 4 years of university where I was able to just use all of my free time to watch League.
Trong một tình huống phải sử dụng tốc biến thì khoảng thời gian sau cạnh tranh với mục tiêu lớn, tôi e rằng sẽ hơi khó để cho Marble có thể tạo được những điểm nhấn của riêng mình.
Đó là sự khó khăn mà bên phía PSG đang phải gánh chịu khi mà rừng đã bị lộ vòng rừng của người bên phía Casa.
Probably the only one using the Vietnamese live instead of the English one. So the way that I do it is that I use the broadcast of the team that I'm cheering for. So like this match I'm cheering for Secret Wales, so I'm using the Vietnamese broadcast. But like, let's say that PSG wins today, then tomorrow I'll use the Taiwanese broadcast because it's 2 Taiwanese teams playing.
Để có thể hướng tới cấp độ 6 thì con Phantom này vẫn đang tạm thời nằm trong tầm kiểm soát của bên phía Secret Wales.
Đó là lý do tại sao chúng ta hãy nhìn đến tất cả các cánh của bên phía team Secret Wales, họ vẫn đang
Also, most of my viewers are Vietnamese. I know that people like didn't. Has Eddie ever played Yunara? No, and in fact, I mean he might have played it, but there was a game. It was CFO Game 3 where he really should have picked it, and he just didn't. So I think that Secret Wales don't want to play Yunara. Would be like if nothing else, I think that they are trying to avoid Yunara unless they like have to pick it.
Nhưng đây là thời điểm mà team Secret còn phải cẩn thận, bởi vì con Pantheon của Casa đã đạt được cho mình cấp độ 6. Tất nhiên là vòng rừng của Casa cũng sẽ một phần nào đó phán đoán khi anh ta khả năng cao là đang có mặt ở nửa trên.
No, usually the breakdowns that I post are enough to pay my rent because I mean like I'm posting like for MSI I must have posted like 40 or 50 videos in 2 months or something. I mean it probably wasn't that much. It was what, one for each team and then one for, it was probably like 30 videos, 30, 35 videos in 2 months or something. And then Worlds will be similar, because there will be 17 videos for teams. Then there will be an everything you need to know video, like a like a tier list video, and then daily recaps. So I'll make enough money that I'll be fine. Who has better scaling? I mean, if you teleport everybody into the game with like 4 items, I think Secret Wales have better scaling. Okay, I feel like Woody must have just like stepped up too far. Let's see. Looks pretty good for Secret Wales. Started out about as well as you could have. I mean, listen, if Secret Wales are winning a situation like this, the game's gonna look really good for them. I feel like on this timer, PSG should have won the fight. Like they had level 6 advantage on their support. They're playing with like quirky Pantheon, level 6 Orianna. I don't know. I feel like PSG should always win this fight. I mean, they got all 3 probs, so maybe it was kind of even, but still, I think that you're happy with this if you're Secret Wales.
Chỉ đơn giản là một tình huống đi muốn phá nhịp bấn về của Dai mà thôi. Còn tiếng giao tranh trước đó là một pha đổi lời hơn về mạo cùng dành cho bên phía Secret Wales và cũng đã có chiến tích xung đột rồi. Cái giá phải trả là một bãi quái khủng lớn hoàn chỉnh dành cho bên phía PSG.
Tôi nghĩ rằng quyết định được đưa ra đến từ team Secret Wales trong tình huống xử lý sâu vừa rồi là hoàn toàn hợp lý. Họ chờ đợi đối phương ăn đi con sâu khi thấy rằng cái góc đánh chưa đủ đẹp, và khi những nhân sự của team Secret Wales đã đến đủ thì hit.
Okay, we got Taki. Let's see, is this anything? All right, nice play. Kill on the Sivir is really big. And getting another kill for the Sivir. This is like something that Secret Wales does that no other team does that I've noticed, is that they play a lot around their support. Like they make a lot of plays around the map with their support. Like there's like Hizto and Taki group up together to make plays. Keg, thanks for the gift sub. Why is Aatrox losing lane? I don't know. Maybe Bramblevest is just that OP, who knows?
Chưa đang có thể bị tấn công, nhưng ta đã có sự hỗ trợ đến từ Undi rồi, cho nên bên phía của Secret Wales sẽ lùi về mà thôi. Họ cũng đang muốn cho SD có thêm thời gian để có thể pha vào.
I mean, like it's not like Sion is quote unquote losing lane. Like Aatrox is still winning lane in terms of gold and XP. Just that the Sion has push, I guess, at the moment. Maybe Aatrox needs a completed item before he can start pushing back. What the fuck was that? What is that sound? Replay sound. Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. Nice. Something is wrong with the stage microphones. Good to know.
Và cái hướng lên đồ của Maple cũng đã cực kỳ an toàn. Em ta biết được rằng mình sẽ có thể là mục tiêu bị nhắm đến rất nhiều trong những pha giao tranh. Và với
Secret Rails early game is so fun. Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that Secret Rails are the best early game team in the region, which is why I predicted them to beat PSG, because I feel like PSG is also an early game team, and that PSG can like never win from behind. So, like my personal read on this series is that like whoever wins early game will probably end up just winning the game as a whole. Because PSG are bad at coming back, but they also don't really throw their leads that often. Like they throw their leads sometimes. They threw a 13k gold lead against CFO, so like who knows. But basically I was thinking like, okay, I feel like PSG's early games are good enough. Like they play around Karsa enough that like early that maybe they can win 1 or 2 early games, and then out of those they can like take a game away. Let's see, Karsa's ulting in here. Taki's ultimate hit too. Karsa stole the dragon. Let's see how the fight looks. Eddie's getting pretty fed right now. He just killed somebody else. Shockwave misses him. Eddie can go crazy here. Let's see. I mean, like, the fight is obviously insanely... Oh, okay, wait, that's really bad. Eddie should not have died there. See, oh my gosh, this became so sweaty for some reason. Jesus. God, it looked like Eddie was gonna pop off there. I guess maybe he's just not that strong yet. Because, like, he survived all of the initial engage and then just kind of walked in melee range of Pantheon and got 1v1'd. Still worth. I mean, like, yeah, it's definitely worth. Like, PSG did have managed to get like 3 grubs and they stole the dragon and stuff, but the way that I see it, what's going to happen is that Secret Whales have enough of a gold lead that they should win the Herald fight, and then they can use that to take first turret, and then that'll be enough to get them feats. So they'll have feats, and they'll just have like a 3k gold lead. With the comp that, as mentioned, I do think outscales. I just didn't think that Secret Whales would actually win early game. Dude, what is going on with my YouTube viewership right now? It's like it like spiked up to it's like sitting in the 40s, and then it spiked down to like 22, and then shot back up to 40 again within the span of like 3 minutes. See, Histo's just clicking R. It looks pretty useless to me. That's no Jarvan ult for the Herald. Okay, let's see how this looks. Good ult from Taki. Eddie is alive right now. If he can get through the Aatrox, he can do work. I don't know if he deals that much damage though. He has lethal tempo fully stacked. It doesn't look good. Yikes. I just feel like that Jarvan ult was really bad. I mean, like, he Jarvan ulted 2 people with no follow-up, and then they both just bard portaled out, and then they counter-engaged because enemy team has no Jarvan ult. That was, not the greatest. I don't know, maybe what it is that Secret Whales are just like playing too aggressively. Like they just need to, like, they have a massive gold lead on the Sivir, right? So I feel like they should just wait until Sivir has 2 items and then they can fight. Would have probably been a better play. Like I feel like what they're saying is like, okay, Sivir is like super fed, we have to fight, like it'll be good, but then the problem is that Sivir just doesn't really deal damage on 1 item. Like if Sivir can get through the Aatrox here, she would be able to pop off, but the problem is that she just doesn't do enough damage to kill the Aatrox. And then Dire couldn't even kill the Bard on the backside.
Và nếu như không có sự bảo kê quá rõ ràng thì rất khó để cho Eddie có thể
That's rough. I mean, like, Karsa's doing his best.
Nhất thì bên phía Secret Well vẫn đang dẫn trước về tiền và lượng mạng gục. Thứ họ cần bây giờ để hướng tới những đôi giày vinh quang chỉ là trụ một.
I feel like Karsa's been looking better recently, I would say.
Đường trên tiếp tục va chạm nhưng ai trừ với
Like, ever since their loss to Vikings, I feel like the biggest reason why PSG has started looking better is because Karsa's been playing better. Like, Karsa's been playing better and the team's been playing better around him, I think, are the two main things that have led to CFO, or not CFO, led to PSG winning more games. The Secret Whales mid-game disaster happened, now they win. Alright, let's hope so.
Nhưng pha tốc biến đó đã bị bắt bài bởi vị trí ngoại trừ. Nhưng đó là câu chuyện đã trải qua và bây giờ chúng ta hãy hướng đến những pha giao tranh tiếp theo, nơi mà mục tiêu lớn sắp sửa được hiện ra ở trên bản đồ. Đó là con rồng lửa. Đây là một map thi đấu rồng lửa cho nên những con rồng tiếp theo nó sẽ là cực kỳ quan trọng dành cho cả hai bên.
Và con rồng này nó đóng góp một vai trò rất lớn để có thể nâng cấp đôi giày. PSG Tạ Long họ đang sở hữu được rất nhiều những mục tiêu lớn và quan trọng hơn hết là họ đang chờ đợi cơ hội để có
I mean, like, really? So one of the other things is that I feel like Secret Whales should, like people have been calling this team chokers, right? Like, oh, they can't play in big moments and stuff, but I feel like at this point the pressure is off, no? Like, you already qualified to Worlds. You already qualified to Worlds, and you're gonna start in the same stages as everybody else, so it's more just like you're just like playing for pride, really. Like, technically you're playing for world seeding for like an easier round 1 of Swiss, but it doesn't really matter. It's like everybody has to win 3 games in Swiss anyway. Ooh, Taki did not rocket belt the Bard ult. Let's see. The Nico didn't get one shot. Didn't get the ult off either. Okay, never mind. That's tough. This Pantheon is like unkillable right now. It's actually so tanky. Jesus, there's no way that we're getting like a Karsa masterclass happening to us right now. If Grand Finals has 2 Taiwanese teams, the stadium will be empty. I was wondering about that, because the stadium didn't seem that full today either. I was expecting the stadium to be more crowded today, since Secret Whales is playing. But do you think that's what will happen? Like, if PSG wins, then everybody will just refund their tickets? But yeah, I just feel like it's the same problem. Like, I think that Secret Whales should have just let the server scale up to 2 items and then fight. Like, she's still on 1 item. She still only has Essence Reaver. So it just seems like they don't have damage to win fights. It's like Aurora's not very good at killing tanks. So, I mean, it's not like Pantheon and Aatrox are tanks, but like in this game they're effectively tanks because there's nothing that can one-shot them. So, like, Aurora's not good at killing frontline, so it's kind of all on the Sivir. But if she only has Essence Reaver, that's never happening. Well, that's rough. The GAM fans in the Vietnamese chat are so funny. I'm really surprised that the GAM fans like want Secret Whales to lose. Like, that doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like every other region, they'll like fight and bicker domestically, but then as soon as you go international, they all want their teams to do well. And like this like isn't international, but like is, you know? Like, it is and it isn't. So I would have thought that all the Vietnamese fans would have like banded together for the last remaining Vietnamese team.
Và cú chiêu cuối rất quan trọng của TSW đã bị mất thiếu đi trong pha giao tranh vừa rồi. Cú đáp xuống mới chỉ nửa thanh máu mà thôi. Và dưới lượng sát thương sốc rất lớn đến từ một bài bàn thắng của xanh thì đến full cũng không thể nào chịu nổi.
Rất khó khăn dành cho bên phía
We're just getting prime Karsa for no reason. Chill out, bro.
Secret Well cũng bắt đầu đẩy mạnh về khả năng giao tranh tổng, cho nên họ cũng sẽ muốn di chuyển ra.
This isn't 2020, you can calm down.
Nhưng cái thế lính của họ ở 3 khu đường đang không thực sự thuận lợi. Đường dưới, đường giữa và đường trên đều đang nằm trong tầm kiểm soát của bên phía PSG Tạ Long. Những con mắt được cắm trải ra dọc bờ sông cũng đang dành cho bên phía của PSG Tạ Long. Và bây giờ phần việc của team Secret phải làm được đó là cùng nhau di chuyển ra.
The enemies are somewhat similar to Koreans in the sense that they're very biased. They're mostly there to cheer for the Vietnamese teams only. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that Secret Whales is a Vietnamese team, so why are all of the GAM fans not cheering for them? They want Secret Whales to fail hard. They keep saying GAM deserve it more. Yeah, GAM deserve it more. That's why they got 0-3. It's because they deserve it more.
Chỉ có một điểm mà PSG Tạ Long sẽ cần phải lưu ý. Con ban thông trong tay của Casada khá nhiều mạng. Nếu như anh ta là người nằm xuống trước thì PSG Tân Long sẽ hơi ít lượng sát thương. Chính vì vậy họ sẽ cần phải hỗ trợ cho Casa rất nhiều trong những nhịp mà anh ta nhảy vào ở trong những pha giao tranh lớn.
Poon trước đó đang có ý định muốn bê về, có lẽ là anh ta đang muốn bổ sung thêm đồ, nhưng sức ép đến từ khả năng đẩy đường đến từ các thành viên của PSG đang khiến cho Poon
Alright, Taki, you're sitting on a ward right now.
bấm mê trở về nhà của mình. Về một tình huống ba người muốn tấn công vào vị trí của Poon, cấu máu nhẹ nhẹ, Poon còn khoảng tầm hơn nửa cây máu mà thôi, và lượng tầm nhìn vẫn được kiểm soát hoàn toàn đến các thành viên của PSG. Team Psychopathic.
I mean, I don't know. I guess if you zoom out, the game still isn't that scary. Like, it's not good, obviously. Secret Whales had a pretty big lead and they threw it, but if you pretend like those throws didn't happen, if I saw this game state, like if I saw a screenshot of this game state, I would still say that Secret Whales should be happy. Well, not happy, but like that they haven't lost yet. Because Sivir is finally getting strong. Like she will finally start to do damage. Same thing with Aurora. Aurora's late game is very underrated in my opinion. Like I kind of feel like Aurora's mid game can be a little bit more underwhelming than some of the other mages that are strong right now, but her late game is disgusting. Like she can fucking one shot people.
Chính vì vậy mà những áp lực dành cho Thư Thư vẫn còn đang khá nhiều. Histo vừa rồi giữ được bùa xanh. Điều này giúp cho ít nhất là anh ta vẫn đang an toàn và vẫn đang giữ được cái bùa dành cho chính bản thân.
And I mean, like Secret Whales still have timers they can play on, right? Like the entire lead is basically on this Pantheon. So there will be a timer where Sivir has 3 items and the Corki doesn't. So if Secret Whales look to pressure really hard on that timer, like so when Sivir finishes Mortal Reminder and the Corki still hasn't finished Collector or Shojin or whatever, he ends up going third. Yeah, I think you can fight then and you'll probably be favored to win the fight. I don't really see a world where like a 3-item Pantheon can outdamage a 3-item Sivir if Sivir's not getting one shot.
Họ đang có những vị trí cần phải tăng tiến sức mạnh nhiều hơn, đặc biệt là món trang bị thứ 3 cần phải xuất hiện đến từ vị trí của Eddie để con
Why is Paris Saint-Germain a Taiwanese team? I mean, they just chose to sponsor that team like eons ago. I don't know what the reason is, but it's just been a thing for a while. It's a sarcastic remark from Vietnamese fans. If it were GAM competing today, they would say Secret Whales deserved it more. They're just mocking GAM. Really? Is that true? I'm getting mixed signals here. I don't know what to believe.
Bây giờ Secret sẽ di chuyển ra. Trong đó thì PSG đang muốn reset tầm nhìn, di chuyển trở lại mức độ đầu tư đến từ sách phép của Bát. Bên này thì Achu đang ép lui được Pool. Tầm này thì hơi khó để cho đường trên của Secret Whale có thể cạnh tranh sòng phẳng với chất tướng Aatrox rất khỏe. Đến từ đường trên của bên phía PSG Tân Long.
I don't know. Basically, I think Secret Whales can still win this game, but Eddie has to play well.
Ở quanh cánh dưới này.
And I don't know if I trust Eddie to carry a game in high pressure situations. That guy has thrown a couple of very winnable games. Like game 2 versus CFO was a huge Eddie throw. The game where they threw like a 9.5k gold lead against Scam, that one was also Eddie's fault for the most part.
Như đã nói vẫn đang cần thêm thời gian để cho những carry của họ có thể thực sự lớn, đặc biệt là SD, anh ta đang bị trứng đồ trong một khoảng gian tương đối dài, mặc dù vẫn đang gác so với xạ thủ đối phương hơn 1.000 tiền, chính xác là con số 1.500 tiền, nhưng món trang bị thứ 3 vẫn
like if it was Dire that had a 1.5k gold lead right now, I would feel way better about Secret Whale's chances of winning any game.
Nhưng Betty thì cũng đang mạnh lên theo từng ngày. Anh ta đã hoàn thành xong được cái thần kiếm Muramana và tiếp tục lấy những tình huống kiểm soát tầm nhìn xung quanh khu vực hai Atakan đến từ các
All right, let's see. PSG. I mean, they might look to start this icon after they push out this top wave. I don't know. It looks like a pretty rough start. It's hard to hit it when there's still a top turret standing, because it's hard to actually get pushed in the lane and then the other team can just play through the lane. Oh, wait, they started it, I think. Oh, no, they didn't. Never mind, the flag just didn't have vision of it. That, like, looked really weird. Histo threw the flag in there and I didn't see the Otacon in the middle yet. Alright, let's see. This is weird. I don't like this. I feel like they need to just pull off of it. Yeah, I don't know what that was.
đang bị lạc lõng, chắc vẫn sẽ là
Oh man, this is actually really bad. The Otacon didn't reset, so now PSG can kite it if they want.
Cấu được một lượng máu khá lớn của qua Atachan này. Kasa di chuyển lên phía bên
Please, for the sake of my heart, can the Otacon just like reset? Alright, thank you.
Cắm cờ đến từ Histo và hai bên chỉ uy hiếp lẫn nhau. Họ chưa đánh quá tối ưu vào khu vực hàng Atachan. Một quyết định an toàn đến từ bên phía của Secret Whale khi ở PSG Talon đang ở đội
Could have gotten tier 2. I mean, like, he TP'd because Secret Whales looked like they were hitting the Otacon, right? So. I mean, like, I don't think Secret Whales were ever going to finish it. So I think that the TP is pretty bad, but like, that's why he TP'd. Because he just thought there was going to be a fight.
Của cả 10 người chơi đều đã sẵn sàng rồi. Cho nên nếu như bước vào những pha giao tranh 50-50 thì đó vẫn sẽ là những canh bạc cực kỳ rủi ro. Và Secret Whale với cương vị đội đang bị dẫn trước ở hiện tại, họ có vẻ là không thích những cái tỷ lệ đó lắm.
Đồng ý, và bên phía PSG Talon cũng không có gì phải vội vào vào
Oh man, this Pantheon is so strong right now. He has Guardian Angel. It's 26 minutes, he has 3 items.
Đến từ pool bởi vì họ biết được rằng điều kiện thắng của mình ở trong trận đấu này đó phải là cái linh hồn rồng lửa, bởi vì Atachan dẫu cho đội hình của PSG đang mạnh hơn nhưng nó vẫn đang tiềm ẩn rất nhiều những cái sự rủi ro khi mà Atachan hoàn toàn có thể làm giảm đi khả năng chống chịu đến từ đội hình của PSG và tạo ra điều kiện để giúp cho TSW có cơ hội và đánh bật ngược vào. Thì đó là kịch bản mà PSG không muốn xảy ra. Họ đang muốn hướng đến những khả năng đánh chắc, đánh an toàn và những mục tiêu mềm hơn như kiểu là con rồng.
Việc có được công trình khu vực đường dưới để giúp trên phía của PSG Talon tiếp tục.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, this game's just going to be decided at Soul. The Soul fight is going to be on the timer that I mentioned. The Sivir has 3 items, the Corki only has 2. So technically it's a fight that Secret Whales can win.
Nó khiến cho TSW ở trong giai đoạn này đang tương đối khó để tìm kiếm những nguồn sáng nhất định. Và mình Histo đây là người di chuyển ra đây để có thể phá từng con mắt.
They might even, I mean, like, so they might feel comfortable enough to hit this Otacon with Sivir having item advantage. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, they're hitting it. They just want to fight because Sivir has a good item spike right now. I don't think they know that Bard is vision. Now they know. Let's see. Orianna has TP. She's TPing in right now. This is basically all on Eddie. This is just what... Okay, Eddie just tanked a third of his health bar from the Otacon attack. This guy does not know how Otacon's attacks work. Okay, Bartle just got used. They're trying to turn on the Aatrox, and it is not working. Alright, nice. Good job, Eddie. We got hit by every single one of Otacon's attacks. Like, all of the attacks that are easily dodgeable, and then lost half of our health bar and got one shot. Big. Like, it's actually so crazy to me how many pro players get hit by Otacon's attacks. Like, you could dodge these attacks. Like, these attacks are dodgeable. Like, if you're a ranged champion hitting Otacon, you should take 0 damage from the Otacon because the auto attacks are single target. The swipe attack has like a dodgeable hitbox. And the balls are like extremely telegraphed, so I don't know. I feel like the fact that Eddie got hit by any of that is crazy to me. God, it's so annoying. I feel like Eddie always makes mistakes like this. In like every close game, I feel like he makes mistakes like this. It's really frustrating to watch.
Họ sẽ có thể nhắm vào những tình huống giao tranh này để tiếp tục nâng cấp thêm về lượng tiền. Chúng ta cái sự thua thiệt một cách rõ ràng đó nằm ở công trình. Bắt đầu với cái lượng tiền lợi tức khá lớn dựa trên số lượng công trình phá hủy được đến từ
Well, PSG have Infernal Soul. That's probably the end of the game. We lose game 1 for content, yeah. And then they're gonna lose game 2 and 3 for content as well. It's the 5-head play.
Với Histo lên con số gần 4.000 tiền rồi. Quá nhiều thứ như vậy không thể nào bên phía của CQ có thể giải quyết trong một sớm một chiều được. Và sẽ phải chờ tới những tình huống trao đổi mục tiêu trái cánh để hướng tới.
So PSG win against Gam was not a fluke. Oh, it definitely wasn't. I mean, like,
chỉ có thần lật kèo duy nhất dành cho bên phía CQ ở trong thời điểm
Gam
này.
just...
Còn nếu như chỉ đâm đầu vào giao tranh 5 năm với đối phương thì
like, based on how Gam played against Team Secret Whales, it really just feels like Gam wasn't going to beat anybody.
Talon đang bắt đầu nhắm vào những công trình sau khi họ sở hữu được bù lại Baron. Lính đường trên đang đẩy vào lính đường giữa đang áp lực vào một nền ban thông trong tay của Kasa. Đây là người tạo ra những vấn đề về mặt sát thương. Trụ đường trên nó sẽ bị phá hủy ngay lập tức và thôi, không có gì có thể cản được PSG Talon cả. Với bù lợi Baron, với bù lợi của con rồng lửa, PSG Talon lấy được trụ rất nhanh mà chả mất bất cứ một cái gì cả.
bắt buộc phải bỏ đi những công trình trụ tier 2 để có thể hướng đến việc phòng ngự những cái trụ bậc thềm đến từ bên phía của TSW.
Well, I don't know. This was a incredibly winnable game. It just feels like they threw it like 3 times almost.
Đó là một cái trụ 2 ở khu vực đường trên. Và cái trụ thứ 2 ở khu vực đường giữa tạm thời TSW vẫn có thể phòng ngự được, nhưng đây là một cái trụ cũng còn cực kỳ thấp máu nữa rồi. TSW từ cái thời điểm mà họ mất đi cái trụ 1 ở khu vực đường giữa, gần như là họ không thể kiểm soát được khu vực sông nữa, và điều đó khiến cho những cái bước di chuyển ra các cái hàng mục tiêu lớn của họ luôn luôn gấp phải những cái tình huống đánh chặn khó chịu đến từ bên phía của PSG, và bây giờ thêm một cái trụ 2 nữa đã nằm trong tay các thành viên của PSG rồi.
Đó là toàn bộ 6 trụ ngoài, chính xác là 5 thôi, còn một cái trụ đường giữa nó cũng sẽ nhanh chóng bị phá hủy đi với con xe lính được cương hóa bởi
Saw your vids and prefer to watch LCP instead of LPL, and you need some co-streamer to watch.
Chính xác là dành cho bên phía của PSG Talon để kết thúc lại một Baron Power Play với tiền đem về.
Hello.
Một Baron được tận dụng rất tốt đến từ.
I mean, there's not much left to commentate on this game. This game is over. Unless PSG like just have the worst throw of all time, this game is over. And it's like somebody could be like, oh well, PSG threw a 13k gold lead against CFO, but it's like the comp that PSG had against CFO where they threw that lead was like they should never have lost that game. Don't get me wrong. The fact that they lost that game is criminal, but like that comp at the very least is like harder to win with. Like this comp feels very easy to like at this point. I feel like PSG's comp is super easy to win with. It's like Pantheon can never die, Aatrox can never die.
Nhưng bây giờ với lợi thế đã quá lớn, đã cầm chắc trong tay thì PSG không có gì phải vội cả. Họ không cần thiết.
Whereas in their super big throw, they had like
nếu như cái cơ sở nó không phải là con số 100% thì họ sẽ không lao vào. Bởi vì thậm chí tôi nghĩ rằng cũng chẳng cần đến một
like Nidalee Varus, which are much easier champions to kill.
Và nếu như họ không đánh những tình huống 50-50 thì cái cơ sở để lật kèo đến từ bên phía của team Psychopathic nó càng ngày nó sẽ càng thấp. Đúng là khi đối mặt với những cái đội tuyển đến từ khu vực PSS cũ thì việc hạn chế sai lầm là điều cực kỳ quan trọng, bởi vì chỉ
now that said,
mà thôi. Các thành viên của đối phương
the Baron timer is kind of awkward. So maybe we get an Elder Flip. I mean, like even an Elder Flip wouldn't be good because Pantheon should always win Smite 50-50s with Q Smite. But who knows, if the Elder Dragon spawns and Karsa forgets how to play the game, then Secret Whales can win.
Bên phía TSW đồng ý lượng tiền của anh ta đang tốt, nhưng với từng này cấp độ thì rất khó để người ta có thể nhắm vào bất cứ một team nào.
Will I be saying if I change my mind from videos? I mean, like my mind's not going to be changed. Like in the breakdowns, I was like very careful not to mention who I thought was going to win between these two teams. Like I just tried to talk about their strengths and weaknesses as unbiasedly as I could. So that way the videos still hold up regardless of who wins.
Và gần hơn là con Baron tiếp theo của ván thi đấu này. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là nếu như PSG tự tin, họ có thể kiểm soát được 2 mũi tên này cùng một lúc trước khi kết thúc ván thi đấu này mà thôi. Và Secret Whale cũng đang rất khó khăn. Họ chỉ đang có một điểm sáng duy nhất là SD nhỉnh hơn tiền so với xạ thủ đối phương. Nhưng rõ ràng chúng ta đã thấy ở rất nhiều tình huống giao tranh từ đầu ván đấu cho tới bây giờ, SD kể cả có tốc biến hay chăng nữa thì anh ta cũng luôn luôn bị áp sát bởi vị trí của Kasa với con Panther.
Yeah, I don't know. That's really like the only angle is that winning games against Sivir is hard because their wave clear is really good. And the Baron timer is not that separate from the Elder timer, so there's not really a window for PSG to like get the Baron and then try to push. Where am I from? The US. Sivir still only has 4 kills and somehow PSG have soul. Yeah, we don't have to talk about it. It's fine. Hero to please start next game. I don't know why they didn't start him in game 1. Like he looked really good against Gam. I feel like you just play him now. It's weird that they didn't.
Họ sẽ không đưa mình vào tư thế 50-50. Họ được quyền kiểm soát bản đồ dựa trên cơ số trụ mà họ đã sở hữu được ở trong giai đoạn trước đó. Chính vì vậy, Psychopathic mới đội sẽ cần phải tìm kiếm cơ hội. Đằng sau lại chưa tìm kiếm ta kia, ta bổ một không thành công. Cảnh bên sao trời sắp.
Alright, let's see. Eddie got flash blown already. Let's see if he has any damage. I mean, like he's like kind of doing damage to the Aatrox. Let's see if he can get Pantheon's GA here. He got Pantheon's GA. I don't know, it looks pretty unplayable to me. Sivir does not do enough damage. Whoa, Woody. Okay, I feel like Woody should have died there. Oh, okay, well he does die there. Yeah, I mean, like if PSG play this right, then Karsa just... Oh, let's see. Yeah, no, he's dead. Okay.
Có thể sẽ kết thúc ván đấu luôn ở đây đến từ bên phía của PSG Talon khi đó đã làm một pha quét sạch rồi.
I mean, I don't know. They're like 10k down, right? I feel like maybe if I had like one thing to say about that, maybe I don't think Eddie should have flashed there. Like on the spot that he did, maybe if he clicked barrier in that spot instead, and then just walked it out, he would have been fine, and he could have saved flash to play more aggressively later.
Để có thể phòng ngự được khu vực giữa, nhưng có vẻ là con Nico này cũng sẽ không thể nào kìm chân Oriana quá lâu được.
This is pretty expected though. They're saving him for Heroes Sunday, yeah. I forgot. Well, guess what, Secret Rose, you're not making it to Sunday if you don't put him in, so...
Baron sẽ dành cho phía PSG Talon bởi vì không có một sự khống chế hoặc một sự chống cự nào của TSW cả. Họ có tất cả những gì mạnh nhất trên bản đồ: rồng lửa, rồng ngàn tuổi và bù lại Baron. Giờ cái cần của họ là thời gian bao lâu để họ có thể kết thúc được ván thi đấu này mà thôi. Tất cả mọi thứ đều đang ủng hộ họ, từ kinh tế, từ môi trường tự nhiên và quan trọng hơn hết những đôi giày vinh quang mà họ đã có được. Và tôi đang nhìn thấy được lượng trang bị trong tay Copy.
Honestly, I kind of wonder, like after listening to Eddie talk, like in post game, like in the back room when he's like talking to his teammates, does Eddie know that he's the reason why his team are losing these games, or does he just like think he's playing fine? Like, do you think Eddie's sitting there like, I'm the only one who had to lead this game, can't carry my team too heavy, and it's like, yeah, but it's okay. It does make me wonder sometimes, you know.
Là thời điểm tối thượng của PSG vẫn sẽ còn tồn tại trong 1 phút tiếp theo. Bây giờ họ bắt đầu tràn vào với A trừ một cánh, 3 thành viên còn lại một cánh. Casa sẽ muốn tiếp cận với cú chơi sập của anh ta, chiêu cuối đã hụt bởi vì đó là chiêu cuối của Pool được đổi ngược trở lại mà thôi. Hai nhà lính sẽ mất đi. Mapo đang điều những quả cầu cực kỳ là khó chịu và áp lực. Taki bị kéo về, phải đầu tư đai lưng để có thể rút lui. Nhưng những công trình của bên phía Square đang tan dần và họ sẽ phải cố gắng làm một điều gì đó trước khi nằm xuống ở trong ván đấu này. Petty bắn không ngừng nghỉ, Pool không trâu đến như vậy. A trừ thì cực kỳ khỏe, bên phía kia Taki yếu máu lắm rồi và cái trụ 2 bảo vệ chính cũng sẽ mất đi mà thôi. Chiêu cuối mở ra đến từ vị trí của đài để dọn lính. Bên này Histo đã về dạng ra thiên thần, Pool yếu máu, Pool nằm xuống, mạng dành cho vị trí của xạ thủ Betty và sau đó là tan vỡ hoàn toàn. PSG sẽ có một pha quét vốn trước khi kết thúc ván đấu này và có thể là quét sạch nếu như đài không giữ được mạng của
Well, that was certainly a game of League of Legends.
Vươn lên nhất định đến từ bên phía TSW trong giai đoạn ban đầu. Họ là đội tuyển đánh tốt hơn ở giai đoạn early, nhưng chỉ sau một
Damn, Karsa was fucking out of there. He like stood up and just walked off like 15 seconds before anybody else did. Alright, so lesson learned, I guess.
Quẩy được, khi Casa quẩy được thì tất cả mọi thứ gần như khép lại dành phía của team Secret. Và quan trọng hết ở trong pha giao tranh tiếp theo nữa thì mọi thứ gần như là hoàn toàn thua cho team Secret, đúng 2 pha giao tranh đó thôi. Kết thúc luôn. Đó là sức kinh nghiệm.
Alright, well, let me see. I guess I can like
đã quay trở lại phong độ họ là Casa là Babo và trong ván đấu này chúng ta có thêm
like the biggest issue with this game was that they won a fight, right? Like they fight around grubs, they win the fight. Life is good, Sivir is 1k up, right? Then they're gonna make another play here, and Sivir is now like she's gonna be like 1.5k up or something, right? But the problem is that she only has Essence Reaver. And like even when I was like watching the game in the moment, I didn't really realize this was an issue, but it's like 5 minutes, like immediately after they threw, it became like pretty obvious to me. It's like the Sivir only has Essence Reaver, and Essence Reaver is like Essence Reaver exists so that way Sivir can permanently press W and Q on waves and not run out of mana, so that way she can like keep on clearing wave, right? Is like the purpose of Essence Reaver. Like, it's not really a combat item. Like, you're not really supposed to fight with this item. And then so the way that you would normally leverage a lead like this is that you would say like, okay, our Sivir is 1.1k gold up on the Corki. That means that, and like players usually get like what, 400 to 500 gold a minute or something. Like, we'll just say 400 gold a minute. So that means that there's a 3-minute timer where our Sivir will have 2 items and the Corki will only have 1 item. And then so if we fight on those timers, we should win. Is like how the mindset goes, right? Is that it's like you're trying to play around item spikes. But then they end up like going for what was it? Dragon fight, I think. They try to fight dragon. Yeah, so dragon is spawning. And then so it's like Secret Whales, they're thinking like, okay, we fight this because we're... Well, actually, okay, so this fight goes well too. Like, this fight goes really well. Karsa goes in, steals it, and then Secret Whales win the fight, I think. Yeah, so this fight like also goes well. It's the Herald fight. So let me just, okay, look at the item spikes on this Herald fight. So yeah, like right now Ori and Sion aren't here, so it's like 4v4. Secret Whales, they're trying to fight because they're like, we have a massive lead, so we can win the fight. But it's like, where is their lead, really? They don't have a lead. Like, Aatrox, Sion are both on 1 item. Sion's not in this fight, so that doesn't really count. Pantheon and Jarvan are both at 1 item, so they're at the same spike. Orianna and Aurora both have 1 item. Corki and Sivir both have 1 item. So it's like, there really isn't an advantage. I don't know. It's like you have a 3k gold lead, but it's like, well, or I guess like a 2.5k gold lead, but it's like the gold lead doesn't mean anything yet because you haven't actually gotten any item spikes. So you're just fighting raw, and it's like, at this point in the game, like what I was saying is that I feel like PSG should win all of the early fights, and so I was kind of surprised that Secret Whales got ahead. But it's like, it's still the same idea where it's like PSG just have stronger early game champions. Like early game Pantheon, white item Corki, like Orianna with Shockwave is like pretty strong on this timer. Like Aatrox to Sundered Sky is like really hard to kill on this timer. So it's like these champions are really strong on their white item spikes. And then Secret Whales, it's like their comp starts getting strong when the Sivir is fed. But right now the Sivir, with her 1.5k gold lead, is just up a BF sword. It's like, that's not like an actual power spike. And I mean, like, they play the fight badly as well. Like, they don't play this fight well. But like, if you look at the Sivir in the fight, like, okay, I think this Jarvan ult is bad. But if we ignore that, just like, look at how much damage this Sivir does in the fight. So just watch the Sivir with the Essence Reaver spike. So she's up 1.5k gold, right? She's hitting the Aatrox, she's done 0 damage. She's still trying to get through the Aatrox. She's still trying to get through the Aatrox. She's still trying to get through the Aatrox. And she dies before she kills the Aatrox. It's like, this is like just, it's the fact that Sivir doesn't do damage on Essence Reaver, so she doesn't have the damage to get through their front line, so it's like hard for them to win the fight. I don't know, like, I think that's like the main problem, is that they just like didn't play around there. Like, I don't care that Pun was late. Like, it doesn't matter that Pun was late. Like, at the end of the day, it's just that, like, this is, like, a fundamental issue that the team needs to start playing around more. Is, like, knowing, like, okay, when do we fight? Like, how can we fight? Like, okay, we're in a game, and our mid laner got 2 kills. And is still even in CS, which means that our mid laner is 600 gold up, which means that we're going to have a 1.5 minute timer where our mid laner is up a completed item over the enemy mid laner. So that's a timer where we can fight. And then so if there are any objectives that spawn during that window, then we can play hard for that objective. And if the enemy team fights us, they'll lose. It's like, that's like the type of mindset that you gotta have. Just feels like Secret Whales weren't thinking about that. It's like, I'm pretty sure they fight again. Don't they fight again? Or am I just misremembering? Oh yeah, they literally fight again. Look at this. They're fighting again over the 3rd dragon, but the Sivir still doesn't have 2 items. Like okay, let's contrast this, okay? So the Pantheon has a 1.5k gold lead, and the Sivir has a 1.5k gold lead. So why are Secret Whales not favored in this fight? It's because the Pantheon, with his gold lead, he has 2 items. He's up an item on the Jarvan. Whereas the Sivir, with her gold lead, she still doesn't have an Infinity Edge. Like, she's still sitting on a BF Sword and a Crit Cloak. So, in terms of, like, effective items on the map, she's not that much stronger than Corki, especially because, like, Trinity Force is, like, a massive spike for Corki, right? This is when Corki's at his strongest, is when he's at, like, his 1-item spike and his 2-item spike, or when he's at his strongest. So it's like the Corki is still pretty strong here. The Sivir's not that much stronger than him, if at all, because she's sitting on Essence Reaver. So her gold lead doesn't really matter. Whereas, like, the Pantheon's gold lead is, like, a disgusting gold lead, because, like, you just have a completed Black Cleaver. You have a Corki Aatrox on your team, and you have a completed Black Cleaver. So it's like the Pantheon is, like, he's unkillable, and he's, like, shredding everybody's armor for the rest of his team. So it's just like the Pantheon is so much more useful than the Sivir here. And again, like, they don't play the fight amazingly, right? Like, Taki tries to Rocket Belt out of the Bartle, fails. So then he's gonna end up not getting an ult off here. Like, he's gonna die before he presses R, which is obviously really bad. But again, just, like, watch how much damage the Sivir does here. So she's right here. So she's trying to hit the Pantheon. She's still trying to hit the Pantheon. Now she's getting, like, zoned out because they've identified that they lost the fight. And it's like, okay, so our carry doesn't do damage because they don't have an item spike. So we lose the fight. And so it's like, okay, so what would have been a better way to play around this? Well, if you hadn't fought the Rift Herald and lost the Herald fight, and instead Sivir was farming on a side wave, like, if, like, let's say, for example, that, like, you just say, like, okay, like, maybe you can, like, hover around the Rift Herald area and look for something that, like, might be good if somebody on PSG missed positions, instead of playing it the way that Histo did, where he just kind of, like, went in to start any fight because they were like, we have a lead, we need to start any fight. It's like, if you, like, fish around for a good angle and you don't find anything, and then, like, you end up conceding the Herald and then Sivir is just farming, it's like, yeah, you lose the Herald, but then with the gold that Sivir would have gotten from just farming, she would have had 2 items on this timer, and then you can fight the 3rd dragon and then probably win because your Sivir is really strong, and that's, like, where your entire lead is. So I don't know. It feels like a lot of avoidable stuff. I don't think Secret Rails needed to lose that game. Like, you can point out a lot of issues that, or, like, a lot of mistakes that they made. Like, yeah, Putin didn't show up to that one fight on time, and Taki, like, shouldn't have gotten hit by the Bartle there, and like, on the Elder fight, it's like, I don't know, Eddie shouldn't have flashed, maybe he should have just barriered instead of flashing, and then maybe he could have done more damage there. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's like the reason why, like, the fundamental reason why there was any chance that they could have lost was just because they, like, weren't identifying their item spikes correctly, I don't think.
Vâng, và rõ ràng các bạn đang có mặt ở tại nhà thi đấu Cung Tiên Sơn, Đà Nẵng. Tôi thấy có một vài bạn đang khá là lo. Tôi đang khá là lo với một vài bạn kiểu khuôn mặt mệt mỏi. Nhưng không, đó là nét đẹp của thể thao điện tử, phải có một tí thở oxy, đúng không? Đúng vậy. Ngày hôm nay tôi đã bảo rồi là tôi đã xin lỗi các bạn.
Which honestly isn't really a problem that I've seen from this team before. Like, maybe it's something that they've had issues with all split, but it's not something I've noticed until, like, just now.
Đặc biệt khi mà họ đã clear đi được khá là nhiều tướng tủ của bên phía PSG Talon rồi. Trong khi đó những sự lựa chọn dị thì vẫn là một cái thương hiệu đến từ bên phía team Secret Rail. Họ còn rất nhiều tướng để có thể đem ra. Đặc biệt là Histo vẫn còn đó, những con Viego hay là Niali mà. Rõ ràng là cái câu chuyện mà cấm và chọn lạ thì nó không phải là vấn đề đối với Secret. Nhưng cái cách vận hành và khi mà họ bị say máu quá nó sẽ để ra khá là nhiều lỗ hổng ở ván chiến đấu đầu tiên là một ví dụ, đúng không?
Secret Rails don't follow KT footsteps. I mean, that's like the one silver lining, right? Is if Secret Whales, like, totally just shit the bed today, like, they're still at Worlds, they already qualified. They did the dirty work. Ew, why does this guy's Team Secret jersey have a kick sponsor on it? That's gross.
và họ sẵn sàng có thể bắt được bất kỳ một cái lỗ hổng nào trong những cái cơ hội vận hành chiến thuật, từ đó họ trừng phạt những cái sai lầm của TSW để có thể có được những cái lợi thế ở trong khoảng thời gian giữa của
Was Team Secret sponsored by Kick? Was that a thing?
quá nhiều những cái kinh nghiệm để có thể snowball ván đấu đó một cách chắc tay nhất có thể. Đó là điều mà PSG Tao Long làm tốt nhất.
Nếu như nói về cái kiểu chơi nó giống như bóng đá thì đây là lối chơi ru ngủ đối phương khi mình có lợi thế. Lối chơi kiểm soát bóng.
Okay, yeah. Team Secret enters partnership with Kick and Stake. So did they keep it or is it over? Like when they merged into Secret Wales, did they keep the partnership or no?
Là chọc khe và ghi bàn. Thì đó là cái cách mà Talon đã làm. Tại vì Secret họ bỏ lính, họ di chuyển, họ ép giao tranh, Talon cắm mắt lùi lại. Và đến một thời điểm mà tiền nó bắt đầu là chênh nhiều. Và Secret bắt đầu phải đi
Because like low key, Kick is like kind of a gross platform.
Thì lúc đó PSG tăng tốc bằng cách mở giao tranh. Nhưng mà đấy cũng là một cái lợi thế của đến từ bên phía PSG. Họ có một cái bài vở rõ ràng và thực ra với những cái kinh nghiệm của
I mean, it doesn't look like it. I don't see any Kick logos on their current jerseys.
Họ bị dẫn trước
I
rất
don't
là
think.
nhiều, nhưng với Oriana và Pantheon họ biết rằng những cái pha giao tranh sau đó khi mà đã có khoảng 2 đồ ấy thì bọn họ vẫn là một bộ đôi rất là mạnh và có thể cô lập được một mục tiêu.
But okay.
Cứ làm choáng ai là bạn xoáy.
L jersey from that one fan then.
Đã nhìn thấy là Hero đã xuất hiện. Hero đã thay vào.
God, I can't imagine supporting a team who has a sponsorship with Kick and Stake. That's crazy.
Đứng chung với các thành viên của Secret, tôi có hỏi Hero, hôm nay tỷ số bao nhiêu em? 3-0 anh ạ. Thì coi như bây giờ game mới bắt đầu. Khi mà Hero được thay vào sân. Thực ra cái kiểu chơi của Secret ở thời điểm hiện tại.
I mean, based on what I looked up, it seemed like the main sponsor came from like a Valorant team or something, or was it like a CS team? I don't even know. But it wasn't their league team. Like their league team wasn't the ones who like initiated the sponsorship.
Không, con đó farm đường trên không được anh ạ. Vào cái thế 2/3 là đi đấy, lao lên đánh từ đầu tới cuối đấy.
Vậy là sau khi thất bại trong ván đấu đầu tiên thì Team Secret Wales họ được quyền chọn bên và họ chọn đội xanh ở trong ván đấu này. Họ sẽ có khá là nhiều những cái ưu tiên. Vậy thì chúng ta
Alright, Secret Wales blue side. You know, wait, do I still have that tier list lying around somewhere? Is this it?
Và câu hỏi bây giờ là
Oh, it is. Okay, let me just throw this onto my second monitor.
Lần này là thả Asia để lấy luôn. Không, tôi đang cảm nhận họ muốn lấy Wukong. Tại vì ván trước bị cấm một cặp đó là Annie Wukong. Nhưng mà Secret
Yeah, I made like a little
họ không có con Annie. Nên ván thi đấu
Fearless. This is like 25-17. These are like all the champions I saw in Fearless. So for keeping track of like what champions are still playable and which ones aren't. I low-key forgot that I did that. Okay, so what's out? So what are the strongest picks right now that they could look to try to first pick on blue side? There's like Rumble is up, Kiana and Wukong. I do not trust Dire on Azir or Talia at all. So what are we looking at? So their draft trios, this game would probably be like a Wukong Annie, a Kiana Annie, Rumble Vi, Rumble Kiana Annie could be decent. I think they could play like Kaiser Yunara are so strong. Honestly, there really aren't that many support picks or anything left that are super OP that you need to prioritize. Winner here goes to Worlds now, but both teams are already at Worlds. It's just we're determining who the third seed is right now. So one of these teams are going to be the third seed, and the other team is going to grand finals. Rammus support is so OP. Well, buddy, if you think that Rammus support is OP, you should have seen when Doggo locked in Rammus AD carry in the LPL. That was a classic. They played Rammus Yumi and got destroyed. Alright, so let's see. Azir Talia banned, I think that's fine. I don't necessarily think that Maple is that good at Azir, but, you know, it's an OP pick, so sure. PSG are banning Nocturne and Annie. So, at this point, we're looking at, like, Ryze would be Dire's pick here. Yeah, probably Ryze. It's like either Ryze or Ahri would be what Dyer has left.
giành trước cái tướng ở đường giữa. Anh có suy nghĩ về
So we could see like a Vi Ari, or we could see...
của Secret Whale không? Nếu mà Secret Whale lấy Wukong ấy thì bên kia sẽ đáp lại bằng Vi. Như vậy là họ sẽ lấy được Vi.
I don't know. I would be down for a Kiana first pick, I think.
Còn có thêm nữa là con Abessa nữa. Tại vì thời điểm hiện tại
It's like what? Kiana first pick, Rumble first pick,
thì Vi thôi.
Vi first pick, or Rise first pick. I think that's what you're looking at here.
Cho Secret Whale cùng với cả PSG, hoặc là chọn Rise trước được. Rise khá là an toàn.
Let's see. So there's Rumble. I think once you have Rumble, it's like now you're looking at going Kiana or Vi would be the main champions that you're looking to pair the Rumble with. So that way you can get Rumble some setup.
Thành công trong cặp trận mà họ đụng độ với Gam Esports.
Chúng ta phải nhìn một tí con Rumble này đi hợp với những đội hình nào. Có thể sẽ là những đội hình có khả năng giao tranh từ 4 đến giao tranh tổng.
Like I think that like Rumble, Vi, Ari could be okay. Something that I don't want to see, that I like really don't want to see would be Rumble, Trundle, Rise. I feel like Rumble, Trundle, Rise would be terrible. So I hope that they don't go with that. But I would be down for like any iteration of like Kiana Rise, Kiana Ari.
Tôi đang nghĩ là Kasa có thể lấy Trundle luôn.
I don't even know what else Dyer plays. Like the other mid laners that are strong are like Silas, Yone, Akali, Victor, Cassio, but like I don't really think Dyer plays those champions. Let's see, PSG have Yunara, Ornn. Okay. So I mean the Kai'Sa's up. I think you could go like Vi Kai'Sa. Then you have like a little bit of a dive comp going on. Might not be terrible. I still think that Kiana looks pretty good here. There's the Kai'Sa. So I think you go jungle here. It's like you either go Kiana or Vi. And please no Trundle. I know that they have an Ornn, but please don't go Trundle. I feel like Trundle is like... I feel like Trundle doesn't work very well with Rumble. Like, there's nothing to set up good equalizers. But definitely go jungle here, because if they get to use those last two bans on junglers... Alright, so that's... Okay, it's technically... Alright, listen, hear me out. It's a flex pick, alright? There were Histo played a game of Silas Jungle earlier this year, and it was like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. But technically, it's a flex pick. Oh my gosh. I don't like it. Like, if PSG ban Kiana Vi, what do you play here?
Dành cho Woody. Về mặt lý thuyết thì Sylas lấy chiêu cuối của Poppy cũng được, nhưng mà nó không phải là...
I don't know, let's see what they go with.
Sylas lấy lắm. Tại vì nếu như bạn lấy chiêu cuối Rakan, bạn lướt lên bạn khiêu khích được. Bạn lấy chiêu cuối Reo lướt lên Gom, nó cũng gây được lượng sát thương khá.
And then support picks, I mean, like we're looking at like Alistar, Nautilus, Braum, Rakan, and stuff like this. There's Alistar ban.
Họ sẽ phải cân nhắc kỹ.
Và PSG quyết định rằng giảm cái sức ảnh hưởng của cặp đôi đường dưới với một quyết định cấm Alistar.
I love this. Silas AD? I sure hope not. Oh, let me move my...
Bổ sung cho đội hình này rất tốt bên phía cho TSW.
Forgot to do that.
Bên phía của PSG họ sẽ không dám bích Alistar tại vì họ thấy Sylas. Và chúng ta đã có Sylas rồi, chúng ta bích Alistar rất dễ. Và PSG đọc được điều đó ở thời điểm hiện tại của Rakan và Nautilus để xem thử là hai bên sẽ chọn cái gì.
Braum ban as well. Interesting. I don't think I would have been too worried about Braum ban. I mean, like, if they go Braum, you can go Rakan. There's a Nautilus ban, so a lot of the kind of dive champions that would work with Kai'Sa are out. I don't think it's a great Leona game. Like, Yunara has mobility. They haven't picked mid yet, so they can still pick a mid laner with mobility, so Leona seems tough, maybe. What else even is there? There's like Rel. You go Kai'Sa, Rel. Rel into Poppy is really hard though. God, are we getting into like Elise territory or some shit? Like, the problem is that I don't know, I just think that Leona and Rel are really hard here. But it's like, I don't know what you go. It's like Elise, Blitzcrank, but it's like Blitzcrank's not that good.
đang có
Like, I feel like Elise would be good, but it's just, I don't think it's something Taki would ever actually play.
PSG thì chúng ta có Poppy vẫn là flexible pick, còn TSW thì Silas vẫn là một flexible pick.
Let's see. I don't know, support pool seems really pinched right now.
Dành cho PSG, nhưng cái câu chuyện Victor đi đường giữa sẽ rất dễ bị ganh. Liệu
Oh, it's the Trundle. No.
Silas này, thật ra các giải đấu khác.
Like, I feel like you still... Okay, if you wanted to put the Silas mid, I still feel like you could have maybe salvaged it by going Xin Zhao jungle. But it's like, I mean, like, okay, so the reason why they're picking Trundle is because it's good into Poppy and it's good into Ornn. So, it makes those two champions' lives hard. But I just don't see the value of first picking Rumble if you're not going to pick any champions that work well with Rumble at all. Like, it just feels weird. Like, this Rumble is just kind of isolated. He has nothing to do in this game.
Đây là những vị tướng mà chúng ta đã đoán từ đầu rồi, dành cho đội hình bên phía của Psychopathic chắc là lờ từ 4 Silas thôi ha. Còn ngược lại bên phía bên kia họ cũng biết ý đồ. Đúng là tôi cấm chọn như thế.
Alright, now we get to see if it's Poppy jungle or Poppy support. I think you go Poppy support. You don't want to play Poppy jungle into a Trundle. What jungle options are there? You could go like Vi maybe. Lee Sin? I mean, it's a Karsa classic. I don't know. I kind of hate Secret Whale's draft here. I am not a fan. I mean, okay, there's a chance that maybe Trundle is just 1v9. Because enemy team has two champions that are bad into Trundle. Maybe Trundle's just like too tanky, but I'm not a believer.
Và vị tướng Lee Sin này thì TSW đương nhiên là sẽ phải dành rất là nhiều sự tập trung.
I just like they had a lot of opportunities to pick champions around the Rumble. Like they first picked the Rumble, and on their 2-3, like Vi was still up, Kiana was still up. So they had junglers that they could have paired with it, and they just ended up with Trundle. And like no actual CC. It's like technically they have Rakan, but Rakan is more of like a follow-up engage. He's not supposed to like hard commit onto multiple people for like a wombo combo. It's not really his role. Do I understand the Vietnamese cast? Nope. But I usually just, I don't know, I like the vibes of listening to domestic casts. It's just like, always feels more hype. Like to watch the Korean cast when I'm watching the LCK, or like a Mandarin cast when I'm watching the LPL. Like, I don't know, just feels like I get more of the atmosphere, you know?
Và để xem ở ván đấu thứ hai này tỷ số có được cân bằng với một đều hay không đây. Chắc chắn thì tất cả đội ngũ bình luận bọn mình và cả bạn khán giả đang có mặt ở khu vực Tiên Sơn đều đang mong chờ một cái tỷ số 1 đều có thể gỡ hòa được đến từ TSW để chúng ta hướng tới ván 3 với tâm lý thoải mái hơn và để xem trong một trận đấu mà cảm giác như PSG họ cũng đã nới lỏng hơn.
Alright, well, let's see. Well, ignoring the fact that I don't really like the pick order from Secret Whales, they're pretty happy top. It's a losing mid matchup. I'm not really sure how bot is going to look, although I would have to imagine that it's got to be Yunara Poppy favored. Because Yunara's level 1 is stronger, so they should get pushed early. I don't know, maybe the draft isn't as bad as I think it is. I really hated the order that they picked their champions, but maybe when the dust settles it's not actually that terrible.
Đường dưới của team Secret Whale sẽ di chuyển ra đường trước. Họ không cần phải giúp dừng, tương tự là bộ đôi đến từ bên phía của PSG. Lợi thế chiếm bụi đang có dành chỗ đi, anh ta hoàn toàn có thể sử dụng nội tại của mình để có thể lấy đi một chút xíu máu quét đi cùng với Taki, nhưng không. Con mắt đó thì được cắm vào trong bụi rồi và sẽ không gì nguy hiểm cả. Vẫn sẽ là một quá trình đi đường thoải mái thôi, nhưng ở trong rừng thì đúng như vị trí của Khải vừa chia sẻ, với chất tướng Trundle thì rất tự tin đến từ trụ Hito vào tranh chấp và cố gắng lấy đi nhiều nhất những cái con chim trong bãi chim của Casa, nhưng cũng không thành công khi mà Casa đã trừng phạt được con chim lớn nhất rồi. Còn quay trở lại đường dưới thì vẫn đang ở lại máu một chút đến từ cặp đôi của PSG, khi mà Betty là người đang đầy máu nhất, trong khi bên kia thì Eddie đã mất đi một lượng máu tương đối lớn.
Not a bad try for an invade. You think you can Q smite because Lee Sin probably is never starting Q.
Thì bộ đôi bên phía TSW cũng đã có cấp độ 2 và vẫn chỉ là một tốc độ
didn't work out. I mean, like Lee Sin ended up getting the big raptor. It's fine.
Ngay khi nhìn thấy có một thể lính đẩy thì bên phía đội PSG đang muốn bước lên chào đổi và Secret Whale muốn có một tình huống phản
Okay, Betty just popped a ghost.
Cho mình hồi máu trong tình huống vừa rồi. Nhưng bên phía đội PSG cực kỳ tỉnh
táo. It's not bad. Heal for ghost or heal for heal and ghost. So Sure, that's fine.
Tiếp tục cố gắng hoàn thành sớm vòng rừng và cả hai người chơi đi rừng thì đều đang xuất hiện tại mảng dưới nhưng khả năng cao sẽ không có tình huống canh sớm nào đâu. Đài bước lên trao đổi.
Is this Dyer's first time playing Silas this split? I think it might be Dyer's first time playing Silas. How did Secret Rails look first game? They hard won early game and then threw the game by like overfighting on like 3 objectives. And then they lost.
Làm chậm nhịp pha của Victor, làm chậm nhịp tích những cái điểm nội tại đến từ con bài này. Trong đó thì Silas thì có cấp độ 6, áp lực để có thể solo kill sẽ rất lớn, đặc biệt khi có thêm sự kêu gọi đến từ Histo nữa. Vòng rừng của hai bên.
Also, Rave said it's really funny, just like when I open Dom's stream and I just see you talking there.
Chưa về. Bên phía kia thì Kasa đã có được một thanh trường kiếm, một mắt kiểm soát, vẫn giữ cái bình máu của mình. Và ta đang muốn hướng xuống cánh dưới để tiếp cận với con cua. Histo đang không đọc được điều đó.
Random Twitch viewer spotted in the wild.
Đánh lên cánh trên. Và anh ta vẫn đang dình ở bãi bùa đỏ.
Do I think Histo could be the next best VCS jungler?
Hơi nhiều thời gian thì phải Histo không thực sự đoán được ý
Yes.
đồ đến từ Kasa bên phía kia. Và anh ta quyết định là sẽ cướp bãi đá trước và cân nhắc cho tình huống tiếp theo.
Like, it was supposed to be BJ, but like BJ is obviously banned. Well, I don't think he's banned. He's like suspended for 3 years or something, right? Which is like basically the end of his career anyway.
Chỉ là có thể quay ven bùa đỏ đến từ vị trí của Hito luôn. Ở đường trên thì Archer vẫn khá nhiều máu nên
But I can't really think of anybody else. Like, I don't think that Guri is that promising.
Kasa đang bắt đường dưới đây và lượng máu của Taki Eddie đang khá nguy hiểm nha. Có dịch chuyển đến từ trụ của Mabel và thực hiện một tiếng băng trụ với 4 người. Taki Eddie sẽ thật là tỉnh táo trong tình huống này. Đang quăng rút lui.
Let's see. Ooh, that was
và không có nguy hiểm nào cho Taki Eddie.
That was that was a Lee Sin Q of all time. Best VCS jungler is SOFM. Best Vietnamese jungler is SOFM, but the best VCS jungler is definitely Levi. Levi has like 10 billion VCS titles.
Nhưng liệu chúng ta có bị đe dọa bởi Kasa thêm một lần nữa hay không đây? Rất nhiều những cú ping thẳng vào vị trí Kasa và rõ ràng là ý đồ ganh của Kasa đã bị nắm bắt. Dai sẽ không thể nào gặp nguy hiểm trong pha này được.
It's like kind of the same thing where it's like, okay, Fofo is a better mid laner than Maple. Like his all-time prime is higher. He has better mechanics. He is like I don't know. He's just a better player. But it's like nobody's saying that Fofo is the greatest PCS mid laner of all time or anything, because like Maple's the one who's won all the trophies. Fofo spent all like most of his career playing in the LPL and stuff. So
Và đó có thể là lợi thế để cho Histo tự tin hơn trong những tình huống cạnh tranh mục tiêu tiếp theo.
Ít nhất thì dặn đi đường đang có lợi dành cho Tiết Đúc, đặc biệt là ở cánh trên khi mà cả vị trí đi rừng cũng như là Hero
Levi's been farming titles in the VCS, but he's been disappointing for years.
Với Hito là
I think the only reason why he's been quote unquote disappointing is because I feel like the VCS always like have their expectations set too high. Like, I remember when I was making Worlds and MSI breakdowns in like 2023, that the Vietnamese teams were always trying to tell me, they were like, no, our team is going to be really, really good this year. Like, they're going to do super well at international tournament. Like, they always tried to convince me that their teams were like destined to make it out of groups or like not get knocked out immediately and stuff. And it's like, I feel like if the expectation, because like in the West, Levi's actually viewed as an overperformer, because like the West views the VCS as a weak region, and then so whenever GAM just like randomly managed to upset a team, or when they made it to Swiss that one time, like when they got out of play-ins, it was like the West perspective was like, holy shit, I can't believe they actually got past the first portion of the tournament. But then it's like, I always feel like Vietnam views it as like, oh man, we should have gotten further. This is such a big disappointment. Like, the problem is that, like, who is Levi supposed to improve against? I don't know. It's like there was no real competition for a while. And then the instant that you did start getting promising competition, most of them just got banned from the match fixing scandal. It's like the VCS never really had a chance. And it's like only now that we're starting to get new players in, Like,
Trong khi đó thì
his toe, Dyer, maybe Chica will be good, I don't know, haven't seen him play. It's like Su Long is also a rookie, it's like we're finally starting to get a new wave of Vietnamese players in, and now maybe the VCS can start to recover again. But it's like, they were making progress before, and then their progress just got shot down when everybody got banned, basically. Alright, let's see what's going on here. His toe, okay, so his toe, like, he flashed in to take the Scuttle Crab because he was going to get level 6 off of it, so he was thinking if he flashes in and gets level 6, he can ult somebody and survive, but he just died too fast. That's a little bit of a yikes. Like, I can see the angle from Secret Whales, like, I understand why they fought it, but it's... Just didn't end up going well.
Để kiểm soát tầm nhìn cánh dưới thì đúng là Secret vẫn có được con cua và
Levi has highest peak.
Nhưng đánh đổi lại,
I mean, SOFM just has highest peak, right?
chiến tích xung đột dành cho bên phía của PSG Talon và đặc biệt nguy hiểm với hai mạ gục nó dành cho xạ thủ bên
I don't think Levi ever did anything that was anywhere close to what SOFM looked like in 2020. Because like, what would you say Levi's peak was? Like 2017?
Có thể thất bại ở khu vực hàng rồng thì cũng lập tức là quay trở lại với cả hàng sâu và hoàn thiện được 3 con sâu rất nhanh từ Hito cũng như là vị trí của Hero, phần nào đó gỡ lại được những cái mất mát ở trong pha giao tranh trước đó.
Và tại khu vực đường trên thì Hero vẫn đang tiếp tục duy trì cái thế đẩy cũng như là lợi thế vị trí số lính.
But like in 2017, I thought that Levi was like, he was like good, but I never really considered him to be like a top tier jungler or anything.
Còn con rồng thì bên phía đội PSG cũng chưa ăn được. Sẽ sớm biết Casa đang ở trong cầm rừng của bên phía đội team Secret Whale và Taki cũng đang xuất hiện. Một tình huống sử dụng không thể lay chuyển sớm. Đây là tiền đề để cho bên phía đội Secret Whale quay vào. Nhưng chúng ta đánh giá rằng đây là một vị trí khá là với và sức mạnh đến từ Maple cũng là cực kỳ ấn tượng sau khi máy
As a Gam fan, you were sad, but then the Asian Invitational was announced. Is that what it's called? The Asian Invitational, or is it like?
Đó sẽ là những điều khiến cho bên phía của Secret Whale phải cân nhắc kỹ lưỡng trước khi họ muốn một lần nữa nhìn phía giao tranh ở hàng rồng. Nhưng từ đã SD đang muốn
Yeah, the Asia Invitational, that's what it's called.
Hơi bóp nhau một chút đến từ bộ đội đường dưới của PSG, nhưng không sao cả.
Yeah, see, the problem is that I feel like Gam and Vikings are gonna get destroyed in that tournament. I don't know, it's like we're gonna have like the Vikings versus like JDG. That doesn't sound very good in my head.
Có vẻ như vẫn sẽ rút về được thôi, nhưng cái sát thương mà PSG gây ra thì hiện tại đang là tương đối đáng gờm. Khi mà chỉ một vài hit đánh tay thôi thì đã khiến cho cả Taki lẫn Eddie đều rơi vào những ngưỡng máu không mấy thoải mái. Tuy nhiên thì cũng chỉ dừng lại ở đây và sẽ lúc mà
yeah, but okay, but like
họ biến về để chuẩn bị một deep reset. Có lẽ sẽ tiếp tục là tấn công vào khu hàng rồng.
Một con Yunara khỏe khá là sớm đến từ vị trí của Betty.
I don't know. I just feel like a team like JDG and a team like Vikings are in like two completely separate planes of existence. Like, I don't think JDG would ever throw a game against a team like the Vikings.
Họ vẫn có thể kiểm soát, thậm chí là họ còn có thể mở thêm nhiều những tình huống nữa đe dọa vào bên phía đội của team Secret Whale. Chúng ta sẽ cần chờ một chút cho cái dịch chuyển đến từ vị trí Hero hồi lại để có thể tham gia cùng đội ở trong những pha giao tranh tổng tiếp theo.
Một trong những điều kiện thắng quan trọng.
Like, for example, could you ever picture CFO throwing a game against like the Chiefs? Like, obviously not, right? Like I feel like if CFO played against the Chiefs, they would just win every time. But also, I feel like CFO throws a lot of games. Like, I feel like when CFO plays against international competition, I feel like they throw way more than you would expect if you only watch them domestically.
Với cái giày nâng cấp của mình. Và đó cũng sẽ là một yếu tố rất đáng lo.
Only problem you have with LPL is they just flip random stuff. I don't think they flip random stuff. I think they just like have like very drastic pryos that they like to play for. Like, if you watch a lot of LPL games, what ends up happening is like nothing will really happen early. Like, junglers just do their first clear, everything is normal. They like go for one gank where they have a pushing lane, they blow one flash. And then as soon as they blow one flash, the entire game blows open because the team who blew it was like, okay, they blew flash, we have to... Like, we can play on another timer, we can make another play when their flash is down. And then, like, every objective that we have a flash advantage, we just fight all of the objectives because we're up a summoner spell, so we win. And then it's like, I wouldn't say that they fight over nothing, it's just they fight over, like, very small perceived advantages. Like, they're like, okay, we have a 55% chance of winning this fight, which means that if we execute the fight well, we win. And so let's just fight it. And that's kind of how they view the game. Whereas it's like sometimes in other regions, like for example, like a team like FlyQuest, they wouldn't really do that. They'll be like, okay, it's a 55, like we have a 55% chance of winning this fight. Let's not fight it, because like maybe we'll have like a better timer down the line to fight. Like we'll just wait for the enemy team to make like one more mistake, and then our chances of fighting, of like winning a fight will go like way up. Or like, let's not freak out over this one flash, because like we believe in our comp identity. Let's just play for our comp later or something like that. So it's just different priorities, like the different ways to view winning the game.
Chứ còn ở giai đoạn 2-3 món trang bị thì đội của Tiến Dũng sẽ khỏe hơn rất nhiều với những Rumble, với những Sylat hay cả
Only good lane in VCS is top.
Còn quay trở lại đây thì
I don't really even think that's true. I mean, like, okay, so Kiaya is really good, obviously. Like, I think that Kiaya is great. But what is your next best top laner? Like, in VCS, was it like Hazmed? Like, I never thought that like Hazmed was that great. Like Hero was inconsistent the entire time. Like the one split that like Cerberus won, like Pun was the top laner that split. I don't think that Pun is amazing. I don't think Kratos is that good. It's like, I don't know. I always kind of viewed VCS top laners as like Kiaya's really good and then everybody else is like kind of okay.
Đồng ý là như vậy. Một ngày thi đấu mà Kasa đang có phong độ rất cao. Ít nhất đó là những gì mà chúng ta được chứng kiến ở trong ván đấu thứ nhất. Và tới thời điểm hiện tại thì đây vẫn đang là một con Lee Sin 100% KP trong 3 mạng gục mà bên phía của PSG có được ở tình huống giao tranh rồng cánh dưới đó. Một ván thi đấu mà hai bên vẫn đang chơi.
Gam in 2023 was a VCS super team and was better than 2017. I don't think I would agree with that. Like, the thing that made GAM special in 2017 was that they're, okay, let's see what's happening here. Maple just, like, died somehow. Taki is out of there. The Ornal doesn't look great. Maybe Ornn dies here. Okay, Equalizer was pretty solid. Alright, that's just 2 kills. But yeah, okay, so like 2017 GAM, I feel like one of their big strengths that goes really underlooked was their coaching staff. Like, I remember listening to interviews of their coach at the time, and like he had a mindset where it was, we are the underdogs, we will not win if we play a meta game, so we'll win by coming up with like crazy strategies that the enemy team won't see coming, and then we'll be able to take advantage. Like, that was like a thing that he actually said. Like, those were like words that came out of his mouth. It was like, we can't win if we play them straight up, so we'll win by coming up with unique strategies. And I feel like the reason why 2017 GAM won so many games was because of their strategies, like their drafting and their game plans and stuff. Whereas like 2023 GAM, it always felt to me like they just tried to play normal and then would just kind of lose to better teams, and that was it.
Một tình huống giao tranh thắng lợi dành cho bên phía của Secret Whale, nhưng tôi chưa thấy nhiệt lắm ở nhà thi đấu. Không biết là bạn khán giả có thể cho chúng ta
Guy is absolutely the best top in LCP. I would agree with that, yeah.
Đây sẽ là một động lực cho thành viên của Secret Whale tiếp tục thăng hoa hơn nữa ở trong cái ván thiếu này khi chúng ta đang có.
I think Driver has potential to be the best, but he needs to get more than 5 champions in his champion pool. Like right now, he can play like Sion, Ornn, Gragas, Shen, and Gwen. And that's it. Like, his Rumble is not good, his Ambessa is not good. He can't play Renekton. He can't play Aatrox, so it's like... But yeah, I feel like if Driver added like 2 or 3 more non-tank champions to his champion pool, I think that the way that he plays, he has potential to be really good. But right now, Kiaya is definitely the best top laner in the LCP. I would agree with that. Alright, Secret Whales are like trying to force their way in here. It looks really tough. The Equalizer is pretty solid. Looks really hard to fight. How was that the first dragon, by the way? That was the... Oh wait, no, that was the second dragon. Okay, I was gonna say, like, okay, the overlay is, like, still behind, by the way. It's like, okay, ever since I noticed it in the LCP that the overlay is just, like, 20 seconds behind, I started paying attention in other regions, and the overlay is never behind in other regions. Like, it's like an LCP-only thing. I don't really know, like, what's wrong with it. But, like, on the overlay, it's like, the dragons are always late, the flash timers and the ghost timers are late, like, the health bars are late, I don't know. It's like, it can be difficult to watch sometimes. Driver Gangplank is insane. I feel like every single time Driver picks Gangplank against like a competent team, it never looks good. Like, I can't remember a single time where he picked it internationally and it looked useful.
Họ chỉ cần tiếp tục tiến ra những mục tiêu và sử dụng những kỹ năng hiệu quả như vậy thôi thì họ sẽ có thời gian để câu cho những con bài như là vị trí của Victor hay Yunara.
If Kiaya was not put on tanks the whole series against Secret Whales, we might see a different look from them. Yeah, it is kind of weird, right?
Có lẽ là chúng ta sẽ cần phải đẩy mạnh hơn cái khả năng áp lực của những con bài như là Rumble hay thậm chí là Sylas và cả Kaisa.
Like, Gam will just pick Kiaya, Sion, and then hope that somebody else carries, but it's like, nobody else on your team is carrying. Like, maybe Artemis can carry on a good day, but it's... I don't know. I feel like Gam need to stop trying to put their eggs in the emo basket. I was just about to ask why we don't see GP more in pro play. So GP is like... You pick it... So in order to pick GP, the lane has to be fine, which is already a tough ask. Like, the lane, like, GP has like a lot of losing matchups, so you can never blind pick it, so you have to counter pick it into a good lane matchup. And then also, it's not really worth going GP unless you're getting value from his ultimate. And the way that you get value from his ultimate is by picking it into champions that have low mobility. So, for example, if one team has like, I don't know, Syndra Jinx, and the enemy support isn't a Tahm Kench, and isn't a Thresh, then like maybe you can pick Gangplank and actually get value out of the kit. But it's like the champion's not worth picking if you're not getting value out of the ultimate, and you also can't lose lane, because like GP's lane is really volatile because he's squishy. Like, he's squishy and he has no mobility, so if something goes wrong in lane, it's gonna go really wrong. So like, it has to be a safe lane. Your jungler will probably have to hover for the Gangplank on multiple timers, so that's like less attention that you can send mid or bot. Also, Dyer's just getting solo killed by the Victor. Okay.
Một con Victor 2 trang bị lớn và lên theo kiểu triệu trường sinh như thế này thì quá khó để cho Dai ở thời điểm đó mới chỉ là 1 trang bị rưỡi có thể hướng tới một pha solo kill thành công. Rồi chưa kể tới những cái dây chuyền trừng tội được giáng xuống, Nỗ đi là người tiếp cận trước với dây chuyền trừng tội để có thể vừa sát thương Dai vừa giúp cho Maple hồi phục lại lượng máu của mình. Sau đó Taki sử dụng cái món trang bị của mình hơi chậm một chút xíu và nó khiến cho đó là một pha có thể coi là solo kill thành công dành cho đường giữa của PSG trước thềm Atakan. Nhưng trong pha vừa rồi thì cả hai bên đều tiết kiệm đến những cú tốc biến, những thứ phải bỏ ra.
Yeah, I don't know. Overall, Gangplank is just like a very finicky champion.
Và dịch chuyển cũng sẽ sẵn sàng.
And then like another thing to consider is that if you go Gangplank, you just don't have a tanky top laner. So if you're trying to fight like any kind of front to back whatsoever, then you'll also need to have like a tank jungler and a tank support probably. Or your team will just lose front to back. Alright, dragon spawning in a minute. Let's see the setup. I think if Secret Whales can win a fight on this dragon, they should be looking pretty comfortable. Item spikes seem fine for both teams. I would imagine both teams are going to want to fight this.
Bên phía đội người PSG cực kỳ khó để kiểm soát rằng Dai sẽ cướp cái gì. Chúng ta có thể cướp Hỏa Dương Hiệu Triệu, chúng ta có thể cướp Nộ Long Cướp của DC này, thậm chí là chiều cuối đây là Poppy bắt đầu va chạm vào khu vực rừng.
Okay, Taki's going in. Let's see. He got 2. They got Betty's ultimate. That's got to be pretty good. He traded Rakan ultimate for Yunara ultimate. I think that's trade that you'll take. And you got both of Betty's summoners. Alright, so this Yunara is pretty useless on the dragon fight. I think Secret Whales are playing this well. Like, they used a lot of their cooldowns, but they made PSG's carry useless.
Một tình huống chỉ cố gắng lấy tài nguyên của nhau đến từ bên ở phần rừng cánh trên. Nhưng mục tiêu quan trọng thì chắc chắn nó vẫn đang nằm ở phía nửa giữa bản đồ khi bây giờ không chỉ Atakan nữa mà
And
còn
what cooldowns do they
tiếp
have?
theo
I mean, like, yeah, they
có
still have
lẽ Tiến Đức không muốn PSG có một chút nào cả khi mà họ sẽ hoàn thiện được một
Rumble
bao
ult,
rồng và rất nguy hiểm với chất tường
Trundle
như
ult,
chúng ta
Kai'Sa ult.
đang
Yeah, I think
có
Secret
được
Wells
gói
fight
ở trong cái ván
here.
đấu này.
Like they start the dragon
Đang
here.
là cơ hội để kiểm soát Atakan dành ở bên phía đội để tìm Secret Well. Kai'Sa chủ động khiêu khích con Atakan để khiến cho nó tấn công các thành viên.
Okay, I don't know about this.
SD dồn sát thương luôn, tạm thời thì tầm
Listen, I don't think getting Yunara's ultimate was like that OP that that we're like guaranteed to win a fight here. Like Karsa's Q smite is gonna outsmite Trundle's chomp. I don't know. It's like fight looks pretty good. It's actually like the turn was good. This is a positive play overall. Like, this is definitely good, but it is funny that it's like okay, you're never outsmiting a Lee Sin. It's like, so they just get the Otacon, but yeah, turn was good. Yunara had no summoners or anything. We take those. Okay, but do you see that? Look at this, look at this. Look at the sidebar. Okay, when does the Victor die? Victor dies right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, he died at 22:33. 22:33. When does his portrait go black? Right there, 22:41. Like the overlay is just 10 seconds behind. It's like actually like so unplayable or like unwatchable. Like you would think that it wouldn't be that big of a deal in theory, but the issue is that like in the middle of a fight, like if somebody dies or if somebody like uses a summoner spell, like I'm constantly trying to look on the sides to see like who has what left in the fight, so I can know who's going to win the back half of the fight, but it's just like I can never do that with this overlay. And LCP has been like this all split.
Rất tuyệt vời. Ở ngưỡng 2 trang bị lớn như thế này thì chắc chắn là bên phía của Sigwell sẽ có được những tướng giao tranh tốt hơn với lượng sát thương dồi dào ở nhiều vị trí khác nhau. Nhưng thứ mà họ cần phải lưu ý đó là con Lee Sin, đó là
Everything in this HUD is delayed. Yeah, and like I mentioned, after I noticed it in the LCP, I went and I checked the other regions, and the other regions are all in real time, so at least like LPL and LCK, their HUDs are in real time. If somebody flashes, you see their flash being burned right away. Alright, let's see. Histo died. I mean, they can still win this fight. Eddie has flash and stuff. Let's see. I think Eddie pops off here. EST is flash and barrier. I mean, like, what's ever killing him? Okay, something that I want to point out about Eddie, because I've seen this in multiple games now, I feel like he flashes forward so much. Like, he'll like flash forward at the tail end of fights to like try to kill one more person. And it's like, I just think doing that is like so bad. Because, like, okay, if you kill 3 people, you're not going to get anything on the map that you wouldn't have gotten if you kill 4 people. It's like, or I said that backwards. It's like if you start a fight and you kill 3 people, it's like you can do whatever you want, and killing a 4th person isn't going to allow you to do more. But I feel like Eddie will often flash forward to like try to kill that 4th person, and then it's like, okay, well now you're just gonna lose the next fight, because, or like now you have a greater chance of losing the next fight because your carry doesn't have flash. Like he did this against Gam also on the I don't remember what game it was. I think it was game 1. Alright, Karsa got another Q smite. Yeah, like imagine, like Kai'Sa could have killed Elise in there if she had flash, but she has to play super passive because she doesn't have flash, because she flashed forward earlier. I think maybe Eddie just bothers me as a player. I feel like he always makes decisions that I never agree with. Like, he has good mechanics and like carries some games and like pops off in some fights, but it's just like, I just see he plays in such a frustrating way.
Họ sẽ sử dụng cái bùa lợi Baron này để tạo thế đẩy ở tất
You
cả
want a
các
similar
đường.
comparison? Was Slater on the Chiefs. It's like a lot of people were like, oh, Slater is the Chiefs' best player because he has really good mechanics. But it's like, man, the way that Slater played was just so infuriating to watch.
Tiếp theo của ván thi đấu này sẽ xuất hiện và ép bên phía đội của team Psychopathic phải cân nhắc trong một tình huống giao tranh nữa. Đó sẽ là con rồng 3 của bên phía đội PSG nếu như họ ăn được. Và đây sẽ là một áp lực cực kỳ lớn với bên phía đội của team Psychopathic.
Sức mạnh đến từ Lee Sin ở những pha tranh chấp mục tiêu kiểu như vừa rồi là không thể đùa được với số ông vội cước. Khả năng dồn sát thương cộng kèm thêm trừng phạt là quá
That was
nhiều.
the most disgusting throw ever. Oh yeah, sure, but I'm just saying, like,
đối thủ Gaza ở những tình huống cạnh tranh trừng phạt 50-50 kiểu như vậy. Và bây giờ với bộ đội Baron, PSG đang muốn kiểm soát cánh dưới của
like, I feel like it was worse than it should have been.
giữa đã và nhìn xuống cánh dưới để tìm kiếm thế để có thể hướng tới con rồng thứ tư của ván đấu này. Mưa tên lửa tung ra.
Maybe I just like bullying bot laners. There were a lot of people, like, during my MSI recaps, there were a lot of people who were like, you're always giving bot laners lower ratings than you should be. So maybe I'm just biased against bot laners. Maybe I think they should, like, I don't know. I think the thing with bot laners is that they have, like, the simplest role in the game. Like, they have, like, the least amount of things to do. Like, not saying that, like, the things that they have to do are, like, easier, but just there are less things that they have to think about in a game in order to win, and so it's like, when I notice things that they do wrong, it's like, okay, well then, like, if you do 2 things wrong as a bot laner, like, there can't be that many things that you're doing right. Let's see. The Silassault wasn't very good. The Poppy ult was way better than the Silassault. No way that we're throwing this game too, right?
Quá khó chịu. Những cú chiêu cuối được các thành viên bên phía PSG xử lý quá tuyệt vời. Trước đó là Udi. Và chính Udi cũng là người đã giữ chân thành công.
They're gonna lose this game too. Like, they're gonna lose this mid tier 3 and then they're gonna turn back and get soul point.
Của Secret Whale ở thời điểm đó phải lên bảng điểm số và để xem có muốn kết thúc ván đấu luôn không hay chỉ đơn giản là một tình huống.
Like, I would have to see what happened in the Baron situation again. Like, I saw that Karsa stole it again. I'm just assuming that he Q smited it, which is the exact same thing that he did on the Otacon. Isn't it literally over? Nah. Like, I would say PSG are winning now, but I don't think PSG's comp is that amazing late game. Like, I think Secret Rails can still outplay them in a fight.
Cũng trị giá đâu đó khoảng 1.000 vàng nữa, thành ra cái khoảng cách về tiền bây giờ đang nghiêng khá nhiều về phía PSG rồi. Và như đã đề cập, càng về cuối trận, sự đáng sợ được PSG sẽ càng thể hiện ra.
Trong những pha giao tranh gần nhất rất khó để cho SD có thể lựa chọn được một vị trí bắn. Bên phía đội hình của PSG đã nhận ra vấn đề đâu mới là chủ chốt của tập thể team Secret Whale. Và những áp lực của chúng ta gần như chỉ tới trong nhịp đầu tiên với combo đó là sử dụng mưa tên lửa cũng như là cái chiều cuối bộ pháp tăng tốc đến từ anh chàng Taki thôi. Còn sau đó khi bên phía đội PSG có cơ hội để hút đi đẩy người về, khi mà A Chư cùng với cả Kasha có thể lọt vào tuyến sau, thì đó thực sự là một khoảng thời gian cực kỳ khó khăn với các thành viên bên phía đội của team Secret Whale. Chúng ta bây giờ mới đang là người phải đi cướp lại.
Like, I feel like we're getting into the territory where Kai'Sa can start doing more damage than Yunara. Like, Yunara doesn't fall off at all, but she's definitely, like, proportionately the strongest at 2 items, I think. Whereas Kai'Sa kind of just, like, keeps on getting stronger and stronger with every item. God, wait, you're telling me I have to rely on Eddie again? No. I don't want to have to rely on Eddie to win a game, please.
Nếu như được tạo khoảng trống để có thể chơi thì sát thương của Eddie có thể tạo ra vẫn sẽ là cực kỳ đáng gờm. Hoàn toàn đồng ý thôi, cơ hội thì chưa phải là hết dành cho thành viên của Secret Whale, nhưng họ sẽ cần phải nắn nót hơn trong từng cái quyết định của mình, từng pha di chuyển, đặc biệt là chịu SE. Ngòi nổ có thể coi là lớn nhất của bên phía Secret Whale thời điểm hiện tại rồi. Nguồn sát thương duy trì là không thể xem thường với một cái xà chuẩn bị xong nốt.
Is this the experience difference?
Nhưng bên kia trên tuyến thì sao đây? Không
I don't know, maybe.
Nữa mà tầm nhìn cũng đang được kiểm soát quá tốt từ PSG.
I kind of think that experience difference is, like, a little bit of a myth. Like, sure, there's the experience of, like, getting nervous in front of a larger audience, or like not being used to playing on like a big stage or something. But like at the end of the day, it's still just a game. It's still League of Legends. And Maple actually survived. This probably isn't going to be good. The equalizer wasn't terrible. Oh my god, Taki just fucking sent it. He just went in and got one shot. Jesus. Let's see. Eddie's doing damage. He got stunned by the Victor field. Eddie can still carry this maybe? Let's see. Eddie's carrying. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. Okay. Can they take Baron off of this? They probably can, right? Because Ornn has no TP, Rumble has TP, so they can clear the mid wave and then start Baron, and then it'll be a like a 4v1 basically. Histo can't smite. You can't even really blame Histo for the smites, though. Like, Trundle can't outsmite Lee Sin. Like, it's not that Histo can't smite, it's that Histo needs to stop going for 50-50s against Lee Sin, because Lee Sin Q smite will always outsmite Trundle Q smite. How did they lose that fight? Kaizo late game, baby, that's how. But like, honestly, they basically did just win a 4v5 because Taki did nothing in that last fight. He W'd into the enemy team and died before the W even went off. That was what Taki contributed last fight. So yeah, they basically won a 4v5. Alright, let's see if they do anything with this Baron. I don't actually think they can, like, push it that hard or anything. Their comp isn't great for pushing. Like, they have 4 melee champions and a Kai'Sa. Hitting turrets is kind of tough. I think you just use this Baron to farm. Like, you use it to stabilize the game, farm up, get good position on the next dragon.
Con rồng có thể đem lại linh hồn rồng gió dành cho bên phía đội PSG sẽ xuất hiện trong 40 giây nữa. Nhìn vào tài nguyên, hầu hết đội hình của PSG đều đang không có cho mình những cái tốc biến, chỉ có một mình A Trừ thôi. Trong khi đó với bên phía đội Team Secret World thì câu chuyện cũng gần như là tương tự. Hito là người có tốc biến.
Alright, let's see. Looking at summoner spells, PSG have no summoners. They have Flash on Ornn, that's it. Secret Whales have Flash on Trundle and Barrier on Kai'Sa. Honestly, that Barrier on Kai'Sa might end up being the difference. The Secret Whales completely dropped mid prio for this. I feel like Rumble should not be going for a flank right now. I like this much better. Sylas going for the flank, this is much better. Rumble flanks are pretty underwhelming because it's like his ult is really long range. He can drop his ult from wherever. Alright, let's see. Taki's in there. Decent engage. Let's see if Eddie can hit. He got knocked up by the Ornn. Ornn is like creating a lot of space right now. They're winning the fight anyway. They won the fight without Kai'Sa. What the fuck? How did okay, they literally just won the fight without Kai'Sa. I did not think they had the damage to do that. God damn, okay. Wait, if I pause right now? Don't worry guys, Poppy, Lee Sin, and Ornn are still alive. The PSG can hold. The HUD is so funny to me. Wow, I'm surprised that the fight went like that. I thought that as soon as the Ornn knocked up the Kai'Sa, I thought that PSG were gonna win. Because the Kai'Sa wasn't doing damage. I'm like, so how did they have the damage for that? Look at the Sylas's items. He has like no damage. Wait, I have to watch that again. Because like the equalizer wasn't even that good. Like the equalizer was fine. Like, okay, look at this fight. Like, okay, check this out. Okay, so what I was mentioning was that Hero started going for a flank, right? So this is not good because Rumble on a flank doesn't do anything because, like, the Rumble's main job in a team fight is that he wants to press R, right? But the R is a long enough range that it doesn't matter whether you're in front of them or behind them. Like, you can still hit the same equalizer, right? So it's much better to have somebody like Sylas on a flank, because Sylas can actually like build space and stuff, right? So Secret Whales, they end up realizing this and swapping the Sylas for the Rumble. I think this is really good. Like, the fact that this happened means that they must have talked about it, which is something that you really like to see. Like, this is, like, good presence of mind from Secret Wales. But then the start of this fight didn't even look good. Like, okay, look at this, look at this. So Hero drops the Equalizer, right? And the idea is that you charm everybody with the Rakan into the Equalizer, but it doesn't even happen. Like, the Rakan gets W'd, so nobody's in the Equalizer. Literally nobody's in the Equalizer right now. Okay. I see why PSG lost the fight. Oh my god. Look at Betty in this fight. Look at what Betty does. I didn't even notice this. He griefed so hard that I didn't even notice. What is he doing? He has no flash. He dashed into the pit. Look at Betty. He just dashed into the pit and died. The fuck? Alright, well, that's why they had damage to win. Yeah, I was gonna say, because, like, the fight didn't even look good for Secret Wales. Like, the Equalizer got nothing, the Rakan's engage got blocked, and then the Ornn knocked up to the Kai'Sa, so the Kai'Sa wasn't hitting. I was like, how the fuck did they win? But it's because the Yunara just killed herself. Okay, alright. We take those. Oh, by the way, because I just checked Twitch chat and I saw that somebody was, like, talking about how Betty ran it down the entire time. I'm currently looking at YouTube chat because my Twitch stream has 11 viewers and my YouTube stream has 70, so I figured I should probably put YouTube on my second monitor for once.
Những cái pha cướp mục tiêu của Casa đã xém tí nữa đã đem về chiến thắng ở bên phía PSG Talon, nhưng cái vấn đề
They're screaming gam time in the Vietnamese chat. Amazing. Wait, can I see that?
Quá khủng khiếp. Chúng ta đã nhắc đến rất nhiều về cái khả năng giao tranh. Ở ván đấu đầu tiên, họ đã tham gia.
I do see a lot of gam. There's a lot of gam in here.
Ở ván thi đấu này, họ đã cẩn thận hơn. Họ đã set up tình huống giao tranh tốt hơn. Họ biết chọn
Will PSG lose 3-1 to Secret Wales?
Và đó là những gì mà các bạn có thể thấy được ở trong ván thi đấu vừa rồi. Những pha giao tranh.
I'm gonna be honest, Secret Wales are looking way more shaky than I thought they were. They're like, they've thrown multiple leads in both games. Like, they don't look stable at all. I'm kind of worried for them. Donawad your sub earlier. I'm trying not to call out every sub because it's like I'm co-streaming, you know. It's like it seems kind of weird. But yeah, I should note that stuff down. So Leah subbed and then Keg gave a gift sub. So let's add those both to the spreadsheet. Leah, thanks for the sub.
Pha giúp cho TSW cân bằng lại phần nào thế trận, và người thứ hai chắc chắn tôi đồng ý hoàn toàn với các anh SD đang thi đấu cực kỳ tuyệt vời trong ván đấu vừa rồi.
Đây, pha này mới là một pha thành viên của Taki. Tại vì anh ta một mình cô lập 3 thành viên đối phương để cho 3 người đồng đội của mình nhanh chóng hạ gục được Achu bên phía bên kia.
Gotta farm the subs. But like, it is kind of crazy, no? That like my YouTube stream just has 10 viewers. Or sorry, my Twitch stream has 10 viewers and my YouTube stream is just like floating in the 60s, 70s. Is YouTube just like like way more popular in Vietnam or something? Because I feel like most of my YouTube, like I checked my YouTube statistics for my live streams, and my #1 demographic for YouTube live streams is actually from Vietnam and not from the US. Whereas on Twitch, it's still definitely primarily US. Like here, let me look at my analytics.
Đúng góc, đúng thời điểm và đúng những cái đối tượng giúp cho TSW có được chiến thắng ở trong ván đấu này.
Tôi xin đấy. Casa đánh
sợ nhỉ.
Twitch is really niche.
Cái con Baron thứ hai tôi đếm từng.
I feel like Twitch is like massive in the West though.
Tôi đếm từng nhịp bước chân của Casa.
It's really big in North America, it's really big in South America, and I feel like it's really big in Europe also. Even bigger in Europe, probably.
Của PSG Talon. Đây cũng là một cái ván mà Woody đánh cũng tốt, Mabel cũng làm rất là tròn chỉnh trong cái vai trò gây sát thương. Nhưng mỗi khi nó tốc biến lên.
Yeah, okay, so these are my analytics. Top geographies for
chúng ta được coi cả preview này.
For all of my stuff combined, it's 1/4 US, and then the next closest is 4% Canada. But then if I go to live, on my live streams, it's 17% US and 25% Vietnam. So the Vietnamese viewers are actually beating out the US viewers on my live streams. That's pretty crazy. Like, it's really hard to get majority not your home country on YouTube. If your YouTube lags, you can fast forward. Twitch, you... Yeah, one of the things that I like about YouTube, and the reason why I'm like watching the YouTube stream instead of the Twitch stream, is like I can go back, right? So like if I wanted to go back and like talk about the draft, like if I wanted to be like, oh, I hate this draft because they first picked Rumble and then like don't have any setup for it, it's like I can like go back and do that, right? But on Twitch I can't. Like Twitch is like real time only. Twitch is probably still the primary streaming platform in the West. Oh, it's not even probably. YouTube live streaming in the West is like not a thing. Like people in the West don't like live streaming on YouTube because you get way less money. Is like one thing. So like I think that like I remember somebody talking about the numbers. It was it's like YouTube, like if you get equal viewers on YouTube that you do on Twitch, you get like 1/8 of the money or something. It's like not even close. YouTube has higher quality. So that's not necessarily true either. So the way that Twitch quality works is that the streamer chooses the quality. So for example, on Twitch, I'm streaming 1080p, 60 FPS, or maybe I'm streaming 30 FPS. I might be streaming 30 FPS. But that's like something that I chose because I know what my computer's capable of. If my computer was stronger, I totally could do a 1440p stream on Twitch. Like, I could do 1440p, 60 FPS if I wanted to. Like, my monitor's capable of it, so I can select it and then stream to Twitch on that, and I have done that before. Like, people on Twitch probably remember the, like, 3 streams that I just had, like, god-tier quality on my Twitch stream because I was using max quality settings. And then we ended up ditching it because it was making my avatar lag too much. But, yeah. How is the Vietnamese stream doing on now? Like on YouTube, viewers? 19,000 on YouTube. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let's see what the viewership is on Twitch. Okay, so Twitch, we have Kitty Co-stream 360, Taiwanese stream 11k. I think this is a co-streamer 10k. There's me with my big 12 viewers. We got somebody doing a live view with 1 viewer. Hard respect. English stream is 700. Is there even a Vietnamese stream? Japanese stream is 1.4. There straight up just might not be a Vietnamese stream on Twitch, actually. But okay, it's like 11k. The Taiwan is 11k on Twitch, and then let's see what it is on YouTube. So the YouTube live stream for Taiwan is at 13k, so it's pretty comparable for Taiwan. And let's see the English one. English one is at wrong button. 601. Okay, so English is like slightly more on. Wait, no, English. Yeah, so all 3 are higher on YouTube actually. And it makes sense, right? The audience is more of a YouTube audience. Idea, take a shot every time Eddie runs it down. You know, the irony of that comment is that I see that your name is No Love Jackie. So I'm assuming that it's a Jackie Love related name. And Jackie Love is also like one of the most generational ADC inters of all time. Actually, that's a good question. Who is the greatest bot lane inter of all time? Who are the greatest inters of all time? Here, let me pull up a notepad real quick. Okay, if I had to make like an all-pro inter team, let's do an all-pro inter team. So 100% Barrel would be on there. This isn't even recency bias. I've been saying that Barrel is like a disgusting inter for like 4 years now. So we can have like Barrel, Jackie Love. I don't know who the mid laner would be. The jungler would probably be what the fuck is his name? Clid would be the jungler. Who is our top laner? Who is our first team inting top laner? I'm trying to think. Like LPL, okay. Not 369, not Bin. The Shy maybe? The Shy could be on there. I'm trying to think if there's any LCK top laners that are up there. It's like the Shy, Doran. How about mid laners? It's like Vikla.
Thế trận sẽ rất là hấp dẫn trong tất cả những ván thi đấu sau, chứ không thể là một cái thế trận một chiều đến từ bất kỳ một tuyển thủ.
Robo, yeah. Robo, yeah.
Nào cứ vội là bên đấy sẽ gặp những sai lầm. Ví dụ như là một pha mà Victor của Maple
Adam or Armut. I wouldn't put Adam or Armut on there because I feel like, oh wait, I forgot to run out on Twitch. Let me do that. I think that like Adam just plays like a very volatile play style. Like I don't really think that he like runs it down that much. I just think that he like plays extremely aggressively, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And then Armut, I just think wasn't that good. Like I wouldn't say that Armut was inting. I just think he like straight up wasn't that good. Like these are players that like should have been much better and then just like run it down in big moments. The Shy top, yeah, we got the Shy there. Yeah, the Shy is right here. So right now I have the Shy, Clid, Vikla, Jackie, Love, Barrel. We have to keep brainstorming this.
Đây sẽ là một ván đấu rất quan trọng. Đội nào vươn lên dẫn trước 2-1 sẽ là đội có vô cùng nhiều lợi thế.
What other inting junglers are there?
Kế hoạch chiến thuật và về cả mặt tâm lý.
Like I feel like Peanut is like almost there, but like not quite, you know, not quite there just yet.
Nó thay đổi toàn bộ lối chơi. Cái lối chơi của họ nó mang cái màu sắc
Lehens? Nah. I don't think Lehens is anywhere close to Barrel is.
Những tình huống mưa tên lửa rất là đẹp vào và
Double lift. Oh man, double lift inted like 2 times. It might have been like the 2 most important ints in his region's history, but like, come on. Tien? Oh yeah, that's a good one, Tien. Ooh, what about people from like OG EDG? Because EDG was like in the mid 2010s, mid to late 2010s, EDG was considered like the greatest choking team of all time because they would always like win LPL and then like lose in quarterfinals, right? And like sometimes they didn't even make it out of groups. Scout this year is a good candidate for mid. I'm giving Scout a pass because he low-key was involved in a multi-million-dollar court case for like the entire first half of the year, so that guy is probably fucking stressed as hell. So I'm giving him a 1-year pass. He's allowed to int this year, in my opinion, but next year he gets no grace from me.
Đặc biệt là trong 2 ván đấu vừa rồi thì cả hai đội họ bên TSW thì họ thường xuyên cấm Azir và cả Talia, trong khi phía bên kia thì PSG vẫn rất là đề phòng. Còn bài
I mean, there's gotta be more support enters. Maybe like Baolan. Baolan could be on there.
Ngoài ra thì cặp đôi Wukong và Nì vẫn chưa được họ ra để xem đấu này sẽ tiếp tục như thế nào.
I'll minimize it. We'll keep the tab up. Okay, draft. So Nocturne, Annie banned, Talia, Azir banned. Mid laners still up that are worth picking. Could be like Ryze, Yone, Akali, Ahri, Cassio. Those are kind of like the mid laners we're looking at. Junglers, I still think Kiana is the strongest jungler on the patch. Karsa cannot play that champion for shit, but Histo's pretty good at it, so we could see Histo play Kiana. Let's see, Wukong is banned. Vi is still in. Xin Zhao is still in. Zed is still in, so like these are the types of jungle champions. Top laners, we have Gwen is playable. Ambessa is still available. Renekton, Yorick. Bot laners, Varus is still up. But honestly, past that, there's not much. I mean, like, there's like Varus, Jhin, Smolder, Lucian would be the types of champions you're looking at there. Maybe if a team really believes in like Zeri or Senna or something. I don't know. I think that like logically you would first pick Kiana here, but I do not trust Karsa to do that. I feel like PSG should probably first pick like Vi maybe. Or they could first pick Rise. Yeah, so they're first picking Rise because you could take it away from Dire. This is like Dire's best champion remaining. I don't know what Dire plays here. What is there into Rise? You could go Cassio. I think that, well, a lot of people like going Cassio into Rise. I think you could do that. Go like Cassio, Kiana could be pretty strong. Something to think about. Vi Alistar. Okay. That was a pretty fast lock-in. I mean, like, Alistar makes sense, I guess. It denies the Rel pick, so it's hard for enemy team to pick Rel. Rakan is already out, so there's less Alistar counters around. Like, Nico is out, Bard is out, so a lot of these, like, oppressive level 1 champions not in right now. Like, if you want to hard counter the Alistar at this point, you'd have to look at something like Karma. We're getting Lucian. Lucian Braum? Lucian Braum to counter the hard engage. Makes it hard for Vi to engage. I mean, yeah, sure. I don't think Vi necessarily has to engage, though. Move the avatar? Yeah, my bad. Yoink. I feel like this is more exciting than tomorrow's match because CFO is probably going to win. I think if PSG wins this series, CFO will definitely win. And if Team Secret Wales win this series, there's like a 5% chance that we see an upset. That would be like how I view it. Alright, so yeah, Lucian Braum, and then the answer is Senna. Senna Alistar. Interesting. I feel like if you wanted to look for Senna, there was like better, like I feel like Senna Nautilus is perceived as better than Senna Alistar. But okay, Xin Zhao ban. So Karsa could pick Kiana, Zed, Viego, Sejuani, Nefiri, Skarner, Kindred. Morgana could be like viewed as like a Vi answer maybe. He could go Nidalee, although I think that sounds pretty terrible when you have Rise mid. Go like Ivern. Not really much else in the jungle pool really. I guess like Maokai as well. Honestly, it sounds pretty shit. I don't know. I feel like Karsa's gonna have to go pretty deep into the champion pool here. Because like the obvious pick would be you just go Kiana, but we saw Karsa play Kiana one time and it was terrible. So if this is my goat emo, he insta-locks Yone. I mean, like, Yone is a strong champion, but you want to have an AP jungler if you're going to go it. Like, you'd want to go, like, Maokai Yone or something. I mean, honestly, PSG could do that. They could go Maokai Yone if they wanted to. Because, like, they're going to get it if they want to, because Secret Wales is never picking Yone here. Like, you're not playing Yone Vi. And there's the Ahri ban. So what can Dire play here? He's looking like at like a Kali Cassio. I still think that Cassio is the angle, by the way. Cassio is like a fine matchup into Rise. Good against Lucian as well. I really think they should go Cassio here. I think it's like definitely the best pick. Kali.
Wow, uầy, bây giờ 9 năm trước anh ấy nâng cúp, bây giờ anh ấy bồng con. Tuyệt vời. Vừa rồi anh
Celebrity.
Xạ thủ bồng con của anh. Hồi nãy tôi đang nhìn.
It's just like it's just rough, right? I feel like fighting is hard against the Braum. It's like these champions don't really work against Braum.
Đã nâng cúp tại cúp Tiên Sơn này với Sài Gòn Joker. Thì bây giờ anh ấy bồng con rồi, nhưng mà Eddie nếu mà có thể nâng cúp được.
So PSG, okay.
Phải vượt qua được trận này đã.
Renekton. Okay, so they're sending the Rise mid for sure. Renekton top. Oh, are they prepping for a Nidalee? They better not be. I feel like this is like a terrible Nidalee game. Okay, they're going to Fury. Alright. I got scared for a second. I saw the Renekton and I was having flashbacks. Because like Karsa did play Nidalee last week. And he has setup in all 3 lanes, so I thought he was going to go for it. Have we seen Karsa play into Fury all year? I mean, we probably did in like spring. And Jace, alright. the hero
Ngoài Senna ra
Jace,
thì không có con nào tay dài. Đến ít
I'm
nhất về
down.
phía
The
Zero
problem
có
is
một
that
cái
Secret
bảo
Whale's
hiểm
comp
và
is
con
very
dây
difficult to
đánh ở ngoài
execute,
chọc
I
vào
think.
cũng đóng góp sát thương tầm sao. Nó có một cái ưu.
Like they're playing like Vi, Akali into Braum is can be difficult.
Trông nó hơi lạ lạ.
Like you're playing like a lot of very mechanical champions. There's no like super clear identity other than just like dive.
Xoáy một cái là cả hai ông ôm đầu chạy về.
But then you don't have like a top laner who can really join you. It's like the comp can be good, but like if anything goes wrong, I feel like it's gonna domino effect against them.
Dành cho phía của Hero. Nào, trận đoạn cuối mời Chiến Y.
Các bạn khán giả đang ở đâu ạ? Một lần nữa đi ạ. Các bạn đang ở đâu ạ? Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với chúng tôi đến với lại
You know, I don't know if it's just the mic, like if it's just the stadium mic or what, but I feel like the cheers in the LCP stadiums are always like so muted and quiet. Like if you listen to like LPL chants or LPL cheers, it's like they go crazy.
Nơi mà một trong hai đội tuyển sẽ tiến rất gần với cơ hội giành chiến thắng chung cuộc ở trong ngày hôm nay. Hãy cùng xem Team Secret Whale hay là bên phía đội của PSG Talon sẽ là đội tuyển xuất sắc hơn.
Và rõ ràng là như vậy rồi. Đây sẽ là một ván thi đấu quá quan trọng đi. Bởi vì đây là ván đấu bản lề rồi, đội tuyển nào giành chiến thắng trong ván 3 này sẽ có cực kỳ nhiều lợi thế để họ sẽ hướng tới một chiến thắng chung cuộc trong ngày hôm nay. Và ván thi đấu thứ 3 diễn ra.
Alright, let's see it. I mean like Secret Whales have they have push in mid, or they have push in top, but it's like a very fragile push in top. Like Hero can win the lane, but if one thing goes wrong, that lane is doomed.
Có những bước di chuyển đầu tiên, Lucian Braum là một trong những combo có thể cướp rừng mạnh mẽ nhất ở trong những.
Same thing with the Akali. Like Akali should be fine into Rise, but if anything goes wrong, that can turn south really quick. And like you have Senna for late game, but I feel like it's not a great Senna game. Like first of all, it's not an amazing Senna game. Like you don't really have front line to play front to back with her. And second of all, we saw Eddie throw a game against. He threw game 2 against CFO on the Senna. So this is Eddie's redemption arc.
Bên phía PSG Talon thì họ sẽ cố gắng là để cho một con Navi can thiệp lên vị trí đường trên này, họ sẽ đánh xoay quanh cá sấu và kẹp với cả Lucian Braum để họ có giúp cho khả năng kiểm soát mục tiêu trong the early game đến từ Navi này. Còn phía TSW thì họ sẽ đánh xoay quanh, đó sẽ là Akali cùng với cả một con Vi ở the early game. Mid game họ yếu hơn so đối phương rất là nhiều. Và về late game với cái tầm tay đến Senna cùng với cả những pha bắn cầu sấm đến từ một con gậy này thì tầm tung chiêu nó rất là xa đến từ TSW, nên họ sẽ đánh thiên về early game và late game và nhường.
Okay, I just want to mention though that like there's a lot of people who have this like view that like, oh, Fearless wasn't actually that impactful because teams just have like 5 different comps that they like rotate for each game. Like they and it's like, okay, clearly like it's like neither of these game 3 comps are real. Like these are not real comps. These are both just like mishmashes of champions. They're like barely cohesive at all. Like on PSG side, like okay, both sides have good damage splits on their mid jungle, so both mid jungles are pretty solid in fights. Secret Whales have like kind of a dive identity, but they also have like a Jace because it's like good into the Renekton and the Braum, and they have like a Senna for potential late game. It's very not cohesive. The same thing with PSG, like their comp doesn't really have an identity. Like Lucian Braum is a combo and stuff, but I don't know. What was my peak current? What is my peak concurrent viewership numbers on a stream? On YouTube, I think this is the highest I've ever been. Like right now, I'm sitting at 82 on YouTube. I don't think I've ever had a YouTube stream that high before. Ooh, okay, that's a really bad start to the game. I feel like Histo just has to drop the camps. Like either Histo has to drop the camps or Hero has to move, because like the Akali can't move because Ryze has push and Vi is not strong in early levels. But yeah, so my Twitch peak viewership was like triple digits.
Và bây giờ thì mất rất nhiều thứ đến từ vị trí của Hito, anh ta vừa mất đi một bãi
There was
quái vật
in
quan trọng
like
nữa, đó
January
là
I
bãi đổ
hosted
đỏ
a
quanh tràng
3v3
này.
tournament.
Một điểm solo kill dành cho Casa.
And I don't remember how high my
Tiếp tục
viewership
kiểm soát
got
được
in
cánh
that,
trên.
but I
Lượng
remember
kinh
that
nghiệm
day
đang
one
vượt lên
viewership was
trông
pretty
thấy đến
high.
từ người chơi đi rừng của PSG và đang có
And then there were a couple of times where I got rated by somebody who had triple digit
đã
viewers.
được đảo lên khu vực cánh trên và đang tiếp tục farm, vẫn đang là một chỉ số lính được bám cực kỳ tốt đến từ vị trí của SD, mặc dù cho đã có được những cái sự thua thiệt ở giai đoạn ban đầu về mặt chất tướng, nhưng đến thời điểm này chúng ta có thể coi rằng khu vực đường dưới của TSW đang làm khá ổn với nhiệm vụ của mình.
Karsa's carrying PSG so far. Oh yeah,
Bởi vì cơ bản là con Vi
I would agree. I mean, like Karsa hard carried game one. I mean, I do think that Secret Wales threw that game, but you still have to give credit. Like regardless of whether it was a throw or not, like Karsa played that game very well.
Khi mà có sự tác dụng đến từ một người chơi đi rừng thì khi đó đánh 2-2, cá sấu sẽ nhỉnh hơn rất nhiều sau cả trai bên phía kia và người ăn
And
được
now,
chiến
like,
đấu
does
này
he's having
lại
a
là
really good
Navi
start
cho
this
Casa
game.
nữa. Một lát nữa nếu như Casa mà cam thẳng vào Hero thì Hero có thể sẽ lên bản điểm số khá là nhiều trong ván đấu này. Và với việc mà lấy được mạng của đối phương thì hiện tại Casa đang cướp được một
Like we're getting the return of like top esports Karsa. You know, I just wish that it happened at like Worlds. You know, like why couldn't he have waited a month and then started gapping people at Worlds? Because it's like I want to cheer for PSG at Worlds because LCP is my region at this point. So like I want all the LCP teams to do well at Worlds. So I'm down to cheer for him then. But it's like why is he like just becoming a god against my favorite team? It's like, just wait, it's not that serious, I swear, I promise. Just...
Bây giờ không có dịch chuyển, bắt buộc sẽ phải bấm biến về đến từ vị trí của Hero. Một sự gỡ gạc nho nhỏ dành Histo khi anh ta vừa cướp đi một bãi quái vật rừng, đó là bãi chim của Casa, nhưng Casa đang làm được những điều ý nghĩa hơn, đó là kiểm soát được con rồng đầu tiên ván đấu. Những con mắt được cắm ra ở giai đoạn đầu game đến từ PSG là cực kỳ hợp lý, nó gần như nắm bắt.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's gonna take Karsa like another like 20 seconds to finish this dragon. Okay, he has help from the Braum. Alright, then I'll go faster. The Fury takes dragons really slowly because the dragon two-shots the wolves and it has AoE attack, so it kills your wolves faster than you can press E to like heal them.
Casa cũng đã có luôn đó là một con rồng này, nhưng Hero lao thẳng vào tận dụng cái nhịp chỉ thiên của mình cấu rỉa máu một người Betty. Còn ở khu đường trên này thì có một điểm cộng dành cho Tiến Đúc, đó là một con Senna cho Teddy. Anh ta farm rất là tốt nha, anh ta đã có 50 chỉ số lính so với 43 chỉ số lính bên phía kia. Nhưng Taki đang gặp
I mean,
hiểm.
USA, why did I choose LCP instead of LTA? Well, I mean, like I applied for LCP co-streaming, and I got it. So I've watched all of their matches. So it's just the region that I've like watched the most. That's all. Okay, traded 1-for-1 under the tower. That's pretty good. The problem is that Secret Wales are kind of hovering bot side right now, so they can't make a play on the Renekton on the top side. Like, I'll put it this way, I'm never getting LTA co-streaming rights, ever. Because, like, both LTA North and LTA South, those co-streamers pull in, like, thousands of views. Or, like, thousands of viewers. Like, if you want to be a co-streamer there, you have to have, like, massive numbers. Have I seen the AL top esports score? Nope. Haven't looked at that series at all.
Chính xác là như vậy, Hero đã có một pha xử lý tốt kết hợp với Taki. Còn một cái lượng máu ít ỏi, anh ta kịp thời tốc biến để hất.
I'm like a generational top esports hater though,
mới
so
là người có lợi thế.
it's actually tough. I didn't want either of those teams to win, to be honest. Because like I was an AL fan, and then Shanks incident happened, so I don't want to cheer for Shanks anymore. And then it's like I don't want to cheer for top esports because I don't want to see them at an international. Because every single time top esports goes international, they just like have like the most disappointing showings ever. Like they underperformed in Worlds 2022, they underperformed in Worlds 2020. They had a bad first stand. I don't think top esports has ever done well at an international now that I'm thinking about it. Like you could say that they quote-unquote did well at Worlds 2020 because they made semis, but like realistically they should have made it to finals. Like the expectation was that they go finals because in semifinals they lost to the LPL 3rd seed who they had beaten all year, so like I would call that an underperformance. What was the Shanks? Okay, let me look at this first. Okay. Easy combo on the Woody. Kill the inting support. Always works. Let's see. They're actually like... They almost one-shot the Renekton through his Dominus. That's kind of crazy. Looks pretty good for Secret Whales there. Gonna get 2 of the grubs, it looks like. Yeah, so the Shanks incident was that Icon was on a stream. So Icon was a former LPL mid laner. And Icon is like known for coming from like a super rich family. So he's kind of like, his persona is kind of like, he's like the spoiled rich kid, right? So he was on stream and he started arguing with a few girls on his stream about like he was saying that that sex work, that like he was saying that like men deserve sex work because a woman's purpose is to like please a man, is like what he was saying on stream or something along those lines. And then so the girls were like obviously pushing back against it because like why the fuck would you say that? And then a bunch of other LPL mid laners started joining in with Icon and like group harassing the girls together, and Shanks was one of them. It was like Shanks, Icon, and Mole, I think were the ones. Was it Mole? I don't want to throw Mole under the bus if it wasn't him, but I'm pretty sure it was him. But yeah, those three, they just like basically spent an entire stream just like harassing women and like belittling them and saying that like they only exist to please men and that they should like become prostitutes and stuff. And then as punishment, Shanks, it was something stupid. It was like he lost like his like bonus or something. It was like he either like lost his bonus or he lost like a month of salary. It was like something. It was like a non-punishment. It was nothing. So, I don't know. Overall, a pretty gross situation. I don't know who this is, but holy shit, this guy sucks. The mid laner for AL, which is really sad because I was a really big Shanks fan for a while. If you recall correctly, Shanks himself didn't say much. Okay, Shanks. It was like reported that Shanks didn't say much, but he did. I was like following along with it pretty closely because I have some I have like some mutuals on Twitter who are Chinese, and they were tweeting out a bunch about it. Like people tried to play it off as like, oh, Shanks was like just joking, but it's like no, he wasn't. He was not. Like, no, he wasn't. Fucking whatever. Like, and then the other problem was that okay, let's see this fight first. Makali's kind of in there. They're not really doing damage right now. They didn't kill the Lucian. Let's see. Oh my god, Maple, Jesus. He just ulted in, pressed E, and then threw nothing else and died? Okay. I feel like Maple has not been having a good series. Like, is it just me, or has Maple, like, made mistakes like that in basically every game? The Dragon is still up, too. We might end up just getting another fist fight. But it'll be favored for Secret Whales because PSG used like all of their flashes. Senna still has flash, Jace's flash, Vi's flash is coming up, so I think they win a refight, honestly. But yeah, so one of the big problems with what happened with Shanks is that after it happened and people started calling out Shanks for his behavior, instead of like immediately apologizing or anything, he went out and he so the first thing he did was that he doubled down. And then the second thing that he did was that he started asking his friends he asked for like advice to get out of the situation he was in like a very non-serious way. It was just a very bad look. So
một khoảng thời gian mà đang có rất là nhiều chiêu cuối cho hồi lại giữa cả hai đội tuyển ở sau pha giao tranh vừa rồi.
I don't really know why they're showing Akali's POV here. I don't think Akali played this that well. Like, she got her damage off and stuff, but it's like she didn't really do much. Oh my gosh, why do I have 90 viewers on YouTube? Jesus. Such a big AL fam, and all that happened to kill your enjoyment in League Esports. Yeah, it definitely made me feel like shit a little bit, but luckily for me, Team Secret Whales appeared in front of me, and they have replaced AL. Maple's gonna cost PSG this series. Isn't that just like a summary of what's happened to PSG all split? I feel like Maple has not been playing well all split. Like, he played fine in playoffs so far. Like, he didn't play bad or anything. But I don't know. I feel like he's definitely like a bottom 2 player on this team. It's either him or Woody. Wasn't Fofo in PSG? Why did he leave? Okay, so there's like 10 different stories as to why Fofo left. So one theory is that he was just benched for performance issues. Okay, I said theory and my phone thought that I said Siri and fucking activated it. Yeah, so one theory was that he got benched for performance issues. Another theory is that he had wrist injuries, and then so he didn't get to play because he was injured. Another theory is that like his girlfriend started posting stuff about like the team like treating him really badly and like scapegoating him for stuff. I don't even know. It's like it's just like stuff that I'm not. My headcanon is that he got benched because of his injuries. Because I feel like Fofo was playing really well. Like, a lot of people were saying that Fofo was underperforming, and so I was like, oh, okay, maybe Fofo's underperforming. And then I went and I watched the games, and I was actually really impressed by him, and I thought he was PSG's best player.
Bên phía PSG Talon họ đang muốn tấn công xứ giả này, TSW ủng hộ tới.
Bắt đầu hướng vào phía bên kia đang có một người bị nhắm tới đó là
So,
Woody bị trói lại, lao thẳng lên, đấm vào xạ thủ của đối phương. Cặp phi tiêu thành công.
Okay, this looks pretty good. PSG are like split off for the start of the fight. Okay, Karsa got a reset though. Okay, I feel like that should have been better for Secret Whales. It was like they had like a 2v4 for a little bit. Like, they have like a health lead, so they can at least pressure the camps and stuff.
Đó là vị trí của Histo, nhưng sau pha thi đấu đó thì lượng máu các thành viên của PSG cũng còn đang ở trong trạng thái tương đối báo động,
Whippo, Clid, Shanks aiming roster.
tình huống cầu sống của Tốc để làm mềm thêm các thành viên của PSG, và PSG sau cái điều hạ gục đó họ bắt buộc phải lùi về.
What is it with LPL mid laners and women? Yeah, there are like multiple issues with that. Like Knight has issues. I think, okay, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Xiaohu is actually was proven. Like, I think that like Xiaohu beat the allegations.
Một tình huống gọi là mưa trên thế nắng đến từ bên phía của TSW. Bởi vì họ suýt nữa thì dứt điểm để Betty, người chơi không có phép bổ trợ tốc biến ở trên người. Nhưng cái dây chuyền chủ tội đến từ anh chàng Woody nó vừa kịp thời đáp xuống.
But yeah, Knight definitely did not beat the allegations. Now there's the Shanks incident. There was also like issues with like Huan Feng had issues. Fodic. Fodic had a controversy. There's like the scout contract controversy. There's Milky Way match fixing. Oh, by the way, apparently like Milky Way is fighting back pretty hard against the match fixing allegations. Like he like got a lawyer and he's suing the person who made the original tweets, or not tweets, the original posts. He was saying that like the screenshots were faked and that he was like framed for it. And then the person who like made the post deleted it, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's true. Okay, good engage from the Alistar. Just surprised the Lucian. Knight, yeah, so back in 2023, I think. Is that the 22 or 23? The details are very sketchy. But what we know for certain is that there was definitely cheating involved, like cheating in a relationship involved. Like, he cheated on somebody.
Như vậy sẽ là
And then there's also a lot of stuff floating around about like potential like forced abortion, like him like pressuring somebody to get an abortion against their will. But I don't know all the details about that. Yagao isn't unproblematic. Yeah, but yeah, Yagao's problem is that he like yeah, he just like is like super unhealthy. I do remember that where he was like, yeah, I like smoke before. He was like, it was just like he smoked an obscene amount is all I remember, like cigarettes or cigars or something.
Chờ xem chúng ta nhìn qua về phép bổ trợ của cả hai team nào. Hiện tại Betty vừa mất tốc biến xong và con Senna trong tay của Eddie cũng đã xong 2 món cho bị lớn rồi. Hướng tới Diệu Đen.
I don't remember. Yagao can be my unproblematic goat. It's fine.
Thế trong việc kiểm soát con rồng này. Và bên phía PSG Talon họ muốn ra. Lại tiếp tục lao vào để
Okay, Taki's going in. He hasn't used any cooldowns yet. Let's see. Alistar still has WQ. He can do something here. Let's see. Okay, he went on the Neferi and got his combo W'd. Fight still looks good. Okay. Eddie just died. Let's see. Gosh, these fights are like really close. Yeah, I think that Yagao actually has like one of the most underrated careers of all time. I feel like people shit on him a lot. But there have been stretches of time where he's been really good. Like he was really good in 2020. And then there was like, I think it was 2022 playoffs, where he was like the best player, I think. Like it was JDG Top Esports, upper bracket finals, and then grand finals. He just like completely took over.
Một tình huống mà chưa anh ta đi từ vùng không hề có tầm nhìn và kịp thời tốc biến để dứt điểm SD ở pha trận đấu vừa rồi. Nó sẽ khiến cho cái thế trận combat vừa rồi nó bắt đầu nghiêng về PSG Talon một tí xíu mà thôi. Nhưng bây giờ tỷ số vẫn đang chỉ là 7.
Also, I always remember Yagao having like an insane Zoe, which is sad because Zoe was like kind of meta in 2020 and then stopped being meta. Alright, Mabel got one shot again. I feel like, dude, Mabel hasn't been a part of any of these fights. Mabel got one shot there, he got one shot at the last dragon. Even like the last fight that we watched that was even, like the Rise was blinking health bar. Like before the fight, like really swung anywhere. Alright, we'll take it. Maple has gift wrapped us a win. 100 people watching? That's crazy. How do I have 100 viewers? The fuck? Like if you include Twitch, I'm at 130 right now.
Và không chỉ dừng lại ở con rồng, họ muốn có hơn, họ muốn có trụ và cả con Atakan nữa. Chính xác là như vậy, họ có được rất nhiều thứ cùng một lúc, họ có một pha giao tranh thành công, họ có con rồng để có được.
Hold on, I'm gonna open my stream so I can take a screenshot. Give me a second.
Khi mà phía PSG Talon họ quyết định là bỏ Atakan này và các bạn ở cùng Thế Tan Tiên Sơn ơi, tôi muốn nghe thời lệnh cổ vũ của tất cả các bạn.
Một không khí đang quá tuyệt vời, team Secret Wave có được những gì họ muốn.
No longer an E-tier streamer? That's crazy. Why am I being labeled as an E-tier streamer?
Cái chuỗi sức mạnh giống như là một cái hố sâu liên tục thu hút các thành viên của PSG vào, họ lao vào và không cần biết là những phép bổ trợ quan trọng đến từ các thành viên của mình đã hồi lại hay chưa. Betty cùng với đó.
Why is the in-game scoreboard so slow? That's what I'm saying. It's like so, I don't know. Cause like, okay, imagine if you're like watching a fight and you see that like Karsa is like fighting 3 people, right? And then you look at the scoreboard and it says that Renekton is still alive, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe Renekton's like gonna move in and like clean up, and it's like, no, Renekton's already dead. He died 10 seconds ago. It's just like, but the HUD doesn't show it. Thank God the Unks are inting. That's crazy. Actually, is that true? Is PSG the oldest team in the LCP? And is Secret Wales the youngest team? Is that a thing? Does anybody know? Because it's got to be pretty close, right?
nhưng chúng ta vẫn sẽ thực hiện một tình huống vây hãm vào trụ 1 ở tại khu vực đường trên. Cái trụ này không còn quá nhiều máu nữa. Taki đang lùa các thành viên bên phía đội PSG ra khỏi trụ này và gần như là PSG chắc chắn sẽ phải bỏ. Họ không thể nào đứng lại đây được, không thể mở khoảng cách là rất xa. Chúng ta có trụ rồi, cả hai bên lùi về.
Cho xem Archer đang muốn đẩy tiếp vào khu vực đường dưới này. Nếu như mất trụ này thì đối phương cũng sẽ gỡ.
You know, I'm really curious about what the demographic is on YouTube. Like, do we think that like at least 50 of the 100 people are Vietnamese?
Và đang rất gần một cái trang bị dư đen rồi. Kiểu lên đồ anh ta sẽ là
Just hope PSG can win a game in Worlds. Can PSG win a game in Worlds? That's interesting.
Rồi sau đó mới hướng tới một cái vô
Who do I think PSG can... Okay, so it's best of one, right? Like Swiss is best of one. And I think that PSG actually probably would be a pretty good best of one team, like if I'm thinking about it. Alright, engaging on Betty. Betty has no flash. Can the Akali get there? Alright, he's dead. Nice. It's looking like a win. I'm trying to think. So I think that PSG actually probably can win some best of ones because, like I keep mentioning, they're an early game team, right? Like they play for early game. They like to invade camps a lot and like force out mistakes, which is really good in the best of one. So I could see them like winning some games in Swiss. In terms of like best of 3, so like you need to win a best of 3 if you want to promote, and you also get to play a best of 3 if you're about to be eliminated. So who can they beat in the best of 3? Based on what I'm seeing in this series, they probably could beat Secret Rails in a best of 3. Because like realistically, game 2 could have gone either way. I think PSG could...
sẽ rất khó dành cho PSG ở trong giai đoạn tiếp theo của ván đấu.
Tầm này mà đưa chồng vào đối đầu với
I don't know. Can PSG beat 100 Thieves or Red in a best of 3?
Một vòng chuẩn bị tiếp theo đó sẽ là một cái vô cực kiếm mà thôi.
I was pretty impressed by Red when I saw them play against Shopify. And I also don't necessarily think they're going to beat 100 Thieves. Like I would think 100 Thieves would win that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if PSG have a chance to do anything significant in Swiss. Like maybe they can win 1 or 2 best of ones and surprise people, but I would be really surprised if they go any farther than that. EU 3rd seed, NA 3rd seed is always beatable. Yes, but that's the thing. NA doesn't have a 3rd seed in this tournament. Joke's on you, that's the loophole. NA doesn't have a 3rd seed.
Bây giờ thậm chí là chúng ta còn đang có cơ hội để tiến vào kiểm soát cho mình cái Baron của ván thi đấu này. Đối phương có ping, nhưng bên phía đội PSG muốn bắt xuống đường dưới. Hero đang là người được chọn, chắc chắn là bị
Okay, Hero is maybe getting caught again, but he has flash, he's alive. If they end up turning this on Renekton, this is really good. The Q slow from Jace, let's see if Renekton dies here. Okay, big. They can do Baron maybe? If they can get out alive, they do Baron. Good stopwatch. Eddie's over the wall, he can heal. That doesn't look that good. Let's see, I don't think Eddie's going to do that much damage here. Maybe, let's see what his token can do. I'm a little bit surprised he ulted Karsa. I thought he was going to ult Maple.
Trong một cái Eddie phong độ đang cao, gần như là không thể nào mắc sai lầm đến từ xạ thủ của team Sigwell. Anh ta vẫn đang muốn gánh tiếp vị trí của...
Oh man, wait, this is actually like... This is so close, Jesus. Secret Whales, please. The Braum passive? Okay, he didn't get hit by the Braum passive? Oh my god, you know that... Okay, listen, I know Eddie so well. He was thinking about trying to turn that. He has Flash and Cleanse. He was thinking about it. He really wanted to turn that. Like, I actually bet you in the comms he was probably like, I can win, and his entire team is like, no, no, no. But yeah, like, I'll say this, if KC beat Fnatic, do we really think that PSG could beat KC? Because like KC is not a bad team. I don't know about that. That's weird. The HUD is not working. Yeah, yes, yeah. The HUD is terrible. BO1. Well, yeah, I mean, I think PSG could beat like half the teams in the tournament in the BO1, just because of how their playstyle works.
Baron đã có rồi. Và thời điểm này, thời điểm mà tôi rất là muốn nhìn qua phép bổ trợ bởi cái team nhưng bây giờ không có phép bổ trợ. Đây, Hito đang muốn đẩy thẳng vào rừng đối phương. Woody anh ta đánh nhẹ hạt thông nổ và kiểm soát lại phần rừng này. Nên nhớ rằng khúc này PSG Talon vẫn sẽ rất mạnh đó nha.
Let's see, Dire maybe has good position here. They're going on the Braum. I mean, they're gonna get him. That looks good. Looks pretty good. With no Braum alive, it's really easy for Secret Whales to fight. It's like basically just the Fury now.
Mất đi người chơi che chắn chính dành cho con bài Lucian. Woody bây giờ đang cực kỳ thấp máu và
Luckily, we have the greatest HUD of all time. Don't worry, guys. Nefiri is dead, and so is Vi. Vi and Nefiri are both dead right now.
Đang kiểm soát khu vực hàng Baron rất tốt. Dyer đang cố gắng câu thêm thời gian với tình huống thả bom khói của mình và các thành viên của PSG vẫn đang chưa muốn bỏ cuộc. Có chiều cuối đến Maple.
Okay, the Lucian ult wasn't amazing. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Oh my god, Maple, no! Not only is Maple like running it down himself, he's also just like he's also like making his team run it down. Oh my god, and Maple's gonna die. Oh man.
Chính xác là như vậy rồi và bây giờ thì Dyer vẫn chưa muốn dừng lại, ta muốn càn lên bắt vào vị trí Woody. Bom khói đồng nghĩa việc là nội năng của Dyer sẽ có được gần như là phun cầy, tiếp tục muốn tấn công vào vị trí Woody. Woody có cho mình đó là một cái hạt thông nổ để có thể lùi về. Nhưng Baron
They can end maybe.
của team Sequel vẫn đang có mặt ở đây.
It's too fucking bad that I can't tell because I can't see anybody's death timers, so I don't know how close PSG are to respawning. But my intuition says that they're probably gonna end here. Let's see. I don't know when the Fury and Rise are gonna be up, or when Lucian's gonna be up. Lucian is up, game looks over. Alright, Secret Whales, 2-1, let's go. All of us VCS frogs hope for is a win, or better than 2 wins. You know what? I'm actually gonna... I think Secret Whales should win at least 2 games in Swiss. I think that the most likely scenario for them is that they get eliminated by going 2 and 3, would be like my expectation of them. Dyer's fired up. Yeah, I know, he's fucking hype. He's gapping the all-time PCS GOAT. W HUD made the ending more exciting. That is a take of all time. By the way, I'm actually gonna point this out because I don't know if people saw it because like my avatar is pretty small, but I made a Secret Whales avatar today. Usually my avatar is this thing, but I changed it up. I made a custom Secret Whales one. So I'm injecting my energy into the team. Who do I think they beat? Okay, so 2 very different questions, right? It's like, there's who do I think that they're better than, and then who do I think they can beat? So, who do I think Secret Whales can beat in a best of 3 if they're on top form and the other team is like only playing like okay? I think if those are the conditions, I think they could beat Red, they could beat 100 Thieves, they could beat any of the 3 LEC teams, I think.
Là chúng ta không hề thua với kỹ năng cá nhân, chúng ta chỉ thua ở những khoảnh khắc quyết định mà thôi. Nhưng ván 3 này không có những khoảnh khắc quyết định dành cho PSG mà lại
I don't think they could beat any of the LCK teams. I don't think they can beat FlyQuest.
Ván thứ bản lề, chúng ta sẽ cùng quay trở về với bàn phân tích.
Xin cảm ơn Tùng Long và Đức Lợi và Duy Đức và thật sự quá
Maybe they can't beat G2. I've been hearing some really good things about G2, but I haven't gotten a chance to watch their playoff games yet.
hơn bao giờ hết đến với lại trận chung kết tổng cũng như là chiếc cúp vô địch đầu tiên trong lịch sử của LCP.
Tôi phải hít thở cái đã.
Do I think they could beat any of the LPL teams? Probably not. I don't think they beat AL or BLG. I don't think they beat IG if IG makes it. They shouldn't beat top esports, but we know that like top esports will throw basically anything, right? So never count top esports out when it comes to losing a game that they shouldn't lose. PSG CFO. Oh, I mean, I think that Secret Whales can beat PSG and CFO in best of threes. I mean, like, Secret Whales almost did it, like, earlier in playoffs. They won game 1 against CFO, and then should have won game 2, and then just kind of threw it. Well, okay, I hate saying that. I hate saying they should have won, because they obviously shouldn't have won, because they didn't. I think they could have won game 2. Can they put up a fight against LEC 3rd seed? Yeah. Like, okay, so I think the thing is that, like, regardless of who wins this series, like, okay, there's a chance that PSG just, like, win game 4 and 5 and win the series, right? But even if they do that, my general opinion is that I feel like Secret Whales have a higher ceiling than PSG. So when I'm thinking about teams that Secret Whales could beat if they're in top form, I think Secret Whales could beat more teams, right? Can CFO get to semis? I don't think so. I would love to say yes, but the reality is I think they just have too many holes in their game. Like, I haven't posted the CFO breakdown yet, so this is a little bit of a spoiler, but some of the weaknesses that I noted down for CFO, for the CFO team breakdown video, was I think that Driver got exposed a little bit this split. I don't know if you all remember, the first time that Gam and CFO played against each other in regular season, Kiaya blind picked Gwen on blue side when they were playing against Driver, because they knew that Driver didn't have a counter pick. Because Driver can, like, only play champions that are bad against Gwen. So Gam were able to get an extra counter pick on blue side that they, like, should never be able to get. And then they ended up winning that game. So I think that was, like, set off a lot of alarm bells for CFO, and then PSG tried the same strategy. So PSG tried to go blind Gwen blue side into Driver, and then CFO forced Driver to play Mbessa because they were like, okay, we just need you to play a matchup that's not hard losing into Gwen, but his Mbessa didn't look good either, so it's like, clearly his champion pool and his playstyle are small enough that you can abuse it in draft, and there were teams who have done it and have found success because of it. So I think that, like, that's something that we have to look out for CFO. I think, like, another thing for CFO is that Rest is just not at the level of Eastern top laners. So, like, I think that all of the LPL top laners and all of the LCK top laners are just, like, in a different tier of player than Rest is. Like, I think that Rest can just not keep up with those guys. And then another thing for CFO is that I always feel like Kaiwing is like a ticking time bomb in games. Like, he can play well sometimes. Like, sometimes he'll find a really good engage, or he'll, like, go for, like, a game-altering flank that can, like, swing the game in CFO's favor. But then it's like, for every single time he does that, he can also go for a flank that, like, loses his team the game, or he can, like, engage too hard when there's no follow-up and then just die before the fight starts. And then, like, Kaiwing also does other stuff, like, it feels like he doesn't really ever know when to go for vision. Like, he goes for vision a lot on timers where his team doesn't have prio, and so he gets caught out in, like, the enemy jungler, or he gets caught out in river and he dies. And then, like, another thing for CFO that I've noticed this split that wasn't a problem for them before, but it has been a problem for them this split, is that it feels like they're just unwilling to give up any early objectives. Like, it doesn't matter how bad their comp is or how bad the conditions are. It's like, second Dragon, Void Gloves, Rift Herald, it feels like they're always going to fight it no matter what, even if it's, like, a hard losing position for them. And so they've, like, thrown a couple of games by doing that. Like, the games that, like, some of their individual game losses came because they just overforced on an early objective that they had no business fighting. Which is a problem that I don't remember them having in spring. But they've done it, like at least, like, 3 or 4 times this split. And they even did it in playoffs. They, their first game against PSG, the one that they lost, the main reason why they lost that game was because they tried to fight a 4v5 on Dragon. Like, PSG had position on the Dragon, and then CFO just walked in 4v5 with no vision, no nothing. They just walked in 4v5 and lost the fight and lost the game. It's like, that's like such an uncharacteristic mistake for them. So I really don't know what to make of CFO. It's like, I feel like they just make too many mistakes to make semis. I could see them making quarters. I think they could make quarters. And then, like, the other thing is that I also thought that they had issues in spring, but they overperformed in spring as well. Like, they, in spring, I thought that they had, like, a massive issue with, like, choking objective setups when game states were even. Like, I thought that was a really big problem for them. But then they went to MSI and they just didn't have that problem at all. Like, they looked great at MSI. So, maybe they're just international risers. I watch the Vietnamese stream. I watch whatever stream aligns with the team I'm cheering for. So if it's Secret Wales versus PSG, I'm gonna watch the Vietnamese stream because I'm cheering for Secret Wales. But if it was like, I don't know, CFO versus DFM or something, I would turn on the Taiwanese stream because I'm cheering for CFO. Is like normally how I do it. I just flip on the stream of whichever team I'm rooting for. I was looking at the team ages and I'm right about Secret Wales being the youngest team and PSG being the oldest. You know what's funny is that Secret Wales actually could have been even younger, because their two top laners are both 23, but the other top laner that they had, Stellar, is like only 18, I think. So if they had kept Stellar and tried to develop Stellar, they would have 3 18-year-olds as their top side, which would have been crazy. Have I heard the news that Riot is bringing back the old Summoner Cup? Yeah, I did see that. Although apparently they cut the weight in half, because they want to avoid another incident where Zeus like slapped his head with the Summoner's Cup. VKS not mentioned. I mean, like, okay, so for VKS, I think that VKS are like definitely a better team than Red. But I'm not going to make a final verdict on them until I see how they do against Fly, and then how they do against like, assuming they lose against Fly, which they should, how they do against the winner of Red Hunter Thieves. Is there still a chance for Chiefs to win Worlds? Not this year, no.
Với các bạn xem trực tiếp tại Cung Tiên Sơn thì cái clip đấy chắc các bạn xem hôm nay đến lần thứ 20.
Next year. The Chiefs could win Worlds next year, you know? Never count them out.
Chị Ghi có thể làm lại cái giọng đó nào? Không. Làm đi, lại đi. Bạn có tin không?
Bạn có tin được không? Nhưng mà giống y chang đúng không? Giống ghê, giống các bạn đọc voice ghê. Rồi, vừa rồi thì chắc chắn là sau rất là nhiều những cảm xúc mừng rỡ, hạnh phúc khi mà TSW họ vươn lên dẫn trước 2-1 ở ván đấu bảng lề, thì chúng ta hơi không có nhiều không gian cũng như là thời gian để có thể nhìn lại.
But okay, let's
dù sao thì ngày hôm nay họ vẫn đang thi đấu.
Let's think about draft for next game, because we're about to get into it. So
và cái bài đánh mà kiểu bay và gọi là
so this is what I'm staring at. Like I made this as like a little fearless guide, so I had something to look at, so I could remember what champions are like still strong. So like Gwen is still up. Ambessa still up. So Gwen, Ambessa, Yorick. It's like Gragas, Jax. And then we're getting into kind of like not as good territory, so like I think we're probably looking at like a Gwen, Ambessa, Yorick are probably like the 3 champions that teams are going to be thinking about. Junglers, I still think Kiana's like super OP. I would like to see Histo try to play that. Nocturne's been banned. Nocturne and Wukong have been banned all series. I don't expect that to change. So it's like Kiana is up, then we're in like Zed, Viego, and then like tank jungler territory. What aspect of Secret Wales made you become a fan? Mostly just that I think they have a lot of potential to be good. Like, I think that Histo and Dyer are super promising. Taki is like probably the support in this region who I think has the highest ceiling, even if he's not always consistent. Eddie can be really frustrating to watch, but like he's also got good mechanics. Like, okay, that's one of the things with this team is that all 5 players have good mechanics. Like if Hero's playing, so like if they're all in the zone, then like they can have like insane games. And then I also think that Secret Whales have like the best early game planning in the entire region. So like the dives they go for, the plays they go for, the way that Taki and his toe work together, the way that Dyer and his toe work together. Like I think it's like very unique for the region how like aggressively they play early games, which is really good. Have I heard the news that Riot made a new tournament? Yes. Yeah, I did. Some LCK 5 through 7, LPL 5 through 7, and then LCP 4 and 5. I personally think that LPL is going to win that tournament. Like I think LCK have like better top level teams, but LPL has always had like insane amounts of depth. Like I feel like if like you could pick any year in the last like 5 years, and if you put LCK 1 through 10 and you match them against LPL 1 through 10, and then like if you had like the 1 seed play the 1 seed, and then the 4 seed play the 4 seed, and the 8 seed plays the 8 seed, I think that like the LPL would actually win the majority of games. Like I think that like LPL's 6 through 10 is always much better than LCK 6 through 10 basically. And I think that like LPL like the like 1 through 6 are usually pretty interchangeable. Like it's a region that's like super competitive, where there are a lot of teams that can win the title at any given time. How much LPL LCK have I watched the split? LPL, I would say I've watched like half the games and most of playoffs so far. Like half the regular season games and like most of playoffs. And then LCK, I've watched very little of the lower group, but I watched like a little bit of the upper group, and then all of playoffs is like where I'm at with LCK. Then I've watched basically all of LTA North. I've watched literally all of LCP. And then the 2 regions that I like really need to go back and watch more of are LTA South and LEC, are kind of like the 2 regions that I've been like ignoring a little bit. I prefer the Vietnamese stream. Well, yeah, so like there was the earlier region that I mentioned where it's like I'm cheering for the Vietnamese team in this series, so I want to use the Vietnamese stream, but there are some other regions too. So like another reason why I wanted to do the Vietnamese stream was because we're in a Vietnamese stadium. Like the finals are in Vietnam, so it feels like it makes more sense to use the Vietnam cast. And then like the other thing is that like my Vietnamese viewership is way higher than my Taiwanese viewership, so like for the sake of the viewers it would make more sense to have the cast that like more of them can like watch naturally. Like my Vietnamese viewership is way higher than my Taiwanese viewership, and it's higher than my English viewership. Like there are more Vietnamese people watching my stream than there are like people from my home country, which is the United States. So it's just like it just makes the most sense to use this cast, I think. You're gonna say it? The GAM Esports CEO has to be the best CEO I've ever seen. Okay, so do I agree with that? Okay, I'm gonna focus on that later because we have to talk about draft. So, Secret Whales sticking with their Azir Talia bans. They also banned Yorick. PSG, I'm expecting the third ban to be Wukong here. And Bessa. Okay, so Secret Whales go Wukong, no? What mid laner do they pair with Wukong? Can they go like... They could go like Wukong, and then maybe think about like later on in the draft, if it looks good, they could go like a Twisted Fate or something, even. Or like they could go later in the draft and try to pick like a Lissandra, or like a Swain if it's good, or a Cassio. But I think like Wukong in setup sounds really good, so yeah, so there's the Wukong. Avatar, yeah. I keep forgetting that today. What would PSG respond with? Because they left the Wukong open, so they have to have an answer, right? So what is their answer? There's not really that many good junglers left. I don't think Kars is going to go Kiana. So what's like a jungler that plays into the Wukong well? It's like they're going Ahri? Are they going Ahri Viego? Like, what other jungler can you go? It's like, if you're gonna go Ahri, you have to go like some kind of like setup jungler or like a jungler that has mobility. I feel like Viego is the only option. Maybe you can go like Zed, but I don't know. Feels like PSG is gonna end up playing a weak jungler here. Or you give Karsa Kiana and see if he can redeem himself for the last time that he played it. So they're gonna go Ahri Varus. So we have Wukong. Eddie likes to play Zeri, we could see that. Ezreal is also up. We might also end up just seeing like a Jhin lane or something. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jhin. If you really want to stomp the Varus, you can go like Ashe Seraphine, although we haven't really seen that from this team at all. There's Jhin. I think you actually hold your support pick here, and then try to counter pick. If PSG like picks support early, you can like punish that. Honestly, I don't know what you go here. Not a horrible Gwen game. You could go Gwen. They're gonna go Galio. All right. So that's a mid laner with setup for the Wukong. I don't mind that. It's pretty good. Lane should be fine. Synergy works. Why are we playing Jhin? We're playing Jhin because Jhin is viewed as like a lane neutralizer. So you pick him when you want to like make sure that you don't lose lane. So like enemy team went Varus, which is like can be oppressive. So you just go Jhin because it's like a safe pick where you won't fall too far behind. I personally think that Jhin can be good if you don't make Jhin your primary damage carry. Like, I feel like Secret Whales are... It looks like they're leaning towards giving Hero a carry. So like something that comes to mind, for example, is that maybe they're thinking about giving him Camille. Because Camille Galio is a staple combo. It's like a champion that like you really want to play topside if you're going to pick it. But if they were going to do that, like PSG would obviously have to play a good matchup. So it's like, I don't know how I feel about it. It's like, what's a carry that you can like blind pick on blue side? Based on champions that are out. I mean, there are really no good Gwen answers left. You could go Gwen. You can ban Jax and go Gwen, I think. Because all of the traditional Gwen answers would be down at that point. You ban Jax, go Gwen, enemy team can't go Aurora, they can't go Ambessa, no Jace, no Renekton. That might be what they're going for. I wouldn't be surprised. If they end up locking in something like Gnar, then we just FF and we go to game 5. Vlad? I feel like Vlad might be a little bit too slow for this game. I feel like you want to fight early with Secret Whales because you have Wukong Galio. Like you want to fight over early objectives. So I feel like Vlad would just be too slow. Let's see, if Secret Whales ban Jax here, they're going Gwen. That's like something that I can almost guarantee. I mean, they might be thinking something else. Oh, there's the Jax ban. They want Gwen. They want Gwen. Alright, let's see. So if PSG go Gwen, what do we answer? I mean, maybe at that point you can go Gnar. Can you get, like, if they go Gwen and you go Gnar, is that good? Ooh, what if they go Gwen and you go like Olaf? Wait, that could be like... Unironically, that could be like crazy, no? Leona. Alright, Taki. What do you got for us? Are we gonna see like a Morgana? Surely, alright. That would be crazy if we saw Jhin Morgana, that would be hilarious. I mean, it's got to be Gwen here. I feel like their bands were like prepping for it. I would be really surprised if it's not. Yeah, there's the Gwen. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's very many counters for Gwen left. I think that they did a pretty good job at making this safe. And like, yeah, last if you wanted to, you could counter the Leona with something like a Thresh or a Morgana, but that sounds kind of ass. What else is there? Rel. Yeah, Rel is like okay. It's pretty good into Varus, I think. Not so good into Ahri. Let me run ads on Twitch, I forgot. And then PSG are gonna go with the Gnar answer. Alright, so let's think about this. I like the idea from Secret Whales. They got a Jhin lane so that way they don't lose bot side too hard. They can neutralize bot side. And then they have like a carry top. They protect band the carry top. They have like a mid jungle that can fight. But they don't have push in any lane. I don't think. Maybe there's a chance that Gwen pushes Gnar, like can push in Gnar early game. That wouldn't surprise me that much. Because Gnar's early game can be pretty weak. Like, Gnar is usually perceived as pretty weak until you get tier 2 boots. And then, like, get some levels, because Gnar's range, like, auto-attack range increases with level. But so he's, like, not the strongest champion early, so maybe they can get push on top.
Bước vào trận đấu chung kết tổng. Chính xác là như vậy và trải qua ván đấu thứ hai quá khó khăn đi.
But it just depends. I wouldn't be surprised if these lanes end up looking good for PSG, like early game.
Áp đảo đối phương hoàn toàn ở ván 3 và bây giờ họ lại là người vươn lên dẫn trước với tỷ số là 2-1 và bước sang ván 4 này đội hình cấm chọn của họ cực kỳ đẹp so với đối phương.
Một lợi thế khổng lồ dành cho các thành viên của Secret Whale ở thời điểm hiện tại.
120 views. You jinxed it. Instant you said that, it went down to 111. This is crazy. My YouTube coach streams last week were getting like 20 views. Like it was like between like 20 and 30, or like between like 10 and 30 or something. I don't know where you all came from. I mean, I'm happy to see it. Oh, do I need to move my... Yeah, move this back down. Winnable for Secret Whales. Yeah, it's winnable, but we have to see how the early game goes. I think that PSG could run away with this early game.
Chính vì vậy mà nhiệm vụ của PSG La Long ở trong ván thi đấu này là bắt buộc họ phải dẫn tiền thật nhiều thì khi đó họ mới có thể dễ dàng chiến thắng được.
Đồng ý chung bởi vì đội hình của chúng ta có
LPL
nhân tố
buff.
có khả năng tạo nên đột biến trong ván đấu này, đặc biệt là
Maybe.
I
mean, like,
ván này cực kỳ quan trọng dành cho anh chàng Dyer.
There were other weeks where the LPL matches happened right before LCP, and it didn't really have that much of an impact.
Tức là họ luôn luôn phải xoay quanh nhau và cover từng người một. Chờ xem đối phương sẽ phản ứng như thế nào đã rồi.
Oh, also we have to remember that I'm pretty sure the last time Dyer picked Galio, he got solo killed in a matchup that he should never be. It was Galio Annie. He played Galio versus Annie and got solo killed. That's what it was.
Thì Varus cùng với cả Leona sẽ được đánh giá nhỉnh hơn một tí xíu so với cả SD cùng với Taki. Nhưng con bài Jhin trong tay SD đang là người chủ động đẩy tung chiêu ngay từ những cái đầu.
I mean, overall, I think that Dyer's Galio is like okay.
Tạm thời đang là giai đoạn đi đường ở mức ổn đến từ tiến độ.
But yeah, we need to avoid getting solo killed by the Ahri. If we can avoid that, that would be great.
Còn bài Galio của anh chàng Dyer không gặp khó khăn nào trong những cấp độ đầu tiên hay thậm chí là cả giai đoạn về giữa trận đấu nữa. Còn đường dưới thì mặc dù chất tướng Varus và Leona đúng là khó chịu hơn nhưng chúng ta lại chơi chủ động hơn và đã có cấp độ 2 rồi.
Yeah, so Gwen does have push early. I was kind of thinking that would be the case. I feel like we're gonna see the Gwen have push against the Gnar until Gnar finishes boots. I wonder what boots you go here as Gnar. Maybe you go like Swifties. I don't think that steel caps do too much for you this game. You've gotten solo killed on Galio versus Annie. Okay, well, listen, if a viewer gets solo killed in a melee versus ranged matchup in solo queue, then like sure, whatever. But I feel like you should not be getting solo killed in that matchup in a pro game.
Anh ta biết được vòng rừng của Kaza, anh ta đang di chuyển ở phía bên kia chiến tuyến để có thể phát hiện tới Kaza, anh ta nhảy vào tấn công.
Okay, Histo's just looking to fight. I like this. Wukong is really good at dueling early because of his passive.
Vẫn đang tự tin rằng là anh ta khỏe hơn, đã hồi lại thiết bản ngàn cân, ép Kaza về, bùa đỏ đang trước mặt. Đài cũng đang đứng ở bãi
Nice,
tìm.
good early game.
Quá tuyệt vời. Và team Psychopathic họ đã sẵn sàng với con bò đỏ này rồi.
Như vậy
This is like basically the same thing that Karsa did to Histo last game in the Neferi versus Vi matchup. Pretty sure he also got solo killed by Hong Q Swain, but that's a harder matchup. I mean, yeah, that's a harder matchup.
Có đà nhắm tới bồ đỏ thì đang nhắm tới thêm cả một bãi gửi đá nữa.
Like, call me crazy, but I feel like in professional play, Annie should not be solo killing anyone ever.
Tầm khoảng độ 1 đến 2 bãi dành cho người chơi rừng của phía TSW.
Thực sự thì sau khoảng 3 ván đấu đầu tiên, kể cả thắng hay thua, thì Hito luôn bị lép vế so với Kasa. Thì đến ván thứ tư này, nhưng đồng đội khi mà đã thăng hoa thì cũng kéo tâm lý của Hito trở lên rồi, và đang có một cái ván đấu thoáng tay rất nhiều với màn ngộ không trong tay Hito. Đường dưới thì theo thời gian đang lấy lại quyền chủ động đến từ Betty nhờ Goody kêu gọi Kasa tới.
Okay, Karsa's going for a bot dive. This looks pretty sketchy to me. Let's see.
Eddie gặp Grim rồi, tốc bên này đi được nhưng vẫn là chữ đầu dành cho Betty, sau đó đổi mạng lại dành cho vị trí của anh Trần Taki.
I mean, it's 1 for 1. And Eddie didn't lose too much of the wave. Karsa has no flash. Does Karsa die here? He has no flash because the Wukong got it. Or not the Wukong. Wait, was it the Wukong that got it? I don't remember who got the flash, but he has no flash, so he just dies. Maybe he flashed on the dive like 2 seconds ago and I'm just blind. When was the last time I've seen Acel in Pro? Off the top of my head, the last time I saw it was... there were a few people who were using it as a counterpick to Azir earlier this year. Or maybe it was last year. Oh, no, you know what it was? It was Hong Q. Hong Q played Aurelion Sol against Talon in upper bracket finals in spring. That's the last time I saw Acel. And his Acel was not good, and they won the game anyway, because PSG threw that game. It's like all coming back to me. Talon should have won that game, and then they just like threw super hard, and Hong Q was getting gapped the entire time, and then he just won anyway. Looks like a 3-1. I hope so. God, I hope so. Actually, this is the part where my corporate greed takes over, because it's like, yes, I would love it if Secret Whales won 3-1, but at the same time, if this goes to 5 games, then I get to have lots of viewers for longer. APA played Acel, did he? I don't remember that. I wouldn't be too surprised. It was unimpressive enough that I just like straight up don't remember it then. Maybe lower the volume of the original stream a little bit. Yeah, I can do that. Maybe that's better. I feel like usually people tell me to turn it up, so. Soon, Poro will forget all of us Twitch frogs. No, because I never do solo queue streams on YouTube. Because YouTube is very, very strict about copyright, like music copyright, so I can't play my playlist on YouTube, like my solo queue playlist. If I try to stream solo queue with that playlist on YouTube, then YouTube just like immediately flags my stream and then like turns it off. How do we fix TL?
Anh trai Hito cũng đã con cua ở khu vực sông trên này rồi, chỉ thiếu một bãi nữa thôi là sẽ hoàn thành xong cấp độ 6. Cũng đã có cấp độ 7 rồi.
We get on our hands and knees and beg Riot to add lane swaps back into the game. That's how we fix TL.
Vẫn đang farm ổn ở vị trí khu đường trên thì vẫn đang farm ổn dành cho Hero, nhưng nên nhớ rằng Hero khúc này không có tốc biến nên phải cẩn thận với rừng.
I mean, I don't really know. Didn't TL like just release a documentary about like their year? So I feel like I should watch that. I haven't gotten around to watching that, but that probably has some stuff about like player interactions and like what the team dynamic is behind the scenes. People just stream without music on YouTube and with on Twitch. Yeah, but then the problem is that nobody watches on YouTube because you don't have music, so it's just like the most boring stream of all time. Because like I don't talk that much when I play solo queue. I'm not that entertaining on stream, I don't think. So usually what happens is that it's just like dead silent for like 2 minutes with no music, and you can hear like occasional keyboard clicking, and that's the stream. And it's like, okay,
Rồng xuất hiện và cả ba sâu
That's one of the viewing experiences of all time, you know?
Cùng với việc là anh ta sẽ nhắm tới những con sâu đi vào phần bụng đỏ của đối phương, check một tí xíu.
It's so weird to not have Gam at Worlds. Yeah, I really thought it was gonna, like, before playoffs started, I thought it was gonna be CFO, Gam, and Secret Whales. I wasn't expecting PSG to have a glow up. Is Hero building Rod of Ages? Looks like it. Those components build into Catalyst. I've always been a hater of Roa Gwen. I feel like, so, okay, so the reason why people go Roa on Gwen is because the extra health turns some difficult matchups into easier matchups, is the idea. But in my opinion, I feel like that item makes... Okay, Taki started tanking way too early. Wow, they got the kill, but they scuffed the dive pretty badly. Nobody needed to die there. Taki, just tanked the turret before the minion wave crashed. Let's see. Betty's moving up, but the Jhin is behind him. This fight could go either way. Let's see. Hero has no mana. He's in no man's land right now. Oof. Okay. I feel like that should have been way better for Secret Whales. Like, if Taki wasn't dead and could, like, flash CC somebody, then PSG wouldn't have gone for the fight. Just split the audio. Splitting audio is fucking hard. Like, I tried to figure out how to do it, and it was like a pain in the ass. Like that, it was like, it was making me angry, like how much effort I had to put in to split audio. Like, honestly, as a whole, setting up multi-streaming was really difficult, because I'm not using a third-party website or anything. Like, so the easy way to do multi-streaming is that you send your stream to one provider. So, like, for example, you send your singular stream to a website like restream.io, and then they split the stream for you and then send it out to different platforms. That's the way that, like, most people do it. But I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to pay for it. So I set it up myself with, like, a plugin. So I had to, like, figure out how to set up my own PC on its own, like splitting into two streams. Like, how can I handle that? What can I set the bit rates at? What do I need to set my graphics at? Like, all of this different stuff. Like, it was, I don't know, it was a whole thing. It took me so long to figure out how to do it, and I was like getting really frustrated at some point. But I ended up getting it. But it's like, I don't know. It's like I don't want to deal with setting up more OBS settings. It's like that. Trying to fiddle around with OBS is like one of the most frustrating activities ever, in my opinion.
Thì hướng chống chịu sinh tồn hơn là khả năng gây đam ở quãng gian ban đầu. Hợp lý thôi với một đội hình mà đa phần là những đấu sĩ như thế này.
Do I see CFO making it out of Swiss? I would not predict it, but I would also not be surprised, if that makes sense. Splitting two streams of the VTuber cam is insane. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm running a model. I'm running two streams. There was a solid chunk of time where I was running another application called Stream Avatars, which would have like little avatars for each viewer on the bottom of the screen that you could like customize and stuff. So there was just like a lot of applications going on. Nice, got flash from Varus. Varus no flash for the dragon. That's pretty important, I think. Kind of amazed that my PC can handle that. Yeah, I wasn't so worried. So I built my PC myself, so I wasn't worried about whether my PC could handle it. The main thing I was worried about was whether whether my internet could handle it. But yeah, Taki did not need to die on that dive. He just started tanking it before the minion waves crashed. And if Taki was alive here, then PSG can't actually engage this fight, and nobody would have died. CFO is LCP's biggest hope. Yeah, I would agree. But it's just like, the problem is that CFO, not only do they have to be better than one of the LPL teams, like one of the LPL LCK teams, but they also have to be better than FlyQuest. And with G2 kind of having a resurgence, they also have to be better than G2. It's like, that's a lot of teams that
Bây giờ thì tỷ số hiện tại
that
vẫn
they
đang
have
là
to be
4-3
better than
dành cho TSW.
in order to make
Lượt đi chênh nhau
quarterfinals.
khoảng tầm 1k tiền mà thôi.
Một cái khoảng cách nó
Like
chưa
it's
thể
not
là an
impossible,
toàn
but
dành
it seems
cho TSW ở
unlikely.
hiện tại được. Chúng ta sẽ cần phải nắn nót hơn, kỹ hơn trong những pha giành sắp tới, và như đề cập rồi, con rồng đã chuẩn bị xuất hiện. Một quãng thời gian mà đang cố gắng kiểm soát lại tầm nhìn đến từ vị trí của đài ở trong phần rừng đối thủ.
Because like at MSI, I thought they were not better than FlyQuest. Hero's dead. Oh, he flashed the charm. He's actually not dead. Okay. Played that well. That's Dragon for Secret Whales too. Is there a reason why Riot won't give changes to Gwen to make her tankier, like health scaling? They tried at one point, like a while ago. They tried to make her tankier. The problem is that, okay, let's see. Where's the W? Where's the W? He's getting perma CC'd. Oh, he survived. Nar's dead. Okay. Nice cover from Taki. Oh my gosh, wait, that's like game winning. This is like literally game winning. Ori has no ult. She's dead. She's dead here. Nice. But yeah, so the problem with Gwen is that she's fundamentally just not a bruiser. Like, Riot keeps on wanting to make her a bruiser, but the way that her kit works, she just doesn't work as a bruiser. Like, I feel like if you wanted to make her a bruiser, you would have to like, okay, so the problem with Gwen right now is that she heals based on how much damage she does. And then her damage is all like max HP damage with true damage added that scales with AP. And so it's like, as long as that's the case, like as long as you have true damage that scales with AP, it's like it's gonna incentivize a champion to build death cap. Because like, of course you want to build death cap on a champion like that. And so then it's like, Gwen becomes incentivized to build damage items, because not only does her like passive benefit from it a lot, but then it's also like her healing is based on her damage. So it's like the more damage you build, the more healing you have. So as long as you're not getting one shot, like there's no reason to build bruiser items.
Và bên phía của PSG mới là người phải vội, bây giờ họ đang muốn tiến ra khu vực xứ giả này, họ muốn đánh nhau.
Which is why, like in solo queue, the best Gwen build is Lichbane Rush, Lichbane Death Cap, I think. Lichbane Death Cap, Lichbane Shadow Flame, like Nashor's Death Cap. Like these are the builds that you see in solo queue, because it's just like how the champions' numbers are balanced. And then sometimes in pro play you'll see tankier builds, because like pro players really like the idea of being tankier, so that way they can like guarantee that they'll win situations that they feel like they should win. It's like you remove margin of error by building tankier. So it's like, if you think you should win a fight in theory, then building a tankier item like increases your chances of pulling that off successfully. Like it gives you less potential plays to build. Like if you have less damage, you have less potential plays that you can go for, but the plays that you do go for are more guaranteed to work. And pro players like that consistency, so that's why we see a lot of tanky builds in pro play that the general audience doesn't like. Like I remember something that pissed off a lot of people a few years ago was when Hecarim was meta, and people were going Divine Sunderer with Conqueror was one of the builds, and then the other build was going Chem Tank with Phase Rush. And I remember that a lot of Hecarim players, myself included, hated those builds, because Hecarim's strongest build by a significant margin at the time was lethality. Like you would go, you would either go Eclipse or Duskblade as your mythic item, and then you would just like build Manamune after that and go damage. And then so like all of the Hecarim mains were like, this is the build that they should be going. And then so all of the viewers would listen to all of the Hecarim mains and be like, why aren't the pro players going these builds? And then it's like, okay, well the reason why the pro players aren't going those builds is because they're less consistent. Like there's less room for error if you go a build like that. Alright, this game is looking like a wrap. Looks like a Secret Whales 3-1.
9-4 dành cho bên phía của ẩn và Kim Bài.
Vẫn là trao đổi có lãi về chỉ số.
Like, I really don't think that PSG have a chance to come back in this game unless Secret Whales commit some kind of war crime, because PSG's comp doesn't scale well. Like, the Gnar will probably never beat the Gwen on side lane. I feel like Ahri kind of falls off a cliff in a game like this. Like, Ahri can scale well if you have good setup with your team, but Ahri does not have that. Like, Xin Zhao doesn't really set up Ahri properly, so Ahri doesn't scale well this game, I don't think.
Gần như không có quá nhiều tác dụng, bởi vì anh ta cần phải có lợi thế ở đầu game, nhưng anh ta không có lợi thế này, tấp biến để dứt điểm.
Triforce Saccharum, my beloved. You know, I was always a Triforce Saccharum hater because Triforce, the Sheen proc is 200% of your base AD, right? And Hecarim's base AD is really, really low. So I was never a fan of Triforce. Like, I was, like, if I had to build a Sheen item, I would definitely go Sunriver. But most of the time, I would just go Assassin Face Rush. Because I used to be, like, in Season 11, I was a Hecarim one-trick, so... So I had a lot of opinions about Hecarim back then. And I remember that at the time, for a while I was going Prowler's Claw was the item that I would go. Just because Prowler's Claw gave lethality as the mythic passive, and then so I was like, okay, so it's the highest damage item, even if I don't use the active. But then, like, after they nerfed Prowler's Claw, I started going Duskblade was the main item I would go. And there was also a period of time where they turned Ghostblade into a mythic. And then Ghostblade gave, like, a shit ton of lethality, so I did that. And then that was also back during the time when Ravenous Hydra healed you on abilities, like you could proc the passive on abilities. So I used to go Ravenous Hydra all the time on him too.
Thực sự là trôi quý vị các bạn ạ, bởi vì bây giờ họ không kiểm soát được mạch rồng với một cái đội hình cần phải thấy early game, và đối phương là người vừa hơn tiền vừa hơn.
Alright, steal my beloved. True, yeah. If you're not willing to run it, okay. Did Woody really just run the dragon by himself, die, respawn, and then immediately run into the enemy topside and die again? That's like, that's crazy. Like, Woody is literally just chain feeding. Okay, Rel is getting one shot, but she kind of stalled for a decent amount of time. Let's see how this goes. Wonder why Sanguine Blade was removed before. It was viewed as a toxic side lane item. Like, Riot didn't like the fact that like Quinn could go it, for example. I remember it was like something that they didn't like was Sanguine Blade Quinn. But they just didn't like how it became like a side lane only item. And then they replaced it with Hullbreaker, which was an even bigger problem, so... Nice hashtag Riot moment.
Ở vị trí khu vực đường giữa thì Gwen trong tay Hero đang nhắm tới cái trụ thứ hai nữa, nếu như có 3 trụ liên tiếp thì rõ ràng lợi thế là quá lớn rồi. Woody là muốn lên tới.
Đang muốn gỡ gạc để mà hụt này một tình huống thế giới chính xác rồi.
Okay, Dire is not getting caught here, I don't think. Yeah, he's got phase rush, he's out of there. I mean, it might end up being good. Yeah, so it ends up being good for PSG, but like, that play felt really desperate. They might start Otacon off of this, like they might feel desperate enough to do this, but I don't actually think it would be good. Let's see. His toe is here, he has ult. They're not gonna go for it. Okay. Every PSG player in the series ends at least once. See, the real secret, if you watch enough Pro League, is that every pro player ins multiple times every series. Like, Like, I feel like one of the things that watching 5 years of actively watching pro play has done to me is that it's like made me very disillusioned about like how good people are at the game. Like, obviously I'm like fucking nowhere near as good as these people. Like, nowhere close, but it's still just like I feel like there are way more mistakes in Pro League than you would expect for a game that's been out for 16 years. What's my opinion on Hong? I mean, he's had a good split, I would say, but I can't find it in me to trust him. I'm just remembering how he looked like on the tail end before he got benched. I just can't rely on him. I don't know if like people can, like, if people agree with this. Like, if you have a player where like they're playing really well and they should be good, but you just like don't trust them to play well. It's like I have a few players like that.
Tạo ra một tình huống lách chiêu khá là dẻo dành cho Betty. Tỷ số hiện tại vẫn đang là 15-8 và lợi thế về tiền đang rơi vào tầm khoảng độ là 3k. Nếu như có cái trụ này, nó sẽ lên tới tầm con số gần 4k.
Like Eddie, for example, I think that Eddie is realistically probably either the best or the second best player on this team right now, but I just don't trust him. Like, I feel like I can never rely on him to play out a game normally. Urho was so good, no idea where he is now though. Yeah, the fact that Weibo decided to bench Urha is like one of the most puzzling decisions I've ever seen in my entire life. He had like one of the best support rookie splits I've ever seen. And they just immediately benched him.
Kiểm soát được rất tốt nếu như họ cứ chăm chút trong từng cái lượng tầm nhìn đó. Có thể PSG Talon họ phải đặt một ván cược vô cùng lớn ở trong tình huống này. Họ phải di chuyển một khu vực hàng rồng. Histo đang đứng chờ đợi sẵn, một con ngộ không đang tàng hình. Kasa đang là người bị phát hiện, đó là sẽ chỉ luồng kim. Histo la vào
Smite went to the Xin Zhao, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is the fight. Let's see how it goes. The Varus is actually kind of doing work right now. It doesn't look amazing. Let's see. Alright, Eddie did a fuck ton of damage there. Oh my god, this fight, everybody's like on blinking health bars. Jesus Christ.
Đây chính là người phía PSG và vừa rồi là nét vẽ chết chóc bá trừ phải lấy thân mình ra che. Chứ nếu không thì khả năng cao đã là người nằm xuống liên đồng đội, nhưng bây giờ bản thân trừ lấy ai là cứu đây. Trừ đường về xa quá Taki.
They Secret Whales gets Baron here. Like chasing down the maybe they don't. Venara's teleport. Yeah, maybe they don't. I think if they had killed one more person, they could have gone Baron. But yeah, it's like, for example, like Eddie is really strong in this game. He's 9-2. But I just feel like there's a non-zero chance that he'll just die. Like, he has no flash. So I feel like there's totally a chance he just like walks into the enemy team and dies. Whereas like if it was Doggo who was 9-2 on Jhin in this spot, I would like not be worried about him. Or even like Artemis. Like I think that Eddie is probably better than Artemis. But like, okay, what the fuck happened? Wait, Gwen is just dead. We missed Gwen dying on a side lane. Wait, that might be like a game-altering pick. Alright, let's see it. Oh my god, they stole the Otacon. I don't think we need to fight this. I think they should just back up. Oh my god, they're making me so nervous. Jesus fucking Christ, calm down. Please, calm down. Oh, looks like they're gonna win the fight. Oh my god, they're making me so stressed for no reason.
tới với những viên đạn còn lại của mình, nhưng có vẻ như vậy là đủ và PSG nhận ra
Don't know if this is because of language, but Vietnamese casters sound much more energetic and more powerful than English casters. One of the English casters, Vestion, was just in the hospital. Like, he was in the hospital last week, and like, kind of like rushed his recovery because he really wanted to cast this weekend. So I don't know like if he's feeling 100% right now. But like that might be a reason why the English cast is lower energy at the moment. Because like for the most part, I actually think that the English LCP casters have been like pretty solid, I would say. Like I tuned into their stream a couple of times and it was better than I thought it was going to be. I think Vietnamese are just louder. I mean, like, one of the things, like, part of the reason why I like to watch Eastern casts over Western casts is because I do feel like a lot of times the Eastern casters are, like, way more willing to, like, freak out over big moments, which just, like, makes games exciting, you know? Like, the Korean casters always get super excited about everything. It's so much fun to watch them. Whereas I feel like a lot of the Western casters can be lower energy sometimes. Like, Captain Flowers has pretty good energy. Kobe has pretty good energy. What the fuck am I listening to right now? Why did I just hear, like, demonic chants for, like, 5 seconds? What was that?
Thì là kiểu sân đồ sát lực nó sẽ hiệu quả hơn và SD anh ta lên đồ như vậy là cực kỳ hợp lý trong ván này bởi vì đối phương có nhiều vị tướng lao vào nữa. Bây giờ thì lượng tiền đang chênh nhau tầm khoảng độ là 5k rồi, con rồng sẽ là một cái tiếp theo.
Wait, I'm not the only one who heard that, right?
Bây giờ tôi nghĩ rằng cái này sẽ khá giá trị nếu như bất cứ một team nào Marco quanh con balon này. Và nếu như TSW họ tỉnh táo, họ chỉ cần để một vài người quanh con rồng.
The fog is coming, yeah. It's a deathly omen. Secret Whales are destined to lose this game somehow. Okay, Hero's going for a TP. Let's see how this goes. Taki kind of died before Hero got there. Let's see. Betty got one shot. Alright, looks really good. Alright, calm down. Do the dragon. Do the dragon. Calm down. Calm down. Okay, alright. we don't need to chase them to hell and back. Just do the dragon.
Họ chỉ có sát thương một nhịp thôi và nhịp sát thương lại dồn vào Dyer thì gần như là không còn sát thương theo đó nữa khi mà Betty thì bị dồn chết rất nhanh đến bên phía team TSW. Còn lại Maple thì ở thời điểm hiện tại mới chỉ là 2 món trang bị thôi, chưa xong cái bộ phù thủy thì không biết lấy đâu ra đàm đến từ con cáo này trong tay của Maple.
My cast is 10 seconds behind the English one.
Họ lại tách thành hai mảng nữa. Betty không có tốc biến ở pha vừa rồi, ta bị focus và chắc chắn sẽ nằm mà thôi. Di chuyển tới tấn công đòn dành cho ẩn mật kinh.
I could try to fix it by like playing the YouTube stream in like 2x speed, but then we might end up getting like buffering issues, so I'd rather just not. Wait, how many deaths does Woody have this game? I haven't like checked the Leona on the scoreboard yet. Does he have like 8 deaths or something right now? Oh my god, Dyer's just fucking in there. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, calm down, please. Can this team just like take 10 deep breaths? Like, I feel like they're making this game so stressful.
Team Psychopathic nên cân nhắc ở tình huống giao tranh này, họ đang không có nhịp vào. SDW lấy được cái áo choàng trên người của Betty và tạm thời họ nên về, họ nên cân nhắc về đi.
Vâng, vẫn sẽ là giữ được cái đầu lạnh đến từ TSW thôi, một nhịp mà đã không còn có thể với.
Oh yeah, Woody has 8 deaths. Jesus. Alright, let's see if we can hit the 10 game or the 10 death power spike. It's VCS. Yeah, but actually for the most part, I feel like Secret Whales is better than other VCS teams at like not overfighting stuff. I feel like they must just be getting too excited right now, would be my guess, is that they're just like freaking out because they're about to make it to finals. And so they're just like playing too high fee. Like we've seen this happen to other teams. Like it happens in the LTA South sometimes.
Tôi có một lời khen dành cho Đài, mặc dù Đài là người nằm xuống nhưng bọn họ đang rút kinh nghiệm. Đài nói riêng và TSW nói chung họ giải quyết cái vấn đề ở trong ván đấu thứ hai. Ván đấu thứ hai khi họ đưa vào thế 50-50 thì Casa có cơ hội, nhưng ở trong ván đấu này TSW muốn chắc 100% cái trừng phạt Histo là cái duy nhất được xuất hiện ở bên.
Like it just feels like they're playing so overly aggressive. Like Histo just W'd forward with no vision into like 3 people, and then Eddie's like trying to auto attack the turret and like tanking a turret shot to trade an auto attack. They just feel like super like tense right now. I don't know. Like they want to win the game so badly to the point where I feel like it's like a detriment.
Có lẽ sẽ phải dè chừng hơn, nhưng ở đường giữa thì Dyer và Hito đang chạm trụ rồi. Nửa cây máu trụ đường giữa đây, bên phía lúc lấy được và sau đó họ sẽ rút ra để cho đường dưới tiếp tục một lần nữa là nhấp vào, liên tục lại nhịp ra vào đến từ cả hai cánh thôi. Bây giờ mở sân khấu ra, khó rồi, bầy bộ bị kiệt sức đây, phải lùi về với cái phía hồi. Goody đã bị kẹt lại, Goody còn nửa cây.
Jesus, that Gen 4 shot did way more to Leona than I thought it would. Like Hero is he like W'd forward to hit the turret, but he didn't back up, and his W expired, and the team like almost collapsed on him. Like they're playing so shaky right now. Like why am I actually worried that they might throw this game somehow? It should be unthrowable, but I'm just worried. Okay. Karsa just went in on a Jhin with flash. Oh my god, the Jhin died anyway. Oh my goodness. Histo's just gonna lose his GA like this. Why? Why do I know that this team is like, I could just feel it. I could like sense it. Just based on how they were clicking, I could just like sense that they were gonna like rush things and just die. Oh my gosh. Is CFO levels above Secret Whales? Technically, yeah. Like CFO should be hard favored to win tomorrow, regardless of which team wins. But I don't think there's like a 0% chance that Secret Whales could beat CFO. It's just like a very low chance.
Tức là họ pha vừa rồi họ giao tranh thua sau đối phương, nhưng họ vẫn có lợi thế về nhà lính cùng với cả có thể là phép bổ trợ, nhưng không, bên phía PSG Talon họ còn nhiều phép bổ trợ lắm. Chờ xem PSG Talon bây giờ họ đang muốn chạy thẳng ra khu rồng, họ không muốn để cho đối phương có linh hồn rồng này trước khi mà Hito anh ta sẽ hồi sinh.
Hơi khó để cạnh tranh cái con rồng nguyên tố này đến từ bên phía team Secret Whale khi mà Hito bây giờ có đến 5 giây.
They better not. I gotta lock in on this dragon situation. They have like no control mid lane right now. I don't know. I think they just lose the dragon. CFO is levels above the whole region. I think the CFO should be levels above the whole region, but the problem is that I've just been not that impressed with how they're playing the split. I think that they've been making like way too many mistakes.
Cần phải có một con rồng chung kết, con rồng thứ 7 trong ván đấu này để tìm ra đội tuyển nào có được linh hồn rồng. Và ở thời điểm tiếp theo thì TSW như chúng tôi đã chia sẻ ngay từ đầu game, đó là chất lượng của họ càng về sau càng dễ chơi, nhưng phải đánh chuẩn cơ và đợi cho đối phương ra sông chẳng hạn, hoặc là họ có thể ép vào bù lợi của đối phương, tạo ra một cái thế cướp mục tiêu để giúp cho họ có lợi thế trước khi con rồng tiếp theo xuất hiện. Thì đấy là một cái lựa chọn tối ưu hơn, hoặc là muốn ép Baron nhưng không phải Baron mà ép đánh nhau đến từ phía TSW, tận dụng cái đội hình combo.
Okay, Baron is up in 54. We have full top side control. Gwen, oh my, dude, this Gwen's build is so ugly to look at. Rod of Ages, Riftmaker, Bloodletters, Zanyas, no Death Cap, no Nashers, no Shadow Flame. I actually don't even know if this Gwen build can beat the Gnar on side. If Betty was on hit, I'd be shook. I feel like if Betty was on hit, Secret Whales would have won the game already. Because Betty, there would have been like multiple fights where Betty wouldn't have been able to do damage.
7 đi bây giờ nó hồi quá nhanh, nó khiến cho anh ta cũng đang thiết lập những con mắt di động dựa trên kỹ năng E của mình.
Okay, Heroes. Is he getting caught? Okay. He's baiting. He got the Ahri ult and the Leona ult. It was 5 head.
2 viên trúng, 3 viên trúng của chỗ Casa, viên thứ 4 trúng của chỗ Betty. Rất nhiều người mất màu đến từ bên phía của PC Ta Long. W vừa rồi không trúng, chưa ra một con Na khổng lồ. Họ chỉ cần biết con Na này là một con Na khổng lồ, họ sẽ lùi về ngay lập tức. Lượng tầm nhìn cung cấp nhiều và ngay lập tức con Na đi ngang qua 7 đã bị phát hiện. Và tôi đang thấy Đài đứng chờ đợi.
Yeah, he got 2 ultimates and we lost 3. So it's like, oh man.
Không đẹp đến từ Betty. Còn trong khi đó TSW họ có được con mắt chất lượng, họ sẵn sàng quay trở lại tấn công nếu như cần thiết. Lốc xoáy của Histo còn, khả năng tấn công TSW vẫn còn. PC Ta Long họ sẽ làm gì trong thủ này đây khi đợt lính đã bắt đầu đẩy vào?
Their comp isn't even that good at doing dragon. They don't really have anybody who can zone properly. Let's see, they might be able to... Okay, I thought that Jim was on it. Okay, Histo's going for the flank of the sentry. He might actually have Betty caught. Betty has no flash. The Wukong has flash ult. Yeah, the Varus is completely out of the fight. Wukong's positioning is actually really good. Wait, actually, like, Histo was only in combat for like 3 seconds, and he like hard carried that fight. I'm oh my god, that Wukong flank was really good. Oh my gosh, they won the game. Secret Whales versus CFO. I'm actually really excited for tomorrow. Like, okay, there's totally a chance that it's just a CFO 3-0, but I'm like unreasonably excited that there's like a potential upset that might happen. Alright. Secret Whales made LCP finals. Imagine if you told somebody that at like the end of winter or like the end of Split 1, if you had said that Secret Whales were gonna make finals in summer, nobody would believe you. Update your Worlds tier list. You know what's funny is that my Worlds tier list is not updated at all because people who weren't here, I did predict Secret Whales 3-1, but it was way more stressful than I thought it was gonna be. Oh my gosh.
Nhưng rõ ràng ở trong những thời khắc quyết định từ bên phía của Sunwell lại làm đủ ổn, đủ tốt để mang lại chiến thắng. PC Ta Long đã có một trận đấu khá là tuyệt vời, nhưng chắc chắn đội giành chiến thắng lại đội làm tốt hơn.
I don't watch LCP that much. How much chances am I giving to Secret Whales to win tomorrow? Like 10% maybe? It's low, the chance is low. But like, I would not be surprised if it goes to like 5 games. Like if it was like a CFO 3-2. I think Secret Whales can win a game at least. They could make it interesting. It was the Dyer haircut. They won because Dyer got a buzz cut. Buzz cut diff. Thoughts on T1 versus Genji? I mean, Genji should win. And then after that, T1 should stomp whoever the LPL 4th seed is. I feel so bad for the LPL 4th seed. Like, they're gonna slog through LPL playoffs and the regional gauntlet just so that way they can lose to T1. They were the only one to defeat a CFO in spring. They defeated CFO in winter. They defeated CFO all the way back in February. It was February 8th, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some crazy stat, like CFO have not lost a single match in the entirety of spring or summer domestically.
Ngay bây giờ có lẽ chính là thời khắc mà các bạn khán giả đang rất quan tâm đúng không ạ? Chúng ta hãy cùng gặp gỡ Taki để lắng nghe những phần chia sẻ nóng hổi nhất sau trận đấu vừa rồi ạ.
Once again, congratulations on your spectacular victory. And how do you feel when your team win at your hometown?
Vâng, xin chúc mừng Taki cùng với những đồng đội của mình với một chiến thắng vô cùng vang dội ngay trên sân nhà. Vậy thì không biết cảm xúc của Taki hiện tại như thế nào?
Well, that was a pretty great series. Got exactly what I wanted out of it.
Tụi em chiến thắng ngay tại quê hương của em.
Một cảm xúc vô cùng tự hào dành cho Taki.
I'm trying to think, who did I think was the best player in that series?
Victory! Of course, but now he's a little bit nervous, and everyone please cheer it for his team.
I mean, it had to have been
Wow.
Taki, Histo, or Dyer. It could be between those three. I definitely don't think it was Hero or Eddie.
How would you rate your members?
Ngày hôm nay thì team của mình cũng đã có một phần trình diễn trên cả tuyệt vời rồi. Vậy thì Taki có thể chấm điểm những người đồng đội của mình trong ngày hôm nay
No
không?
one.
Em nghĩ số điểm mà em có thể chấm cho những người đồng đội mình hôm nay chỉ là 8.
CFO lost one best of 3 against Secret Rails first split. Yeah, they did.
Còn lại vào trận đấu ngày mai.
And that was the only series that they've lost domestically at all to anyone all year.
Không hề chủ quan chút nào sau chiến thắng vừa rồi, và đó cũng chính là một tinh thần cần có để chúng ta có một bước đệm cực kỳ tốt ở trong trận chung kết tổng ngày mai. Xin mời câu hỏi tiếp theo ạ.
Yes, by winning the lower bracket final, you and your team will face CFO tomorrow. And how confident you are right now?
Vâng, vậy là team mình cũng đã
Wait, I'm like slightly confused. Why is there an English translator?
Để team mình chiến thắng CFO.
CFO là một đội tuyển khá là mạnh nếu mà nói.
Or like, why is there like somebody who speaks English at all?
Tụi em chắc là sẽ giành được 55% đó là của khán giả Việt Nam mình.
Vậy là phải nhờ rất nhiều tình yêu và rất nhiều sự động viên tới từ các bạn khán giả đây ạ. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn dành cho Taki được không ạ?
Yes. When it comes to CFO, and CFO is very strong team. Yes, of course, but he and his team will try their best tomorrow.
Vâng, và ngoài lề thì có rất nhiều các bạn fan
Probably for the English. Yeah, but I feel like there aren't that many English viewers.
Địa phương thì không biết bạn có thể nêu một chút.
And they never had like an English translator on stage for the Taiwanese studio, I don't think. Maybe they did, but I don't remember there being one.
Về những món ăn thì mình sẽ recommend cho mọi người đó chính là mì Quảng, bánh xèo, hải sản. Còn nếu mà để trải nghiệm thú vị nhất của mình đó chính là việc.
Alright, let's see what's going on with Twitch. IG versus T1. That might be a fun series, yeah. Who won Secret Rails 131? LCP gets 2 slots for Worlds? No, they get 3. LCP gets 3 spots. The only play-in is the LCK 4C versus the LPL 4C. That's the only play-in. And then that'll trim the teams down from 17 to 16, and then it's straight into Swiss. I hope CFO wins Worlds this year. I feel like that's a lot of hope that you're gonna have to have for the Taiwanese viewers at the stadium. I mean, I guess so, but I feel like you would just have a Taiwanese translator then, or like a Mandarin translator.
Look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow.
Like just like a traditional Chinese translator would have made more sense, because like it was a Taiwanese team was the opponent, so.
Rất tuyệt vời. Thank you, Taki.
How would I rank LCP, LEC, and LTA? I think that LTA's best team, FlyQuest, is better than any of the other teams from the LCP and the LEC. Then after that, I feel like LEC's top 4 could probably beat 100 Thieves or Shopify. I think that CFO would beat some of the LEC top 4 and would lose to others. Like I would say I would say CFO is either like slightly above LEC or like around the same level as LEC's top teams. But then after that, there's like a pretty big drop off after CFO. So like overall in terms of region strength, I would say that LCP is probably like from top to bottom. I think that LCP is still the weakest.
Anh em ở trên này á, Trước hết thì nói luôn thì đây nó sẽ không phải là phần phỏng vấn quá nghiêm túc, nó sẽ là
But
một
like,
trao đổi giao lưu giữa Dyer cùng với
I think the CFO is a good team. I think Secret Whales can be a good team.
đi đây là cái tên thân thuộc.
So the region like has potential internationally, but I think that like when you look at like the bottom of the barrel for the region, like when you look at like teams like Hawks, DFM, Chiefs, like I think these teams would lose to like all of the bottom tier teams from the other regions.
Có Mata ủng hộ thì có thể mang vô được.
Thêm một chút xíu đó là ngày hôm nay chúng ta đã bị làm khó ở ván 1 rồi, ở ván 2 và thực sự nó cũng có những khoảnh khắc nó rất là áp đảo đến từ cái lối chơi của PSG. Thì em nghĩ là từ đâu mình có một cái nguồn động lực.
Give you CFO over any LAC team in the best of 5.
Chúng ta quay trở lại với trận đấu.
I think that's like a fine opinion to have.
Em nghĩ kiểu game 1, game 2 đều có lợi thế, kiểu cho mình bị mấy cái gì.
I just don't. I don't know if I trust CFO as much, just because like some of their games in summer were rough. Like their loss, like in playoffs. If we only look at playoffs, their loss against Secret Whales and their loss against PSG, and the fact that they were 13k down against PSG in another game that they ended up winning, it's like all 3 of those games, CFO made like a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. And it's like if they were making those mistakes in regular season, then you could say like, oh, maybe it's just like they're just like trying out new stuff in regular season, or maybe they're not like in the zone. But it's like it's playoffs. Like they're like still having issues in playoffs. Like I feel like CFO has turned into a team that ends up throwing games at Void Grubs. They like throw games at Void Grubs on second Drake, on third Drake, like on Rift Herald. They just feels like their early games are way less solid than they used to be. 13k? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 13k. It was the here, let me see. CFO versus PSG. Was it game 2? It might have. I think it was game 2. Let's just look at the entire stream.
It is the big question. Is it going to be the clean sweep? We're just going to have.
Yeah, I mean, I could just like speed run through this. So in this game, their big throw came.
The 90-degree angle. A bit more disruption.
Was it this?
That's what I was talking.
Yeah. It was this. Okay, so so the situation right now is that there's 4 people for PSG like on this dragon, and then the Rumble has teleport, and he's spawning in 8 seconds.
As you can see,
the Scion, if they want to fight this, Scion should TP, right? But Scion's not TPing, so clearly Driver is calling that he's playing for turret plates, and that there's only going to be 4 people here. But then they like CFO just walk in anyway, so they lose the dragon, and then they like try to force a fight anyway.
Causing a bit more disruption. The damage is good. They're flashing forward. They want the fight. Good flash.
And so it's like this fight is like so weird to me. Like I just don't know what CFO is thinking here. It's like that's like a mistake that I would never expect them to make, because it's like such an easy mistake to not make. But like they just made it, and then they just lost the game. The game is unplayable from there. Then it was not this game. What was game 3? Oh yeah, it was this game. Let me see how far ahead PSG got.
A little bit behind in temp.
Okay, they're 4k up here. Now they're 5k up.
So slow, taking that one tower.
6k. Alright, they're PSG are 10k up at this point. Let's see, the game blows open when they like screw up a Baron push. Yeah, right now they are 13k gold up. 81k to 68k. They're 13 gold up, or 13k gold up. And so it's like there was a world where PSG was up against CFO 2-1, which is like crazy to me. And then the reason why PSG lost this game is because they kept on trying to play front to back. Like Ozzy was like trying to engage fights, and like the Rel was going in, and like Twisted Fate was like trying to force gold cards and stuff, when the way that they should have played it is they should have just like relied on poke. Like they have Nidalee poke, Varus poke. Twisted Fate can like throw gold cards as the enemy team is walking in, and then when he throws the gold card, you throw the Varus Q on top of it, you throw the Nidalee Spear on top of it, you just play like that. And they just ended up like playing way too fast and they lost the game. But it's like, just the fact that like CFO was in that position at all, where like they like got into 2 very losing game states because of like just like mistakes that they made that they shouldn't have made, was just like, makes me question how much I believe in them. And then like the other stuff that I was touching on earlier, so I was saying some stuff earlier, like I think Driver got exposed a couple of times this split, where teams started blind picking Gwen on blue side against him because they knew that he couldn't counter it, and so he would just self counterpick himself all the time. And then when that started happening, CFO had to sub in Rest more often to cover for Driver's weakness there. So like that was like an issue that popped up this split that like I've been like thinking that it was something that CFO could be exploited on, that I mentioned back in like spring, but teams really didn't start doing it until this split. So like that was where one of CFO's losses in regular season came from. They lost a game to GAM because GAM did that against them. So yeah, it's like that. Their like objective starts are kind of weird nowadays. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they'll figure their stuff out when they get to playoffs, or not playoffs, when they get to Worlds. All right, I'm gonna end stream here. It's yeah, the Secret Whales avatar will survive another day because Secret Whales made it to finals. So I'm gonna use it tomorrow also. All right, thanks for watching.